No más las
I never saw it. Oh, now it's done.
Yeah, I think they're just always, they were blinking,
Yeah.
they're just connected.
Oh.
They just stay. Thank you. I talked to someone who just joined us on Zoom. I see we just have a person connected on Zoom by telephone and your number ends in 877. If you could identify yourself, first you'll have to unmute by pressing *6. So if you're on the phone, if you are one of the interveners, I'd like to get your name, please. We have about a minute to go. I'm just gonna check one more time, the person who called us on the phone. We can get your name, please. You'll have to unmute by pressing *6. We'll just like to identify all the parties in case, so you could let us know who you are, I appreciate that. Bell is tolled for us all, so it's 10 a.m. Let's get started. Get on the record, and this is docket, where'd my notes? Okay. Docket 9828 C100, the application of Whitewater Solar LLC for authority to build a number of things, some what we're calling, we don't really have a project name for this, but it's the basically of solar electric generating facility. My name is Michael Newmark, Administrative Law Judge for the PSC. Welcome to the PSC hearing room. And we do have some participants connected on Zoom. This is the party hearing session, so we're taking evidence from commission staff and parties for the next 2 days. So dig in here, we're gonna be here for a while, I think. Hopefully we'll be able to manage that in a humane fashion, giving you some breaks, but like I mentioned, at staff conference, I'm expecting to go late tonight, so just be forewarned. So before I go any further, let's get our appearances on the record. We have the service list. I'm gonna go through the list, just to check to make sure we have everyone accounted for. So first of all, we have the Beaucharts. They're parties to the case, no appearance from them. Borzik. Boyd. Clean, Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Nicola for Cleveland, Wisconsin.
So I think I have Dempsey S76, which is the number of the Dempseys. And Dempsey W198, everyone from that. So, Emmerich. Hoyt. ANURR, where will you pronounce that? Colwelter, I'm expecting him later tomorrow. LaSalle.
Present?
Just give us your name, please.
You want?
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, Yvette LaSalle.
Great. O'Brien,
Michelle O'Brien.
all right. Perez Gomez. Flat. Public Service Commission.
Karen Kuntz, I'm here with my colleague Sylvia Rogers as well.
Oh, and don't forget talking to the mic.
Oh,
Can, yeah. Share that one. So the applicants listed as Ranger Power, well, we're going out of order here. Let me skip that for a second. Renew Wisconsin.
Jereie, I'll wish for Renew Wisconsin again.
Okay. Salsky. Gary Schneider. Scholl. Scherdeviger. Oh boy, I'm just gonna spell this one, SCHROEDL. Okay, Diana. Stachikowski. Tillett.
Ann Tillett.
Wait till it.
All right, thanks. Wagner. Whitewater Solar.
Morning, Your Honor. Brian Keel and Max Lindsay here on behalf of Whitewater Solar.
Wood.
Alan Wood.
Thanks. And that's the end of my list. This is not the biggest case we've ever had, but it's close. All right. So thanks all for attending. Yeah, no one, well, we still have that person on the phone that won't unmute. I don't know who that is, but can't take that appearance until we unmute for us. All right, so we got a number of things to take care of. Hopefully, we'll do this in an expedited fashion so we can get to our witnesses. Just go off the record for a second. So we do need to discuss, there's a motion pending. The way I set up the process is that I was here to take oral argument on the motions. That's what was in the FMO and emails that I sent. So actually, you didn't need to file your responses, and I didn't really want you to have to do that, which is why we do oral argument when there's a pending motion before a hearing. So I'll hear that, and we might want to take care of that right at the beginning so we can organize the rest of the record. But we've also kind of a glitch because I've reformatted a number of the intervenor testimony, but I didn't get those on Earth. So they're not on your offered evidence list. I put them on the list, I attached all those files, but then I couldn't send it by email, because the file was too big. So kind of have two offered evidence lists, unfortunately, one with the original documents and they're listed in blue, so they say that they'll be changed. Then I have one with the actual documents with the changes in them, which we'll use that to process the case so that we can get on the right page. So this is the one that I sent out to parties. And you'll see like these are blue, because I've already reformatted those and have a version of them. And I've already shared those with you, but I just couldn't get them all in the document. So when we go through the list, I'm gonna go into my list and I'll just bring up the Word document that's listed on that. This way we'll just all be on the same page. And basically, we'll want to try to follow the pagination that I'll display on the screen. So you'll be able to see, so we can keep track of the pages. The record will be accurate in terms of the new files.
You're up.
Yeah.
It's too small to read.
Oh, but when I put up the document, it should be big enough though. We'll work that out.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is.
I hope that was all right for me.
You're not gonna be.
Can't read.
That's. And then. So that'll be a little bit of a trick, but we'll figure that out. And then. In terms of the motion, so we do have the motion, there's just motion to strike the Tillot's supplemental direct and the LaSalle supplemental direct. Yes, right. Any other pending motions, or anyone want to make a motion? You had a potential motion to strike, I think, LaSalle. The Haas exhibit 2. Mentioned that on an email.
Yes,
Okay.
I also wondered, and I don't, please stop me if it's the wrong time, but Bill Selsky cannot be here because he's with his wife with dementia, and I did bring his testimony, if I'm allowed to read it in for him. I don't know if I am or not, but I wanted to let you know I have that.
No, that's not gonna be possible. So
Okay.
he can join us on Zoom.
He doesn't have anyone to help him with that, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I mean, they need to appear and enter their testimony, so, okay. All right, so. Let's check out, let's just look at the Tillet, supplemental directs. Let's get on the record for this. So there was a motion to strike the supplemental direct testimony that was related to the revised application. And there was a short motion related to the timing of the filings, whether they're appropriately related to the revised application. And I think length was also cited as a cause for striking that. Repetition past testimony with another ground. And I see that the interveners have filed responses, but I didn't look at those yet. The process was really pure oral argument on that, so I'm gonna give you guys an opportunity to do that. So we'll start with Ann Tillett, if you could give us your response to the motion.
Should I read it or just talk about it?
If you can give us sort of a summary
Okay,
concept of what.
Okay, thank you. So for my supplemental direct testimony, I submitted comments in response directly to the revision of the application and the subsequent meetings that were requested because of the supplemental application. So the testimony about attending those meetings was in direct relationship to the fact that there was that second application, because that was the reason that the meetings were held. Also, I submitted my resume at this point as opposed to earlier, because in participating in those community meetings, I found that my degree in urban planning and my work history working in a planning commission in Indiana was relevant because I have had experience planning and hosting and running community meetings. And so I wanted to be able to speak as an expert about that experience. So
Okay.
that is why I submitted, because when I did my first testimony, it was focused on the first application.
But wait till it can you just respond.
Yes, the applicant claims that our testimony disregards the limitation on the scope of supplemental testimony permitted. But they didn't offer any specific proof of that claim. They just, said because it's too long, it's must not be, related to supplemental. That's not really an argument. There was no limit to the amount of changes that they presented to us on June 4th. And I don't think we should be limited on the amount of response that we give to those changes. And of course, they said that our testimony reopens every possible subject. That's of course ridiculous on its face. So if we went through our testimony line by line, which I'm hoping we're not going to have to do, I think you'll see that I've carefully related each part of my testimony to the revisions and to the open house and roundtable that subsequently came after that to discuss those revisions.
And Lizelle, would you like to response to?
Your Honor, do I need to repeat what they said? Because many of the things are the same, or should I just repeat what is different than what they said?
If you agree with what they said, you can agree with that and then move on to something new.
I agree with the testimony on this matter, that Ann and Wade have offered, and I'll just feather in what is related directly to mine. You gave us a generous offer of a supplemental testimony, and there was no parameter as to how long that should be. I won't reiterate what he said, but if you go through my testimony, I did relate it to, each point that I made was related to the new revised application and the new materials that came with it in the appendices. My resume became relevant because I was concerned about the charge of hearsay. And I felt that because of some of the things I was gonna speak on, that I should bring my experience, knowledge, and education to bear, which is why I entered my resume, so that I would have ground to stand on for the things that I was making, the statements I was making, which I didn't think was required for my first two testimonies. I think the revised sound study raises some pretty strong questions, and I think I addressed them. And as it relates to my horses, my concerns were greater because of the greater impact that was indicated in my analysis of the sound study, which I presented. Also, the new project, sitting in the intervenor meeting, it was evident to me that there was more green space, which was amazing that the applicant was able to create more green space, and I was excited about it at first, but then I realized there would be a nuisance animal problem, which was in front of us as I investigated with the DNR, those changes. And so I brought those to light, which were not an issue with the previous design. I also addressed and documented the process issues that have happened ever since the deluge of documents from June 4th, which, Your Honor, when you had our meeting on Monday, I was smiling inside because I thought, wow, I've already got that written. So I brought that to the table as well, because those are issues that came up as a result of the revised application. I feel that for the applicant to at this time bring up the volume of documents is somewhat ridiculous based on the volume of documents that we were asked to review in such a short amount of time. The appendices that I attached were to support my testimony, and we were allowed to give exhibits. There was no limit on exhibits. We were not told there was a limit. And so I did my due diligence to prepare and to support my testimony appropriately. I apologize if it was too much for anybody. I was just trying to protect my own interests.
Just go off the record for a second. Katie Katzman, you just joined us on Zoom. Can you unmute? I'm just curious if you're connected with a party in the case. I'm gonna unmute you. I have no, maybe not. So Katie, if you can unmute, I need to know who you are. No, I don't. Does anyone recognize Katie Katzman related to the party? Like a party, really?
Oh, no, I don't know about the person,
This
but
thing landowner.
he is from Whitewater.
Okay,
That's have landed.
so,
Sorry, can you hear me now?
yeah, okay, there we go. So Katie, I'm gonna ask you to disconnect and join our, and just observe the hearing for a live stream. Do you have that
Okay.
information? Okay, thank you. Any reply from the applicant? Oh, get back on the record, reply from the applicant.
Yes, Your Honor. The order related to the changes in project design. The project design saw a shift in the perimeter fencing and the location of some of the arrays. We also saw a change in the inverters and the panels. Those were modest changes. The supplemental testimony should be limited and confined to those topics and how that has a different impact potentially on their properties. To the extent Ms. LaSalle talks about the differences in the sound studies, we do not object to that. To the extent that the Tillis talk about the differences in panel location and the impact in their house, we do not object to that. However, when we start getting into all the background testimony on their qualifications, comments on zoning, comments on how will this affect the kettle moraine, all of that is properly for direct and it's not responsive or triggered by any changes in the project layout. And then finally, there is extensive testimony offered about the roundtable and public meetings. That essentially devolved into he said, she said, that's not relevant to the commission's decision as to are the standards in 196, 491 satisfied? And what the commission needs to consider is, does the project as described in the application and the data request meet that standard? Not what the interveners think they may have heard at any given meeting. That's not what the commission is basing its standard on. What we're asking the commission to do is approve this project based on described in the application, data request responses.
Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna rule to deny the motions. Essentially, I do see a tie between the new and revised application and the testimony that's been proffered here in supplemental direct. Enough of a tie that has been stated in testimony to allow it in. I'm convinced that in terms of presenting the credentials of the witnesses for pro se parties who have realized that their expertise now comes into play on the supplemental is fair. It's their credentials at this point. We're not going to deny them the right to tell us what they are. I think if we have them on the stand and we ask them what your experience is, which is comes up on cross-examination, we enter that information in the record. So we're going to do so now on the supplemental direct. Supplemental direct it's sort of a parallel track. It's not necessarily within the rounds of testimony that we have where we're limiting information and narrowing. That's why it's still direct, although it's supplemental. It does involve the introduction of new responsive evidence. And I think there's been enough tie in the testimony between the changes in the configuration of the project and their testimony to accept it as valid supplemental direct. So I did have some questions though with some of the testimony. I do have on the screen Ann Tillett's testimony, and we'll try to make that bigger for you. so there's also that screen.
Yeah, I can bring it up here. Just make sure that better. I'm getting older, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, I have many, let's go off the record, right? Many glasses with me too, don't worry.
Yeah, I got 3 pair over here.
So
Anybody?
Well, I think I printed it, so I can also look at it.
this is a little different, so that's the problem we're having with that, I know we already mentioned that's kind of weird. So I just want to screen share this too. So like, there's a section here that I had a question about, I mean, I don't, we're on the record, yes, thank you. Some guy had. No. Oh, it's okay, so. So I had a question about, you had a question on what's now gonna be. So the version you're looking at here is the revised supplemental. So it's, the page number is SR10. So it's not gonna be the page numbers you have, it's gonna be different, yeah, so. But it's the question starting, are there other ways that the proposed project will impact the recreational uses of this unique site? So I need to know whether the revision of the application has now impacted the trails in a different way than before. That,
So in the original application, I brought that issue up in my direct testimony. But then in the revised application, the proposal for connecting the panels on the south side of Bluff Road to the north side of Bluff Road, the new proposal showed that as going underneath the road, in the road right of way. And so what I brought up in my supplemental testimony is that if they haven't made a plan for connecting the cables across Bluff Road, how would they connect the snowmobile trail across Bluff Road? Because they certainly can't be proposing that that would be the same. I think in one of the responses, they said that was something they were going to be working on in the future. But if there was a way to connect those snowmobile trails from the fields, from the north and south of the road, wouldn't they also use that for the cables? And so to me, it highlighted the fact that that should not be a topic saved for later. But with the revised application, it highlighted that it would be much more challenging. That's why I brought it back up.
okay, so that's tied to the revised application in some way. So I can accept that. And I think I had a question as well. Had a lot of questions about LaSalle, but I don't have any notes for that. We'll have to go through that, but for wait till it. I guess I didn't have anything that popped out on that one, so. Now for LaSalle. There's, yeah, I think the LaSalle. Supplemental direct is slightly unconventional in the nature that it is bringing up. Discovery, meet and confer topics. I think all the supplemental direct does deal with the meeting, the open house and roundtable discussions that were ordered because of the revised application. And let me just mention, I think that's valid. I think the commission does want to know how applicants are interacting with landowners. It may not rise to the statutory standards, but it does show how the record was developed. And I think when it comes to especially looking at whether we meet our burden of creating a complete record and whether we meet the burden of environmental review before having the background of how landowners have been engaged in a process with applicants is useful, it's probative. So that's another reason to deny the motion, but
Your Honor, may I speak?
yeah, go ahead.
With regard to intervenor LaSalle's testimony, the applicant's motion to strike included references to both Clean Wisconsin and Renew Wisconsin's communications with its members and its websites. Intervenor LaSalle did not connect those to the revisions in the project design in any way. And we would argue that they aren't connected and should be stricken.
Renew supports that, Your Honor.
Good catch. All right. So it's the renew and so I think.
I would like to attach it, Your Honor. I would like an opportunity.
Just a minute. Let me just get that up. Let's go off the record. Like I said, I don't have
It is related.
a. So in the supplemental direct of Yvette LaSalle, no, wrong. Supplemental direct of Yvette LaSalle. The witness does bring up,
I think it's line 674 or somewhere in that neighborhood.
okay, that's gonna be changing, but I'll still start with that.
Your Honor, just briefly, I'm concerned that,
I'm not ready here. So you have something to add, Attorney Cahill, on the topic of the comments when we get on the record.
my concern is more fundamental to the process at this point, since the testimony itself seems to be changing. And I don't understand how you've rewritten or reworked the testimony submitted by the interveners, and that is a significant concern as to what the content is of their testimony at this point.
Yeah, so I sent all the copies of that revised testimony to the parties for the status conference. You will all receive that by email.
But this is the supplemental.
This is the LaSalle supplemental, which has not changed. This is the original plan.
But for Miss Tillits and Mr. Tillits, that had different pagination.
Yeah, that's true. There's different pagination, right? It's been reformatted to fit our requirements finally. So we have a response of intervenor LaSalle for the complaint of Clean Wisconsin and Renew.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I stumbled upon their websites when I went down the rabbit hole of looking at the differences because of the panels. So the panels were larger and there was more green space. So I started investigating because I believe it was Renew and Clean both came out in their testimonies and they had talked about the wildlife and how the biodiversity and yada, yada, yada. They had related testimony. And after we received the supplemental materials is when I started reading up on that. And they, it appears 617 to 623, which was after the revised application, posted, websites that were not available previously. They were not available for us to review, so they were new. And on those, they made statements, that were being used by the public to drive public comments, which is why I feel it's relevant to the revised application. It's new. It was new since that material. And as I started reading that, I started questioning if it was substantiated statements. In fact, in one of the places on their website that I'll be discussing, they actually stated that, and I quote, Whitewater Solar has undergone thorough environmental studies to minimize impact. Now, I'm not aware of those. As far as I know, we don't even have a supplemental EA for this new revised application in place. So I thought that those are things that we should be bringing up, because I think they call into light the veracity of the public comments that they're being made based on unsubstantiated comments by parties in this proceeding. Ergo, I brought it up.
Response from Clean and Region?
Those communications, were unrelated to the revisions in the project design. They were just general comments, general information about the project that we shared with our members, so that they were aware that there was an opportunity to make a public comment in support of the project. It's something that we do in every case that we're involved in, and it's sanctioned by the commission. There's no reason not to do it, and it's actually a public service so that they're more aware of what happens here. And again, it had nothing to do with the project revisions, and in Mrs. Zell's testimony, she doesn't say that it does.
And, Your Honor, Renew just followed, section E2H of the pre-hearing conference memorandum, where parties may provide information with respect to the proceeding to members, and we provided general information, and it's just, normal practice for us in any project that we support in renewable energy to, share that information with the public. And we don't believe that that relates to decision-making
Decision-making.
of the commission or related to the record.
Your Honor, the websites were put up after the revised material. After the revised application. They were posted after that date.
And that is because we do that before public comments are due, so that we can alert our members at that time. It's a coincidence.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna agree with the and Renew on this, in that the discussion of the public comments and the solicitation of public comments by the intervenor organizations shouldn't be in the supplemental direct. Because of there's really no connection between that and the revised application. So we'll see that stricken from the what's called supplemental direct, as well as the related exhibits. Now, I'm not sure, do you have a list of those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. At their exhibit was so 93, 94, and 108.
How about for Renew?
Yeah, I think I'd have to double check on it, but I think I'll do so.
Your Honor, if those are stricken from my supplemental, may I then use them in the hearing, which is what I would have asked to do if they would have been stricken in time? Can I bring them into the hearing so I can ask questions about them during the hearing?
No, that's what we're doing now. They're not appropriate for the hearing, so they're not appropriate for the record, so we're not going to then introduce.
Your Honor, exhibit 103.
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 103.
And then what were the pages of So we're looking at the original, LaSalle supplemental direct, what's the page and line numbers as they.
I have line 674, starting on page 15, running through line 747 at the top of page 17.
674 to which lines?
747,
Yeah. And the pages run from 15 to 16?
15 to 17.
7. And that's for radio as well?
It renewed 688. 697, on, page 15.
Your Honor. Am I not allowed to discover, renew and clean and then present that at the party hearing?
Yeah, you're allowed to discover information from the party, but I decide what is relevant, what has probative value to the record. And this does not, because it does not relate to the issues the commission will be reviewing in order to approve, deny, or modify the application.
Okay.
It's a sanctioned communication that we allow parties to make to the public. And it's not gonna be probative for the commission to have that discussion.
Thank you.
So in terms of the LaSalle supplemental direct, we'll have to see those lines stricken. However, oh, yes, okay, so there's some other issues with that testimony that we need to review, and I think in order to move on, I think we're gonna put a pin in that one, and basically there are a number of exhibits that need to be stricken that are being offered in the supplemental direct because they're repetitive from what's already in the record. Or, well, that's basically the main one. It's, they're already either exhibits or they're testimony already offered. So when you take the stand, we're gonna go through the filings in detail to make sure we're on the same page with how things should be cited in your revised supplemental direct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so we're yeah, so what I'm gonna do, so let's get on the record. I wanted to just to address Attorney Cale's concern about the Tillett supplemental direct, the changes and the reformatting. I'm just gonna email that to everyone, when we have a break, so you can review what I'm proposing is the new version. My recollection is that it's, you know, formatting for line numbers, page numbers, citations. So we're gonna include the citations to the application rather than. I think just I needed to correct some of those so that the right format. I don't think. I think that was the extent of the changes to that. Otherwise, the other documents parties should already have those versions in hand. Okay, so I think I wanted to discuss intervenor LaSalle. You have asked to cross every witness. Is that still the case?
Well, like, Your Honor, I didn't know what the list was,
Okay.
you know, so I wanted to make sure that, but I do have questions for most of the witnesses.
In terms of the intervenors?
Yeah,
The intervenors too, okay, because, so our normal process is that if no one has questions, as we sit here today, I can excuse those witnesses and they can enter their testimony by affidavit. And, for example, there's one witness you mentioned that cannot appear. Which one was that again?
Bill Stowski.
Well, intervener.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
intervenor.
yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, when you asked that question, I thought it was people that met the qualifications of your rules, that they had to be a checked-in witness. So I was looking to interview everyone who is checking in as a witness.
Okay, so if you would waive questions to Selsky,
Yes,
okay. So,
Let me see if we can do.
yeah, I don't know if he can get on tomorrow. The issue with Bill is who can help him, but could I
We can-
go home and try and get him tomorrow
we
for
can
you?
leave it for later, yeah,
I'm gonna see if I can get someone to sit with him and help him,
okay.
maybe
that's
that's with him.
You know, because you're required, in order for, he can be on the Zoom call, and that would qualify as if he was here.
Yes,
Okay, it's
We'll
just the
try.
technical, because of his age and everything, trying to get, okay,
I understand.
thank you.
Okay, so just so you know, if, so I did reformat the Selsky testimony. I think you all have versions of that. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure they agreed with those changes, but he's not gonna be able to make it because of health reasons or, you know, family situation, and he's willing to accept the testimony as it is, as I've been, have drafted it, and then no, there's no question for that witness. That person, I can receive that testimony if that person files an affidavit verifying the file.
So I will take it to him. I'll take it to him tonight, if that works, if we're not out of here past his bedtime.
Okay.
Or I'll try and text him and get him up early and do that.
Okay, so he should have that on email of that.
I'll print it off for him.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
having
Thank you for
sensing
coming.
that's not working for him, okay,
Yeah,
all right, so
he doesn't have a computer.
any other, so are there any other witnesses? So I can excuse witnesses if there's no questions, so a lot of interveners aren't here and a lot of people may wish to have that happen, but if you have questions for them, I can't release them, so just want to let you know that. Okay, so anyway, we do have one witness, I think, that has a time constraint. The most time constrained witness here is O'Brien, so I think we're ready. Our first witness. Is there anything else we need to address? Yeah.
Just if there is one pending motion that I think's been denied, and that's Tillet's motion to dismiss. I believe that was subsumed by your ruling at the hearing on the 30th, but I just want to confirm that.
So that was filed after, I think, right? Or was maybe like during?
It could have been,
Is that covered? Yes,
it's
so
for the
yeah,
same reason.
same reasons the Tillet motion is denied. Thanks for raising that.
I did object, Your Honor, to the figure that the applicant asked us to look at.
So that's a document the witness is prepared to present on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll wait till then, make sure we will understand what that exhibit is, and then I can hear objections to it. But first we need to have it, we have to have it discussed, so.
I was wondering if they were to make an edit to it in between that time, that it would be
Why-
okay?
Why don't you discuss that in a break? Maybe we get a break before that.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's take a witness first and we'll see how it goes. All right, let's just go off the record. Someone's joining us here. Okay, we have someone joined us with the screen name V, the letter V. If you are someone who's connected with this case, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to direct you to use the live stream. We're gonna, so please connect using the live stream. I don't know who you are, I'm not gonna have parties and members of the public should be viewing this on our live stream.
Your Honor. I have one more thing.
Off the record, yeah.
I have one more thing you might want to be aware of. Intervenor Wagner is gonna be here. Probably within an hour, and I wonder if we should make a spot for him before we get rolling, or otherwise when he comes. He said he would be here at like by noon. He had a chiropractic, he had a motorcycle accident. I mean, we can handle it.
Yeah, noon to the end. Yeah, when he gets here, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
I'm not able to bring that notice up, but live stream is available on the Commission YouTube channel, so I'm gonna disconnect whoever V, letter V is, that's brought to you by letter V. Anything else we need to do? So let's bring up our handy dandy. I'm gonna use my version of this list.
This is everybody in here. Your Honor,
Yes.
on,
Off the record.
but yes, I did submit that I would be crossing people. I did email that, but yet I don't see it on the form here.
Okay, I might have missed it, sorry about that. Who did you have plans to cross?
I, also put, all available parties.
Oh, okay. Okay, so including the,
Yes.
so then the same goes for you. All right, so yeah, I may have missed, there was a lot of emails from in along with the other documents, so sorry about that. Okay, let's have, is it Mary O'Brien? Michelle, sorry, have you take the witness stand here? Swear you in, you swear or affirm, I'll truth the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, have a seat next to the microphone here, so just state your name for the record, please.
Michelle O'Brien.
All right, and you filed a direct testimony, and right now I have 6 exhibits, but we're missing exhibit number 3 was not actually filed, so that we're skipping that number. Is that
Yes.
so I did
It was a podcast. I don't know if properly said that.
the
Number 3 was a podcast.
oh, okay, didn't think we made an exhibit out of that, but okay. So I do have on the screen my reformatted version of your testimony, so.
You get the microphone. Then you don't have to keep moving. There you go. Thank you. That better? That's great. Okay.
All right. So we have the reformatted version of your testimony, oh, yeah, it's going. We have the reformatted version of your testimony on the screen. And there was an issue that, well, we had an objection, which I overruled, from the applicant, but there was an issue I had with the, on what's now, page 5, it's related to the podcast, citation. So I'm not able to receive a podcast in the record, so I have stricken the testimony related to that citation and the citation of that, but, I think otherwise I've, changed the citations to your exhibits to match our format and reformatted your exhibits to match our requirements. There's also this section involving the Cows Save Planet, the book that you cited.
Yes.
So that was there was an issue that you had that you weren't able to get the book in order to produce the pages that you were relying on.
Correct.
I'm striking that at this point because I know that the reason you cite is that it's on hold at the library, the reason that we will get a copy. And essentially, I know that I've searched for this book and I know it can be purchased. So at this point, it's just too late to present. It could have been submitted if you purchased the book there, given us the pages that needed. So in terms of my version of that, page 7, we're striking the first question. Probably strike the question and then the answer as well.
I believe there was only 5 days in between the time of the correction for the page numbers to the due date. Just to put in perspective, because I had reformatted a while ago and I forgot the communication between that.
Yeah, I think it's been a standing issue for a long time in terms of getting that citation. I think the first time I asked for a reformat, I needed to see the substantiation for that citation. So that's been taking quite a while, but otherwise the testimony, I think. So and then the exhibits, what we did with those is just put a cover page and the proper. The citation, non-record evidence disclaimer and the proper citation cover page, and then rest of the document should be the same. So with those changes, is your testimony continuing right to that now?
Yes.
So did you have anything to add in terms of what you've seen in the supplemental testimony and the servo testimony that's been often in case? Responses to those?
Nothing at this time. I'm just a little overwhelmed with the whole process. I feel like trying to kind of get my grounds and figure out where I am in the situation. It took a lot for me to write the initial direct testimony. And so I feel like after June 4th, a lot of things just got really crazy on my table as well, with end of school for my kids, summer, change of schedules, things like that, which I know play into, my own schedule and allotment of time, but I've been trying to dedicate as much time as I can to this with the parameters that I have.
Understood. Thanks very much. So this witness now, we can take cross-examination questions. I think the applicant had a question.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Oh, no, okay. So then LaSalle, you had questions. We'll start with you because you're on the list, and then we'll go through the rest of it. Okay, just introduce yourself to the witness.
I'm Yvette LaSalle. Miss O'Brien,
Yes.
has the timeline of this project hampered your participation in this project, in this process in any way?
Yes.
Could you explain?
I have been unable to keep up with really what's going on. Like, I've been seeing the emails, reading the emails, but I don't know that I'm able to comprehend all the back and forth. When we had initially met in February with the timeline of things, I was finally being able to put that into perspective. From April, from this direct testimony. And after June came, it kind of snowballed, and I felt really overwhelmed, with all the emails and relearning that I had to do. Just for instance, I work 2 days a week and I'm home with my kids 3 days a week during the week and on weekends, obviously, but when I have time to work on this project is typically before they wake up in the morning around 7 and after they go to bed at night at 7. And I don't know how many of you have to function with your job outside of those hours. I'm sure a lot of you do. But the time in between then, I'm also being stretched very thin. I'm a massage therapist, so I'm working with people all day long. I have anywhere from,
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna need to
Yep.
cut you off.
Sorry.
So, we're gonna accept your testimony.
Yeah.
And that's your statement to the commission, on the relevant evidence and the relevant factors that we need to review in this case, but I think we can all stipulate that everyone has worked very hard in this case, and it is overwhelming for everyone, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna get into my story, but
We can imagine.
So witness LaSalle, if that's the nature of the questions you're gonna be asking every intervener, let's hold off on those questions. I don't think it's probative to the relevant evidence we need.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to go down that road. I just wanted a short answer.
Well, but the question is set up as such to
Okay.
elicit that response, and I think I think the witness did a good job answering that question, but
Okay.
you need to refrain from that. I think if you have questions about someone's testimony, you have questions about the relevant factors that we need to address in the course of processing this case. That's what we need to hear. I'm not indifferent, I'm not callous to everyone's personal situations, but I think that needs to remain out of the hearing. We're here to deal with the issue in the case, and it may be harsh, but the law sometimes is, and we need to follow with that, whether we like it or not. So, do you have any other questions?
I do.
Okay.
Does it concern you, Ms. O'Brien, that we were in a position to prepare supplemental testimony without the supplemental EA?
was I
You're on.
aware?
Objection, while Wisconsin allows wide open cross, the cross should be focused and tailored to her written testimony. This is not cross, this is an attempt to elicit favorable additional direct testimony. I'm talking about questions and written testimony, that's.
Yes, if you could keep your questions to seeking clarification of the witness's testimony, or the value of the issues that we need to address in terms of the evaluation of the case. Here it comes off the.
Your attention,
It's a
please.
fire alarm.
Your
Test.
attention, please.
Only a
This is the
test.
Capitol Police Communication Center. A test will be conducted of the building's fire alarm system. It is not necessary to evacuate the building at this time. When an actual alarm is activated, leave the building at the nearest exit.
It's not gonna rain.
To the
It's not
designated
gonna rain.
evacuation site. This is only a test. This announcement will be followed by the fire alarm test.
Maybe it doesn't ring in my office when I'm not here. Does it ring? Oh, you got your ears plugged? Yeah, you know, I've been here, it's a lot of Wednesday.
Sorry, my first time was.
Yeah, look at that, you set off all the alarms. It does ring, okay, it doesn't ring in my office.
Attention, Attention.
It springs on the hallway.
Our doors are usually closed.
All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit.
The
and
beauty
walk
of
down
having
the
a
other
hearing
side
in the
of the entry floor or main lobby. Do not use.
So
the
just so you know, if we deem it, there is an emergency, you wanna follow me to the parking garage. On the first floor of the parking garage.
Attention. Attention.
Then we go,
Attention. There is a fire emergency in the building. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down. the
Well,
other side of the entry
it was
floor
a
or main lobby.
cold weather.
Do not
Trash
use
can,
the
it's totally
elevator.
weird, never happened, we were at a hearing in this location, and we had no internet, we had barely had electricity in this place. And then we hear the siren go off, I'm like, what is that? We just kept going, we didn't,
Like 5 minutes.
yeah,
There was like something.
yeah, but it wasn't a real.
It wasn't different. Okay.
All right, so anyway, I think I think we're back. Okay, so I think we're done. Do we have another, another follow-up after this?
I think we're good
We're done. Okay.
after this.
All right, let's get back on the record. So you have other questions?
All right, Your Honor, if, I guess stop me if this isn't allowed or isn't allowed.
We will.
Intervenor O'Brien, did you attend the intervenor roundtable meeting?
Yes,
Why did you attend that meeting?
because I wanted to seek clarification on the emails that had come through and the new application revision.
Did you have any specific questions that you wanted to have answered at that meeting?
I did.
Your Honor, I have the same objection. This is not questioning her about any of her original testimony. If she wanted to put this testimony in, she could have gone through written supplemental as the other parties have.
Okay. In response to that,
Your Honor, what I'm trying to establish is that intervenor O'Brien was trying to seek information so she could write a supplemental as you directed us to do. And I'm trying to establish that she was not potentially, I don't know how she's gonna answer, able to do that, which is why she didn't file a supplemental testimony, which interfered with her due process that you offered her. I don't know if that's what she's gonna say or not, I'm curious. I wrote this question last night. So. I'm trying to find out what she did or didn't learn or why she did not write supplemental.
okay, well, I've allowed an extensive discussion about the roundtable meeting and intervenor meeting from the supplemental direct testimony, from the perspectives of the people who did file supplemental direct testimony.
Sure.
Which may or may not have been completely legitimate, let's say. Trying to give you some leeway
Thank
here,
you.
trying to get intervenor landowners who are not you know, have legal assistance to present their case, but I think it's gonna have to stop with the testimony I've allowed so far. And the opportunity was had for witnesses for interveners to present testimony in writing, and at least we did have a heads up to get the Tillet and your testimony from the supplemental direct in the record. Actually, let me just look, oh, for a second. I want to be sure my order on that. I just want to check the order on that allowed for the filing this written testimony.
Yeah. Your Honor. Linda.
Okay, so let's go on the record. So my order with respect to the request for leave without supplemental evidence and substitute a witness from the applicant allowed for parties and commission staff may provide additional evidence with respect to proposed application revisions at the party hearing session. And then it goes on to say that if you have additional documents, they need to be shared one day before the hearing. So. Oh, right.
Sorry.
What's that? This is
Your
very,
attention, please.
maybe it's a real one.
Your attention, please. This is the Capitol Police Communication Center. A test will be conducted of the building's fire alarm system.
Really?
It is not necessary to evacuate the building at this time. When an actual alarm is activated, leave the building at the nearest exit and proceed to the designated evacuation site. This is only a test. This announcement will be followed by the fire alarm test.
Yeah, and when I have to do that, I have to take everything with me.
Oh.
Well, can't, I don't believe it all.
No, I take this and this, the cases can stay, but the other many dollars worth of equipment.
Maybe that was a.
Wasn't it a state office building downtown?
I think we're safe.
And I walked out with it off, they're like, you can't do it. And I said,
Yeah.
"Right."
I don't think we're gonna hear another alarm, maybe, so let's get back on the record. So what I'm gonna, so let's regroup on this issue, so I can hear additional evidence with respect to proposed applications at the party hearing session, however. I would expect that to come in on the witnesses as a statement that the witness is making when I ask them, do they have something to add? And in terms of eliciting this through cross-examination, that's not what's intended by the allowance of being able to hear additional evidence on this topic. So, if the question is simply, why did you not provide additional evidence? I'll allow it for this witness, but going forward, witnesses should understand that if they want to discuss the additional evidence with respect to the proposed application, the lack thereof, they should be doing so when they take the stand and when they're instructed to add to the record. So we're on the record, so I'm just gonna ask you, Ms. O'Brien.
It appears that you might not be sharing the screen on Zoom. I don't know if you meant to, but a couple of people told me they couldn't see it.
Yeah, there's nothing to see on the
Okay.
screen right now.
Your Honor. I don't know if it's, just yell at me if I'm not supposed to, but Miss O'Brien did ask for an extension and hardship. Because she was, well, I mean, you're at it.
Yes, and that was, yes, and that, no one objected to it, so it was granted, but that time frame is passed as well.
Correct.
Right. So,
Okay,
I'll
I
just
guess
gonna leave it at that.
I'll be done.
Okay,
Thank you.
no more questions?
No more questions.
Antilla, did you have a question?
Yes, so my name is Ann Tillett. Ms. O'Brien, some of your testimony related to health. Do you have a background or formal education in this field?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee in kinesiology. And I worked in the fitness industry for about 12 years and then branched into massage therapy. And then research a lot of those. Good, that goes along with that.
Great, thank you. And from your background, are there sensitive populations in this project area?
Yes.
Oh, I thought that sensitive population was a term that was defined as children or elderly people. I thought that was in the original materials I thought.
I don't
So
know how
that's,
she's using it.
Okay, so if you
okay,
wanna
that's what I
modify,
was gonna clarify.
okay, you can clarify.
Sensitive populations such as children or elderly people.
Yes, lots of children that I'm aware of, especially on our road. One of the interveners who has been unable to participate due to postpartum. So they have 2 children. I don't know if you want me to say how many. There's also 2 daycares that are in close vicinity, both state licensed as well.
Thank you. Were you able to attend the community meeting in June?
Yes, or I was late, but yes, I was there.
And at that meeting, did you hear one of the childcare directors or owners of the in-home childcare express her concerns at the meeting?
Yes.
Your Honor, hearsay and not goes far beyond her written direct.
Okay, overruled.
Yes, I've talked quite a few times with Jereie, who's the owner of the daycare.
From that meeting, did she express her concern of lack of information?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other cross?
Yeah, Alan Wood, based on what, the honor was saying before, was there anything that you wanted to add that you didn't add before?
I've just been really overwhelmed, so I don't know that I'd be able to put it down. So I did apply or motion to extend, and also wrote a letter of correspondence discussing just kind of the I guess state of overwhelm that I've been in.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll get through this.
Also, Your Honor, Rich Wagner is here.
Let's just go off the record. Okay, let's make room for our witness, so we'll have to release one of the seats of Apple.
No, are we calling the next witness? Is that next?
Yes.
Okay, so Whitewater Solar will call.
Wait. We have to direct it.
I'm doing this and then I'm vacating. We're gonna call Russ Cation.
I'm not sure what just happened. Okay. So you'll be asking the question?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Okay. I don't know if we got that on the. Yeah, we do.
I think we're calling again.
No, we're good. So Mr. Wagner, come up to the table. So let's just note for the record, Richard Wagner, now made an appearance. At the hearing. Thanks for joining us. All right, we're good to go. On the record, I'm gonna swear you in, raise your right hand, and swear or affirm to the whole truth, but make sure. Yes, all right. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Cation, would you please introduce yourself?
I'm Russ Case. Russ Case, I'm a professor of economics at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater and the director of the Fiscal and Economic Research Center.
What's research?
The Fiscal and Economic Research Center.
Thank you.
And what was your role with the Whitewater Solar Project?
I was asked by the director of the Office of Research and Sponsor Program to contact range of power as they inquire about an economic impact study. And the FERC has done a number of these over the last 25 years.
And did you, along with, FERC, conduct an economic impact?
Yes,
study?
I did.
Did you prepare direct testimony for filing in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And if you were asked the same questions today, as in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Along with your testimony, did you cause one exhibit to be filed?
Correct. Yes.
And is the exhibit filed with your testimony complete and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the witness is available for reasonable cross-examination.
All right, thanks for that qualifier there. Yes, okay, let me just review. Moni here, okay, so. All right, I think this testimony was fine. All right, so let's have cross-examination. Who has questions? I have LaSalle on the list.
I can go first.
That's the only person I know with questions. Anyone else? Okay, so start with LaSalle.
Good morning. Pertaining to your preparation of that document that you referred to,
Which document?
the document that you were paid by the applicant to create,
Oh, what, I mean, the exhibit or?
his exhibit?
To clarify, the university was named. The University of Wisconsin Whitewater,
Thank you.
so.
So the report that
Correct.
they just asked you about,
Okay, just,
what should I call
just
it?
can interrupt for a second. So the report is, which appendix was that?
B.
B, okay, so this is, so the witness had submitted the report as part of the application and as appendix V. That's what we want to refer.
Thank you.
to it as. Yeah, okay. Back on the record.
I wonder if you could explain if you took into account the Ice Age Trail as part of that?
No, however, I have done research for the SEH trail that I just completed.
Have you entered that into evidence?
No, it's on our website. That is a study of the economic impact of the SEH trail as a complete trail.
Your Honor, am I allowed to ask about that or not?
Well, is it connected to the?
No, it isn't.
It's unrelated, Your Honor.
Sorry.
We can't, we need to, let's ask a question and we'll get an answer. Is the, your study on the ICH trail related to the project?
No, not at all.
Okay.
But it does consider the portion of the Ice Age Trail that's,
Correct.
runs in close proximity to the project?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll allow you to ask your question. We'll see what we'll get.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Never mind, apologies.
What were your findings in the study that you just mentioned on the Ice Age Trail?
Objection, bag.
Okay, if we could be more specific to the relationship with the area of the project.
Did your study generate a revenue or an economic impact of the Ice Age Trail on the Whitewater, greater Whitewater community?
No.
Did your study demonstrate that the area in the primary project area might have economic benefit from the Ice Age Trail?
Not specifically to an area,
What was it specific to?
the entire trail,
Ah, so it was the entire trail from start to finish.
start to finish.
Okay, very good. My next question would be, why was the Ice Age Trail and its tourist attraction, economic benefits to the area excluded from your work
In which work?
in the appendix V?
Why?
Yes,
Because the appendix V focused on the construction of the project.
swinging back to your testimony as it pertains to this project, did your testimony take into account the economic impacts of tourism related to the Ice Age Trail in our area of
No.
Whitewater? Why was that excluded from your study?
It wasn't requested
It wasn't requested.
by anyone.
Interesting. Given your experience, is that something that should have been included?
That is,
Your Honor, no, she's asking Williams to speculate and put himself in the shoes of the applicant here.
He's an expert.
Overruled.
and if the client, the project originator determines the parameters of the project.
Are you a professor at the university?
Yes, I am.
If you had designed this, knowing what you know about the Ice Age Trail, especially since you just did a study on it, should it have been included?
No,
Why?
because it wasn't requested. Because the Fiscal and Economic Research Center does research on specific topics and projects. And we are asked to study a project. And that is what we solely do. And the students who work on it work specifically on that project.
Did your study or did your testimony conclude a net economic benefit of this project?
It found a benefit of the project.
Was it a net economic benefit?
I guess I would ask, I'm not sure who may ask.
Can you point to? Yeah,
Well, that's what
what you're talking about in terms of-
you can follow up with Mr. Little. I guess what I'm getting at is, as a professor, if you were designing a project or you were designing
Can you
this.
ask that question? Hang on.
ask
Is
an
there
answer.
a net, does the study say it's a net benefit? Can you point to that in the study?
No, I can't.
Okay.
No, I'm asking, but I know that there were numbers thrown around in your direct testimony. Right?
Correct.
Correct, and those numbers did not include the tourism and economic benefits of the Ice Age Trail.
No,
Are you aware that the Southern Kettle Moraine Forest is the second most visited forest in this state?
it could be. I'm not expert. I'm more familiar with the material we have today.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Oh, thanks. Philip first, you guys, who wants to go?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Never mind, sorry.
Oh, we'll just take them cross now.
We'll have some brief redirect, but we can wait until.
Okay, so off the record, so cross and then redirect. So I'm gonna ask every party who's not the applicant if they have cross and commission staff, and then there'll be time to redirect. Okay. Okay, let's get on the record. Wait, Philip, do you have questions?
Yes, just to restate, how many jobs were directly and indirectly created by this, according to your study, by this Whitewater solar project?
Direct, indirect, and induced for 1,090.
Could you explain how you came up with that number?
Basically, based on the budget that was provided, we entered an NPM plan, and we entered an NPM plan in several categories. One would be the construction of new non-residential real estate. Then we alternatively busted into what one would expect $160 million solar farm to cost in terms of the component parts. Then we looked at what alternative schemes would be. And then we basically reasonably tried to adjust for a whole statement.
So is this a net job creation? Did you account for agricultural job loss?
No,
Did you account for any other job loss?
no,
So this is not a net.
it's a partially equilibrium model.
Wait, I didn't. You need to let him finish the question for you. So this is not a
This is
net,
not a net gain.
It is a partial equilibrium model.
What does that mean?
A general equilibrium model looks at the full spectrum. a partial equilibrium model, which is common in this area. Put that to one side of the project.
Could you explain how 45 restaurant industry jobs might be created through this project?
Sure. What's gonna happen is there are direct jobs created as the company spends $160 million hiring construction workers, buying parts and equipment from manufacturers, perhaps spending money on machinery. That money then get the employees of all of those companies, whether it be the component parts or the earth moving equipment or the workers on the ground, will spend money. That'll be the induced effect. Quite often, those people will spend money on restaurants. Quite often, those people will spend money on retail establishments. Then the indirect effect is the fact that as they create this project, they will go out and they'll buy the earth moving equipment, they'll buy the Caterpillar, they'll buy a Bobcat, they'll buy all of the equipment necessary to complete the project. Those employees will then spend money at car dealerships and restaurants and retail. And this will happen in a circular fashion. Money will leak from the system because not everything is made in America. And so eventually, these millions of dollars will turn into hundreds of thousands of dollars, which will turn into thousands of dollars, which will end up leaking out of the system. But every wave of this, there's a leakage. And so the multiplier is going to be somewhere in the ballpark of less than 2. For every dollar spent, you're going to get $1 back. But it's going to be less than $1. For every job created, you're gonna get a job back, but it's gonna be less than a job. That's how the methodology, the input-output analysis works.
So to clarify, these are global jobs, not regional jobs.
These are Wisconsin jobs.
These are all in.
These are all in Wisconsin. And that's why the leakage occurred, because we do buy stuff from Iowa and California.
Okay, I thought you said that the people were buying Caterpillars and things like that, and that they were going out to lunch, and that then they would, that's how we would keep this indirect job creation. So how are all those being created in Wisconsin?
There are Caterpillar dealers in Wisconsin.
Did you determine which jobs are direct and which jobs are indirect?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Elwood?
Alan Wood. As a whole, when you did this study, was this done by you or was it done by the students?
It was done by myself and the student. I
So,
supervise them and I review their work and audit.
okay, do you know what counties this was done for?
This is done for the state of Wisconsin.
So did you look specifically at the impact that this would have in the counties that this is done?
No, we looked at the state of Wisconsin.
So they commissioned you to look at what the state of Wisconsin could possibly benefit?
Yeah.
And they didn't commission you to look at how this would affect the counties that this is taking place?
Your Honor, objection, compound, misstates his previous testimony.
I think the witness can answer that.
No, I mean, they requested an economic impact study of this project on the state of Wisconsin's economy.
But not on the counties that the project is going on.
No,
Why would somebody commission a study on the state and not on the counties that are being affected?
you know, to be frank, that's what they asked for.
Okay, no, and that's fine.
I'm not in the position to identify why they would do that. I can tell you they did it.
Is that normal for them to ask for the overall state versus where it's actually being impacted?
It is more common than uncommon. It is actually what almost always happens.
Okay, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, another question?
Yes.
Oh, you didn't ask one yet, fair.
No,
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
No, you're fine, I'm getting confused myself, go ahead.
I'm Ann Tillett. And so I had a couple questions. One, you stated that this was a partial study, and you stated that this was common for this area. Did you mean, just as a clarifying question, do you mean this area geographically? Or this field? I didn't know what this area meant.
It's a partial equilibrium model, and it looks at the specific spending and the impact on spending related to it. It is not a general equilibrium model, and we get into that, but when I say area, I mean this area of research,
Okay.
not area of the country.
Okay. And what was the time frame of the study for the jobs created?
It would be over the course of the completion of the project. So the $160 million from start to finish, when it starts, it creates a job. When it finishes, we're at 1,090.
And for the completion of the project, do you mean the installation of the project or the 40 years that the project is proposed for?
The completion of the project.
What do you mean by completion of the project?
Turn the lights on. I don't mean to be glib, but I'm basically saying, once you open it up. Once it's up and running, everything's installed, you turn the switch on. And you're done spending $160 million. That's the completion of the project.
What happens to the jobs at that point?
And we're talking about the 45 employees that, or 45 jobs created that we were talking about before, right?
I'm kind of curious about the indirect jobs, all these restaurant jobs, for example, that are created in
Okay,
the state of
let's
Wisconsin.
separate that then. So
Okay.
which jobs do you mean?
First the direct jobs.
Okay.
So the direct jobs are over, it's built.
Okay.
And what about the indirect jobs?
They're over. In that sense, in an honest sense. Unless you continue to build commercial real estate projects, non-housing commercial real estate projects. And so, yes,
So all the jobs created are temporary.
they're full-time equivalent. At the time that they exist.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm done, thank you.
Any other cross? I have a question. Introduce yourself to the witness and speak into the microphone.
Richard Wagner.
Is the light green?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Richard Wagner. From my experience with these large jobs like this, there's companies across the nation that follow them. So it doesn't really create any local jobs. You might have a handful of jobs, you know, like you might have a rental company that gets involved in renting equipment.
Just, you wanna just, phrase your statement in a question?
So I guess, you know, you're saying it's gonna create these jobs. I don't see any jobs being created. You're losing jobs.
Okay, just, so ask him if he agrees with that or not. That's,
Do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
Because there's people right now that work the fields, there's people right now that haul the corn that comes off the fields, those jobs are gonna go away.
so we're not, so let's just take a break, let's go off the record for a second, so. I know you're not gonna be familiar with this process, this is super complicated, and to be honest with you, I don't really understand it half the time, so. The cross-examination, you wanna ask the witness, you wanna frame up a question at the end, the witness can answer. Like gold standards, just have them answer yes or no.
Okay.
So if you said like, do you believe that this will reduce agricultural jobs? And he can say yes or no, or do you believe this is gonna be, you know, jobs that you were asking about before,
Out-of-state jobs?
out-of-state jobs, in-state jobs, he can answer that, but, your opportunity to testify is mainly in your written statement that you filed, and when you come up to the stand, you can comment on the revised application now, the stuff you've heard at the hearing, and stuff that was filed, like in Surabun, the last filings that you've heard, that you've been able to read. So you've already had that chance to present that, so when you start talking, you're writing it down, now, that doesn't mean you're actually giving testimony when you're asking this question, but it does confuse the record when person asking cross is giving the actual statements. You need to be just framing it up as a question and have the witness confirm or deny. This goes for everybody, just so you know, I'm not just picking you out. So this is tricky, so we're gonna try to help you out by objecting and interrupting you. Just keep that in mind. So we're not arguing with the witness, we're just trying to ask questions and get their answer. And you know, if they can't answer, they can't answer. They can say, I don't know. They can say, you know, we can hear an objection that it's not, you know, relevant. It's not something we need to have on the record. But the important thing is not to just start making statements to try to convince the witness. The witness has got it, witness's position, and if we want to seek clarity or try to, you know, if we want to introduce doubt about what the witness is saying, that's one thing, but you don't want to be testifying and trying to convince the witness while we're interacting. So let's just back up, we'll get on the record and rephrase your next question and let's see where we get.
Right. Richard Wagner. When you did the job study, did you take into effect that most of the jobs are gonna be coming from out of state?
No, they're not. No.
How many jobs are actually gonna, I guess, once the project's done, how many are gonna be actually permanent jobs?
Not, it's a construction project.
Okay. So there's no maintenance involved afterwards?
I was not asked to study that.
All right, I guess I'm done at this point.
Okay, all right, well, we'll see what happens next time. So, other cross? And see anyone? Okay, so now it's time for me to read. Go ahead.
Just one question. So given your experience with the Ice Age Trail, would you expect the Whitewater Solar Project to have any effect on the economic impact of the trail?
I can't answer that.
No more.
Okay, yeah, you're good. Quit while you're ahead. All right, thanks very much. You're good. Okay, so we had, all right, let's call our next witness.
The applicant called Jennifer Camp.
I'm gonna have a seat. I'm just gonna adjust my. Here. Thing with your workout here.
She's been here a while.
Yeah, good meeting. All right, so I'm swearing you in, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Confirm.
All right, great. And you want to make sure you're speaking with the microphones. Maybe just, well, yeah. All right, go ahead. True with this.
Ms. Camp, would you please briefly introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Jennifer Cam. I work with Stantec Consulting. We prepared the application and the studies for the project.
Okay,
You're
just
gonna-
off the record. Yeah. Should everybody hear her?
No.
You know what? I think you may have.
Am I right?
Think you- Yeah, there we go.
There,
It must have
can you hear me now?
That's better, yeah. Perfect, all right. Back on the record.
Did you prepare direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony for filing in this matter?
Yes, I did. Can't hear.
If you were asked
Still
those,
can't hear? I'm sorry, hang on.
Yeah.
I can.
I'll talk louder.
You might look like because you were kind of going to the side, so.
Yeah, you kind of got to speak right into that.
Okay, got it.
Is that better? Yeah, okay, now we're good. All right, go ahead. So where do we leave off?
If you were asked those.
I'll restart the question, of course. So if you were asked the same questions today as in your pre-filed testimony, the direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Along with your testimony, did you cause an exhibit to be filed?
yes,
And is the exhibit filed with your testimony complete and accurate?
yes, it is.
Now, multiple interveners filed supplemental testimony on June 30th, 2025. Have you had the opportunity to at least briefly review that testimony?
I did.
All three interveners discussed the revised sound study. Can you just give a high level overview of how the results of the revised sound study differ from those in the original sound study?
Yes, in the original sound study, the maximum daytime sound level at any sensitive receptor was 43. Now with the new revised layout, the maximum is 44. The PSC daytime sound study or sound level requirement is 50. So it continues to be within the state of Wisconsin noise limits during daytime. Nighttime, there was no change.
So you mentioned, the difference in the daytime sound levels was a difference of 44 to 43, 1 decibel A-weighted, correct?
That's correct.
Is an increase of 1 decibel a perceptible change?
No, 3 is the limit of the perceptible decibel change.
Perceptible.
Change, you need to
You just
change.
need to repeat what you said. You said perceptible.
So 3 is the threshold, 3 decibels is the threshold for your human ear to perceive a change.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
That's scientific fact.
Overruled. It's too late right now. You can ask cross-examination questions right now. Objections would have to come after the question and before the answer. So. Go ahead.
Both Yvette LaSalle and Ann Wade Tillett discussed increased sound impacts to their properties in their supplemental testimony. Can you briefly respond to that?
Yes, within Ms. Lazelle's force factor, the decibel is 35 at the maximum. That would be assuming that whole equipment is running maximum full load. 35 decibels is below the 50 threshold daytime.
And do you recall the Tillett's property, anything about that?
I think that was at 44 the maximum.
For either of these properties under the revised sound study, how do those decibels compare to the ambient noise levels?
You see a change in sound level based on the ambient sound existing.
With the witnesses available for cross-examination.
Right. So before I let the witness, before I let cross, so I'm gonna have to mention in terms of the cash-in testimony, I'll receive that into evidence. I didn't do that yet, but and I'll just say that this list is such a mess. I'm not gonna be able. Usually, I just say all of the documents are in because the list is everyone can agree on. But I'm not gonna do that here. We're gonna go through it by witness. So I'm gonna accept the O'Brien testimony that we reviewed. The Cam testimony, I did have a question about the direct in relation to the changes that were made because of the revised application. I asked for a new version to be created. I don't think we've got that yet. So what I'm looking for is to have the original document with the changes incorporated into the original as strike and score. And that's gonna be what I received for the record. So we don't have to look to the old version to see what the old application, that's what it looked like.
Your Honor, if I could just briefly jump in. So we filed a legal black line of her testimony.
Yes.
And I'm wondering specifically of what it is you're looking for, because of course you'll file whatever you want.
So we can go off the record now. So, Yeah, so the one that you guys call the legal black line, it just, I mean, it changed pagination, it crossed out a lot of things, it basically crossed out all the line numbers and the question and answer, the Q and A was all crossed out, it didn't look formatted correctly. I think you have a red line version, that's the one that I have displayed here. And I think that's close to what I was looking for. But I think it does. There's some issues with it, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think the red line. Maybe. There was something that I wasn't seeing in there, but. I'll tell you what it is now, so okay, look, I think the red line would work, so that's the version we have on the list. But let's just confirm, we can confirm with the widgets that the red line version is a complete accurate version of the testimony. I think we can accept that, so. All right,
Okay, so
let's get back on the record.
All right, so I'll just ask for purposes of introducing your direct testimony. The version that is actually currently on the screen now, which is PSC reference number 548870. I believe this is a red line showing the changes from your original testimony to the revised testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes, I referenced in there.
And does this appear to be a complete and accurate copy of your testimony?
Okay, great, so I can accept the testimony and admit it. Thanks for that. Yeah, like I said, there was something I was looking for, but I can't remember anymore, so appreciate the help working. All right, now we have cross-examination, so who do we have? Lacelle is listed, and I guess Alan Wood, you have questions? Start and wait till it ends. All right,
Your Honor.
let's start with you, intervener Lacelle.
Your Honor, could you please pull up, do you want the PSC number?
No, please, no. What would you like to see? We'll figure it out from there. What?
Okay, I have it open right now. It is the red line.
Yeah.
Revised sound study.
Okay. Off the record, let me look at that.
I have the PSC number if it helps.
That's actually, so let's just off the record. So let's just say, yeah, usually, I mean, it was kind of important here to make sure. We'll get the same thing, but I would strongly request we don't cite out PSC numbers. Okay. Because it just becomes really difficult for the record to see all the PSC numbers. So I think, well, we have the exhibit, which is the revised application exhibit. Yeah, and that's dated June 10th. So that's the current state of the application as I understand it. So if you look at how that's been designated here, the new version should be labeled revised, like I asked. So if we can keep the PSC numbers out of play and just use the name that's been designated here, sound study, what appendix was that? E. Yeah, right, thanks. So first of all, it's appendix P, we want to use that designation if possible, and then it would be the revised sound study, or you could say a revised sound study appendix P, either way. But that'll give the commissioners the kind of the trail to find the document. So if you say, revised sound study appendix P, one way or another, but it's the revised that I'm looking for, that's fine. So now I can find it. And I'll push it.
I was
So,
looking for the red line version. The red line version shows the previous and the current at the same time. So we don't have to look at two different documents and try and. Or you could pull up my supplemental testimony that has them screenshot, whatever you would prefer. For your record.
okay, so then is that in the testimony?
In my testimony?
Yeah, is it, or is it in?
Yes, Your Honor. I put screenshots in.
I think I was right.
Yeah, no, I don't have it. I haven't been.
Okay, so the red line,
Either the red line version, which shows both, or my testimony, whichever is better for your.
the red line is not in the record.
Okay.
But it would be useful, I think, if we had the witness confirm that your testimony is correct in terms of taking the screen. I didn't realize you took screenshots from the red line version, so,
No, I didn't. I took screenshots from, the
before and
previous-
after.
yeah, and I just thought this would be
That's
easier for
fine.
Your Honor to.
Yeah, that's probably better for us, for the purposes we have, so.
You want me to find a page number, Your Honor?
Oh, yeah, sure.
In my, you're talking about in my, supplemental testimony, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, please hold.
So that, well, the page number is gonna change, so that.
Oh, well, if you just scroll up, it's when you hit the sound study. Stuff, it's maybe starts around page 9-ish. Oh, did I put it? I put it in as a exhibit.
It was
or-
an exhibit and I
Yeah.
referenced it in mine, but I'm trying to find
I
it.
think it was 44, maybe 44, 45. I'll look.
It's the one that. And.
My analysis, yeah, and
I referenced it in my supplemental, but I can't. It's I frantically scanned.
look. There we go.
So that's your exhibit 47.
Oh, it's 40. Yeah, 47. So if, Your Honor, if you would, is it possible to make that large enough for Miss Cam to see? Those are the tables I was
We're
looking
gonna
for.
try.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
so
you, Your Honor.
We're not on the record yet.
No, go ahead.
Miss Cam.
We're not on the record yet, hang on.
What? Oh. Oh,
All right, get back on the record. So did you, okay, so now you're gonna direct the witness to exhibit LaSalle 47, correct?
thank you, Your Honor. Miss Cam, did you have an opportunity to review this exhibit in your review of my supplemental testimony?
I did.
If we could go to the first page, Your Honor. Ms. Tillett, would you agree that this figure, or excuse me, Miss Cam, sorry, I'm tired already. That figure 1, page 3 represents land where my home at West 2861 State Road 59 is?
Yes, I know where your house is.
Thank you. And would you agree that figure 1 was taken from the first sound study appendix P from the previous application filed on October 14th, 2024?
I don't have it, but I will trust that you are represented correctly.
Thank you. Your Honor, could you scroll to figure 2, please? Ms. Camp, would you agree that figure 2 represents the same area that I just previously mentioned, that includes my home?
As it does.
Thank you. And would you agree that this is representative of the revised sound study of Appendix P that was filed?
As it does.
Ms. Cam, when you examine this figure, would you agree that it is different? It shows different noise contours than the first figure?
It shows that a portion of your horse pasture will now receive 35 decibels of sound, maximum daytime sound.
That wasn't the question I asked. Would you agree that this figure shows different, in general, noise contours?
Different in which way?
In any way?
Yes, it does. Yes, it's different.
Okay. Would you agree that the noise contours are covering a larger area of land than figure 1?
The sound is in a larger portion of your pasture.
Would you characterize that as, well, let me take a step back, just my pasture? I'm asking, is it covering more area, more land? Do you need to scroll back?
Yeah, can you please scroll back? Yes, it does. Yes.
By what proportion, Miss Sam?
It's showing that the 35 decibel ISO line is spread over a larger area.
I'm asking, if you were to try and extrapolate, what portion, how much more land is affected?
I couldn't tell that by looking at that.
Would you say twice as much?
I couldn't say, I would have a GIS expert calculate that. That would be just speculation.
So it would be possible to be calculated.
It could be.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to the next page here. Miss, can we zoom in a little bit, please?
The first,
Figure 3. Miss Cam, do I need to repeat for each of these that it's the first and second sound study, or can we just agree that I've compared the first and second sound study?
We can agree.
Thank you. That'll save us some time. Figure 3 I took from page 27 of the original sound study, and I would ask, do you see my home at west of 2861?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain the model here in terms of what impact would it appear that my home would have from the sound?
None.
None. What impact would my neighbors to the left of me have? Rich Wagner, who's immediately directly to my, is that west, Rich? East? What is it?
West.
West, and then the next home to the left, which is the Stokowskis. Do any of the homes there on that hill that you see, all 5 of us, do any of them have an impact that you can see on this model?
no, just off the record, well, not off the record, just interrupts you. You're talking about along Route 59?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
None.
None. Thank you, Ms. Camp. Figure 4, Your Honor. Thank you. You're pretty good at this. Thank you. Ms. Cam, figure 4 I took from the second sound study. Could you please explain, or compare and contrast for us the difference in impact of sound, if you were to describe that?
So 2 of the noise sensitive receptors will now receive a maximum sound level during the daytime of 35 decibels, which at this receptor has been shown to be an increase of less than 1 decibel above the ambient current sound experienced at that location, which would not be perceptible.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Ms. Camp. So I have a question for you. If I were standing in my pasture, theoretically, and there was no solar project, I would hear bugs, I would hear whatever the ambient noise is that you said.
We've measured it and provided that in that.
Right.
Okay,
So
I'm sorry, wait.
you can't talk over each
I'm
other.
so sorry.
Just. So if you just state your question and then.
Yeah.
And then have the witness answer, yeah. But
what was that amount, Ms. Kim?
Say the question again.
When you took the data from, I think it's WW. ML2, I can't read it from here, but when you took that sound point, what was the ambient temperature or sound?
I don't have to go back to the table that's in the report.
We'll look at that in a second.
This report here is showing what the sound level would be with the project operating at maximum full load, both the primary and alternate inverters all running at the same time, maximum.
Thank you for clarifying that. So my question is, when your report gave the number, what, 43, 44, whatever it is,
It's 35.
the 35.
Blue represents 35, as you can see in the legend there.
My question is, when that noise is reported, if I were standing in that same spot in my pasture, does the noise add up? Meaning, like, if I have the sound from the solar field and I have the ambient sound, do those numbers combine?
Yes, the model includes the ambient measured sound in addition to the sound generated by the project.
Okay, thank you. All right. Your Honor, if you wouldn't mind, can we go to the next stage? Please, thank you. Okay. So, Ms. Cam, this table is table 8.1 that I snipped from the first study.
Yes,
And would you agree that it showed 258 homes during the daytime had 35 decibels or less?
yes,
Would you agree that should we call them sensitive receptors? 4 sensitive receptors had 36 to 40 decibels?
yes,
And would you agree the table shows that 2 sensitive receptors were between 41 and 45 decibels?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, maybe please go to figure 5. So Ms. Cam, would you agree that this table is from the revised appendix?
It is,
And would you agree that we see less homes at 244 are at 35 decibels or less?
correct.
Okay, so that would mean theoretically that this project has more impact on more households? Is that how I would interpret that?
The sound study shows that there's no perceptible increase at 4 of the 6 receptors. 2 would experience an increase in 1 decibel, which is not perceptible. And it also shows that the project would be in conformance with Wisconsin.
I didn't ask that question though. What I asked was, would you not agree that 244 is less people that were at 35 decibels or less?
Objection argumentative.
I'm asking for the state of that.
She's also answered the question in full.
Yeah. That's fine. I'll sustain the objection. You're just asking to compare the numbers that are on the table. She's agreed that the tables are correct. So we have the comparison in the record.
Ms. Cam, would you agree that more sensitive receptors are going to be experiencing 36 to 40 decibels than from the previous sound set?
Correct.
Would you agree that there are 2 more homes that are going to be experiencing 41 to 45 decibels than the previous study?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on to the?
Okay, so let's, so I think. Well, we'll have to go through this, and so far the witness has agreed. Let me just ask the witness, so witness Cam?
Yeah, that's right,
Cam.
that's right.
Have you reviewed LaSalle exhibit 47?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do you agree that the snapshots that LaSalle is presenting here are accurate?
Yeah, they have copies of the reports. Yes.
Okay, so you don't dispute that
No.
sheet. Wait, let me just finish my question.
Oh,
I appreciate you're being very eager to answer completely correctly. I see that, but and it takes me a while to come up with a question. I know, but I just want to kind of lay this to rest that you do not dispute what's appearing in LaSalle 47 is an accurate depiction of both the original sound study and the revised sound study.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so with that understanding, we don't have to have the witness confirm individually each figure, so just as a way to speed this up a little bit, but if you have specific questions about the comparison, please feel free to ask them. So anything you want her to elaborate on that you don't understand or needs to be stated through her expertise.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
Could we please scroll to the tillets, Your Honor, please?
You'll have to give me some more.
Keep if you don't mind, keep going. Yep, just keep going to, I want it, please, sir, to zoom in where it, so she has more data, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, so off the record for a second, so which figure do you want me to?
No, I would like you to keep it on.
Okay, which, tell me when.
There we go.
Okay.
One more, Your Honor.
So is that
There we go.
figure 10 then?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so let's get back on the record, figure 10 of LaSalle 47, that we're at now, go ahead.
Ms. Cam, I'll give you a moment to examine that figure. And the question I have is, in general, I understand that the sound study shows that this falls under the parameters, and I'm not arguing that, of the PSC. My question is, would you agree that even though it falls under the parameters, that there are many residents who are experiencing more impact?
Objection vague.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll restate.
Well, I think what's needed is you need to compare it to the original, is that what you're asking? So
Yeah,
more
what I would like to establish, and we can be done with this, is that the revised sound study, does the revised sound study impact more residents?
Revised sound study shows that at this location, there'll be 1 decibel increase in sound. It'll increase by 1 decibel compared to the first study.
All right, I'll restate. Does the revised sound study demonstrate that more land area is going to experience more sound than the first study?
I guess I'm trying to figure out what more sound, meaning more perceptible sound, more would be within the range of increase of 1 decibel. I would say that.
I think the question I'm asking is, would you agree that there is, if you look at the diagram that Your Honor just zoomed out, that there's more land area covered by noise contours in the revised sound study than there was in the primary or first?
I would agree with that.
Okay, and therefore, there is more land area that will receive or perceive noise from the inverters?
I'm not sure the definition of perceived is more than 3. We don't have any increase more than 3 decibels anywhere in the project area.
I don't know how to say it. I'll leave it for the other interveners.
I'm sorry. There's no area within the project area that will receive an increase of more than 3 decibels, which is the threshold of perception.
For humans.
That's what we did the sound study in accordance with the PLC sound noise modeling. I can't speak to animals or other species. It's according to the protocol. So the monitoring protocol is how we did the study.
So perceptible to humans. 3 more than the first study, but 35 more than if the project wasn't here at all.
Objection, I think that misstates the testimony and the appendix.
Sustain that objection.
Okay. Ms. Kim, can you explain why there's more contours than in the first study?
Because we have different inverter equipment, and also there's an increase in there's 2 more inverters in the new layout. In the first layout, there's 44 inverters in the primary project area, now there's 46, and they're a different model.
Ms. Camp, did the PSC discover on those differences in the sound study?
Objection, bag and foundation.
Okay, I sustain that objection. Can you rephrase that? I'm not sure. I don't think you're using the right terminology.
Ms. Camp, did the PSC staff send you a question pertaining to the difference in the sound studies between the application and the revised application?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled, you can answer.
I don't reflect that, I don't remember that.
Ms. Kim, did the DNR staff, which I'm not sure if they're also called PSC staff, but the DNR staff seems to be different than the PSC, so did the DNR send you any questions pertaining to the difference in the sound study from the application to the revised application?
I don't.
Clarify what she means by questions.
Yeah, I don't realize, I don't know what she's talking about.
Okay, she doesn't know what you're talking about.
Did the DNR
I don't know.
send you questions, asking questions about the sound study, the change, the revised sound study?
Your Honor, I'll just object as misleading that there weren't any questions. From, you know, as it relates to any study.
Okay,
Well,
well,
that answers my question, doesn't it?
okay, but if the witness can say either yes, no, or I don't know, that's all we need for the record.
I don't know.
Okay.
Thanks, Kim. Did the PSC send you any, I don't know how else to describe these things, the discovery questions that were sent from them? Did they send you anyone? Did they send you any data requests regarding the change in the inverters? Between the two stuff, for the new application?
Your Honor, I'll just object. I think these questions are directed at the wrong witness.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we're going.
All right, I can ask you. If it's, I mean, this is what she wrote about.
No, if you don't know, just say. You don't know.
Yeah, we received a lot of data requests and so. I don't recollect specifically.
Okay, one more question then. Did the PSC send you any data requests on the nature of the new inverters in the revised application?
I don't remember.
Okay, so I can advise. Data requests are filed on Earth. So if they exist, they're there. So to the extent you have a, question of whether PSC asked those questions, that's documented on Earth. Now, what the applicant received or who they distributed those questions to and what the responses were, responses are on Earth too. So you should be able to see who responded and what the response was, but I don't think it's inappropriate for you to ask whether this witness saw a data request and what they did with it. I think that's okay, but just so you know the basic process, if you're just want to know if the PSC asked the question, it's documented on Earth. So then,
I guess I was trying to establish that they didn't, and she's the person who would handle it.
So, yeah, I don't know. So let's just, but I think you can do that without even any witness, because the PSC data requests are all on Earth. So, well, we do have verbal data requests.
One, yeah.
We have one,
It's
okay.
gonna be, was one.
Yeah, we're expecting additional. We're expecting additional data requests, given the supplemental information, and the data request response exhibit is, in progress. I think it's, the current version of it has been served and issued on Earth, but it will have to be updated, given the supplemental.
Okay, but if a verbal request is made, then it's documented?
Yes.
Okay, so if I say that all data requests are on Earth, that's correct?
That is true. All existing data requests are on Earth, but we're planning to more.
Right, but they do get onto Earth at some point.
They do get on there.
So there you go. So, So let's operate with the understanding that if you want to check with the PSCs, ask the applicant. In terms of data requests, they should be filed in ERB and the responses also get filed in ERB. But yeah, whether a particular witness saw a data request and what they did to, evaluate it, that's a question that's appropriate for a witness. But if you just want to establish we didn't ask a question, you can check ERB and see that it's not presented there. Okay, so just trying to help.
No,
So,
you're awesome, thank
all right, so
you. Ms. Camp,
any other,
a couple more, yeah. Ms. Camp, did you attend the intervenor round meeting, round table meeting in June?
Yes, I did.
You did. Thank you. No more questions, Jared. Thank you so much.
and who's going next? Okay, introduce yourself.
I'm Wade Tillett, and my property is on view right now. You can at least keep that exhibit up. Thank you very much. So are you saying there's only 1 decibel difference in our house between the top one and the bottom one here?
And if you going out, do you know? So just for the record's sake, is there a number that looks? There's two numbers.
It's W7695 Bluff Road. I can't read that.
She's pointing at.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
W7695 Bluff Road.
So it is just south of what's designated as a sensitive receptor R-0054.
Yes, that would be us. We are that sensitive receptor.
You are the sensitive receptor.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so now with that as understanding. We still have a. Get to the question.
What is the difference in decibel between the first sound study and the second sound study and at our location?
So at your location, the sound is not affected during the nighttime hours. However, the sound study models worst case scenario, all equipment running at peak maximum load. And under that scenario, it would be an increase in 1 decibel during the duration of time that the equipment would be operating at full maximum load.
Okay, so let me just interject. So in terms of looking at the difference between the original sound study and the revised sound study, page 5 of LaSalle exhibit 47. Is that demonstrated?
There was no change in the first, there's no decibel increase in the first scenario, there's lines.
Okay, so the second scenario is not in this exhibit.
Are you comparing this?
Wait, hang on.
I'm sorry.
Second scenario is not in.
Figure 10 would be the second scenario.
So that demonstrates an increase. And so let's go off the record. Maybe I just don't understand. So looks like they're outside of the contour lines. Is that not?
This house is inside the room.
That's inside the room. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Just that it's partially. Okay, I thought it was going out.
35
So
decibels.
okay. Back on the record. Go ahead.
Did we see the top line? Where's the 35 decibel line on that top?
It's the blue line.
I don't see it. I'm sorry. Right there. And where's our house?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then could you go down to the next? Where's our house? Inside the 35 decibel line. So it's the difference between 34 decibel and 35 decibel. I'm not understanding how we only have 1 decibel of difference here. I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
The sound study looks at what is the existing ambient sound. And this model shows, here's what the ambient sound plus the project, what the decibel level would be. And it's showing 35. And so the overall results show that daytime maximum load, there's an increase of one decibel.
So we were at 34 before.
I'm not sure I can extrapolate that out.
I'm sorry, it's boggling my mind. I don't understand.
Yeah.
silver space, depending on, you know, ground cover, distance. So we don't, the iso lines don't extend, there's, you know, in the first study, nothing above 35 was measured at your house in the first study.
So maybe if I just ask, at the tilt location on the first study, was there an ambient sound study done at that?
Yes,
Do you know what the decibel level of that was?
it would, you know, I can look it up in the street. We have.
Is it in your report?
Yeah.
Okay, it's in the report, that's fine, so.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I had a couple of other questions though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a qualitative difference between the sound of inverters and birds and insects and the other things that would cause ambient sound? Is there a qualitative difference? Will we be able to hear the inverter?
Well, let's have her answer the first question. Is there a qualitative difference between the ambient sound, nature in the area versus the inverter sound? Is that something you're
I'm not sure that I would be able to answer that.
Yeah. And yeah, okay, that's fine. Now answer your next, ask your next.
Will we be able to hear the inverters?
I don't think that you would hear a perceptible change in sound. Sure, but I don't think, I'm not sure that I can answer that question, but I don't, but the study shows that there's not an increase in sound. More than a decibel.
So you, just to clarify, you can't tell us if we could hear the inverters or not. This sound study does not tell us whether we can hear inverters or not.
I think that would be true.
Interesting. Okay, I did have one more question, related to the construction. Did you, how could you describe for us the sound of pile drivers?
Our sound study just modeled the sound of the operation of the facility. We didn't study the sound of construction equipment. Mr. House might be able to better answer that question for you.
There's no further questions.
Move on to Ann Kelly?
Yep, my name's Ann Tilly. Can I just clarify, I'm sorry that you've had to say this so many times. When you say that there will be 1 decibel of change, is that just from the first proposal to the second proposal? Or is that from my home right now to after the project?
You're the latter.
Okay, okay. And when you took that ambient study noise, was that at my home?
So let's hear. The ML3 is where we located our sound equipment to measure ambient sound.
So it's in the road,
Right.
okay, and would ambient sound typically be different in the middle of a road to someone's home?
So when we choose our sound monitoring locations, that's reviewed by the PSC and agreed on as agreeable locations to measure the sound. So these points were chosen in consultation with the PSC.
Okay, I don't think that answers my question. Would it be reasonable to assume the road noise is different when you're in the middle of the road than ambient noise when you're in someone's home or yard?
I couldn't answer that, we didn't model that.
Okay, okay, you. Okay, another thing that you mentioned is the sound that the inverters will make when they're all running at maximum.
Maximum load, right?
Why would inverters not be running at maximum?
Because they only operate during when the sun is shining.
Mhm.
So when in the morning, the sun is coming out, it's not experiencing the full radiance. As the sun rises, peak of the day, afternoon hours, that's when the solar panel will be receiving the most solar radiance. And so then the inverters would be working the hardest. It'd be like your air conditioner. You know, when it's hot, your air conditioner kicks in and works hard. And then as the day progresses, the solar radiance goes down, the inverters don't work as hard. And at nighttime, they're in a standby mode, they don't run at all at night, so there would be no noise emission from the inverters that during the nighttime.
So on a sunny day, inverters would reach maximum every sunny day.
I would imagine so.
Okay. I think. So when we look at the sound studies and you talk about the perceptible difference. Can you just reiterate, I think maybe you answered this, that is to the human ear, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, are there studies done? Or do you know of studies that also related to other animals?
The filing requirements by the PSC require us to look at sound as from noise sensitive receptors, which are defined as residents, sensitive areas such as daycares, hospitals, churches, those sorts of things. So the source study is limited to what is required for the filing. We would look at anything like that.
Okay.
You answered the
In-
question.
I'm sorry.
You answered the question.
We did not really, we're getting to the other units.
Sorry, we did not look at it.
And sound, except for just two short students.
That wasn't the question.
I'm sorry, can you say the question one more time?
We can read it back, I don't know if we'll be able to find those. Were there any studies done, about other animals? Yeah, I don't remember that.
Not for this project.
We're not, okay, we're just getting the question. I understand it's not for this project, that's not the question. So,
That was it. Are there studies done, or do you know of studies that also related to other animals?
I do not know, Ben.
This area is this area, no, is this project planned for an area that is currently under agricultural use?
Yes, please.
In an area of agricultural use, would it be reasonable to expect there to be animals living there?
In our study, we've outlined what wildlife is expected to occur in the project area will be small mammals, deer, ground nesting birds.
I'm more thinking about agricultural land use. So in an area with agricultural land use, would there be livestock? Or other types of domesticated animals within that area?
Yeah, so, in the application, for as part of combined animal study, we did do a look at the project area and within a half mile of the project area and assess presence of any kinds of confined animals versus, any kind of agricultural type animals, yes.
But then the sound study does not include that.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all my questions.
okay, how about,
Alan Wood.
Alan Wood. Just have your initials on here and I like that. Alan, go ahead.
Did you yourself do the study?
No, I did not. We have sound acoustic experts that do the modeling. That's all they do is sound studies.
So were they employed by you?
They work for Stantec, yes.
Okay. And when they put the equipment out, was the equipment on each individual landowner's property's house?
No, it was at the locations are indicated in orange. They were located at six locations throughout the project area.
So in effect, you do not have an accurate sound study as pertaining to each landowner's residence.
The sound study was conducted in accordance with the PSC sound monitoring guidelines.
Do you have an effective sound study on the residence itself? Regardless of what the PCS requires you to do, does the sound study actually reflect sound at the resident's house?
I think that would be an opinion. I'm not a sound study expert, but I would believe that it's accurate. With sound study, I'm not quite sure what you would.
And just
How that's a
give
fact.
your
Yeah,
opinion. I think you have-
given my opinion, I believe that it's accurate.
Even though the equipment was not at the residence?
I don't believe it. I
So you're
don't
not
know if it would
100%.
be appreciable differences.
So your answer is then you're not 100% sure.
Objection, yes, it's the testimony.
Okay, I agree, yes, we get.
Can you give me a definitive yes or no? If the sound study is accurate at the residence house?
Yes, I believe that it was.
The individuals, if you take the Tillot's house, for example, that's up there that you were talking about. Will they be hearing a constant noise?
No, it would not be constant. It would, the inverters, they ramp up and ramp down with, as the day progresses, just like your air conditioner would at your house.
So if you have ambient noise such as birds, bugs, all that. At night in some of our areas, it's pretty much a constant noise. You're saying that this is above ambient noise level?
Right, I would have to look back at the exact methodology, but they measure the ambient sound over the course of a 24-hour period. It's not just a one snapshot of the day. It's measured over a duration of hours.
So then they left the equipment there for 24 hours?
Yeah, they were staffed, yeah.
No,
I would have to go back and look at the exact methodology. The methodology is explained in the sound study, but it's not measured at a specific small snapshot. It characterizes day and nighttime sound.
How many times do you check it during the day? When you're actually running a study, how many times are you checking it during the day?
I didn't run the sound study. I would have to look at the report on that acoustic expert. We developed the report, but I would have to look and see the methodology.
So just to be clear, the methodology is in
The sound study.
which is appendix P. So if the interveners have questions about the methodology, referring to appendix P and through the methodology.
I'm gonna look it up.
Well, I don't know if they have any, that's all.
Yes.
Specifics about it,
Do we have, that's not a question for you, I believe they were tested 3 times, AM, noon, and PM.
okay, well, if it's in the sound study, that's what we have, that's what it says.
Sounds pretty open here. You want,
I unfortunately don't know where the appendix is on that yet.
if you want to ask your question, I would look it up.
The question that I have for you is, when you have the equipment out there and you're monitoring the sound. Is it a 24-hour constant or is it only? A specific point in time, like we're gonna run it at 9 AM, 1 PM, 6 PM.
Okay, so they monitor it at 4 different time frames. They do it morning, which is between 6 and 8. They take a measurement at midday from noon until 2, and evening time from 6 until 8, and the nighttime measurement sometime between 10 and 12.
So when that is on the ambient noise that's right there at that particular time.
Right.
So then the noise levels that now they're projecting is a guess.
No, the noise, we look at the noise, data provided by us. And then we run the model showing that all of the equipment is running at full maximum 24 hours all the time, which really wouldn't happen. It's a conservative measure, but we run the model at the worst case scenarios if everything's running even during the nighttime at maximum load.
So they are projections on what the noise level.
But it would be under operation.
I
at the
think we're at
worst-
the end of the
under the
question.
worst.
Excuse me, hang on one.
So they are projections on. I didn't hear the end of your question.
Oh, I'm sorry, they are projections on the noise level.
That's correct. It was the modeled analysis.
Just off the record, I'm just trying to look through the study. Where does it say that there are certain times that the measuring?
She's file methodology.
Oh, yes. I'm not that on the park.
You know how far down on the page it is?
I can't hear you.
I apologize, I was actually asking for, I'm looking to get an exhibit put up, and I think Yvette knows where it is on the page. Your Honor, if you could go maybe to the last 2 pages of the study. Your analysis.
Yeah.
I apologize, Your Honor, it was the last one that you had up. If you could scroll down, please. Right there. Are you aware that within the parameters of this, the Parker, on Parker Road, that there is a child care area?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, right now we're looking at LaSalle, we live at 48. I'm sorry, LaSalle 47, 87.
The receptor 70, R0070, I think that's the daycare, right? The question?
I believe, yes. I have no further questions. No, is that, I have no further questions.
Okay, other cross?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, Brian, you had a question? Okay,
Yeah.
so introduce yourself to the witness.
Michelle Ryan. So my question was from the daycare. So you had mentioned the sensitive receptors, and was a sound study done at the actual daycare or just near it?
The daycare center is included in as one of the receptors. I think it's the, not sure, is it our receptor 0070?
2285.
Yeah, anything with a number on it has data in the appendices of what the sound is at that specific location.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
So just to be clear, that do we know the receptor number for the daycare center? So I think we had different numbers floating around.
I believe it's 2285.
Oh, so on this page 7 of LaSalle 47, it's indicated as R, I guess for receptor R-2285.
If it's on the left-hand side of the road, if that's where the numbers, I don't know, I guess which dot. The 222.
I think you're right.
Okay.
Because we looked at this specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
You look at the specific.
We look at the specific location of the daycare center when based after we had our, the open house.
Thank you.
All right, and that's your questions, intervener over?
Yes, that's it.
Commission staff, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right,
We do have more cross.
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Richard Wagner. All right, to the best of my knowledge, I live at W 2881, which is on Highway 59. And I believe the receptor was posted about a quarter mile down the road from me. And you're telling me that, with that receptor a quarter mile down the road from me, the other side of a wooded area, will actually tell you what my noise will be on my hill from machines that are gonna be running straight across from my property with no wood between it.
We looked at 6 different receptors, so I'm not sure which receptor would be associated with your house.
I believe the one that I seen on the map was at Myra Lane.
Let's go off the record and find that. So it's,
Bigger one, you're.
we don't have a lot of way to go on here in terms of road names.
Figure one
Figure one of what,
of my study.
of your exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, if you wanna point on a.
No.
You have a big show which one best.
Oh.
That should figure one.
Figure one, I think we might have, well, let's see if we can find it this way. So,
He's my neighbor.
yeah, that's fine, yeah.
He's right next door.
So figure one, let's see.
So you'd be one of that receptor two
Right.
Okay, we're off the
and
record.
on two.
Yeah, which one is that?
Well, hold on, we're off the record.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
does this, so I just wanna ask, so, you, Alan Wood, are we looking at is your house here somewhere on this?
Your Honor, I'm actually Alan Wood.
Oh,
It is a
sorry.
different.
Yeah, Richard Wagner, right? I'm gonna change your.
Yeah. Should be the second pink dot from the left.
It's 59.
Yeah.
There.
Okay, all right, so with that understood, so let's get on the record. So we've identified Richard Wagner's house on cell 47, page 1, figure 1. And then we have, we're looking at Highway 59. Give me a second copy, I guess the second pink dot from the left, from the right, sorry, second pink dot from the right. And with that question, with that understood, can you ask your question again about what your,
Yeah, which receptor took the reading from my home, which is about a quarter mile down the road, and I got a woods between me and that.
okay, do we know if that's a quarter mile down the road? Do you know that, Whitens camp?
But visually, I would estimate that it's still.
Sounds reasonable, okay,
That's
all right, so now so assuming it's a quarter mile down the road, ask your question.
So you're telling me that receptor can produce how much noise I'm gonna hear from my home when there's gonna be equipment across the street with no barrier between these?
Okay.
I'll just object as being confusing.
Yeah, I think we've already established on the record that the receptors were calculating or observing ambient noise, so pre-construction noise that exists now. And that's the data they had then to use in their model to extrapolate impact of having the project in place plus what's already in the ambient sound. So that's what this is showing here. So just so you have that understand, that's what we already have in the record. So with that understanding, so they weren't trying to hear what the sound was gonna be like. They were just trying to get the baseline ambient sound and then add to it with their model, what the impact when the project is in place. So in case that's something you didn't know, you might have known already, but with that clarity, do you have a question then? Maybe rephrase your question.
Yeah, don't.
Okay. One more.
Alright, and I wanted to ask a follow-up question after other questions, because I did already ask questions, so I didn't know if it was okay.
It's not encouraged, but, I think as the day goes on, it'll probably be less and less likely that I'll allow it because of time, but, this seems to be a hot topic. I know it's a hot topic.
disappointed that you guys are only interested in noise.
Oh, they're very interested in knowing, but, yeah, go ahead.
I have one question, just to clarify. You looked at the child care center specifically after the June community meeting, is that correct? Is that what you stated?
We evaluated it in the sound study, but it was brought to our attention that it was a concern. So we looked at, what options there might be. And I would defer to Nick of, those discussions, but we modeled it, it's a noise sensitive receptor that's modeled, and we have data in the report for it. And
Can you just clarify that the meeting you were referring to was the June meeting?
right, the round table meetings.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, ready for redirect?
Follow up, Your Honor, only one.
Okay.
So just to confirm, before the June meeting, the revised application that was submitted on June 4th does not reflect the daycare that was discovered by you guys at the June 19th meeting?
That's incorrect. The daycare has always been a noise sensitive receptor and it's always been modeled in both in the original and in the revised sound study. It has a receptor number on it.
Okay, that's,
I'll leave-
let's move on,
that's-
redirect.
Thank you. Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks very much, you're exclusive. And if I haven't said it yet already, we'll accept those filings on this. All right. So we only have one more witness?
That is right for the applicant.
For the applicant, yes, and it's probably gonna be a long one, I guess.
I would love a bat.
Yeah, your leg traffic. All right, so, yeah. Hold on, get there. I gotta let you guys, I'm working up. All right, so let's get off the record. So we can take let's see, so I mean, this can be our lunch break. Which makes sense. If we can, we're moving probably faster than I thought, believe it or not, probably won't believe that, but I can give you more time now and then we may stay later. No, half an hour? You really have to go?
No, I think there's no reason we can't finish today. Let's say 15 minutes for lunch, 20 minutes for lunch or what people need. But I think we should try to complete it today.
Oh, we can't really do that. So we have witnesses scheduled for tomorrow. I can't make it today. So we will be back tomorrow regardless. And maybe a short day. But yeah, that's the risk you have when you say you're gonna go more than one day. So
I never said that.
No, you never did.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. All right, so what do you think, 45 minutes? How about we do that? So let's get back, kind of a little short at 1:30, we'll do that. No, probably not.
Yeah.
So.
My stuff stays in here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we kind of. Leave up there.
our three DNR witnesses.
They don't need to hear
Okay.
this. All right, yeah, we're back. They should be able to hear us now.
Okay, they said good to go.
Thanks for.
You want me to read back
finding
the, just want me to read back the answer?
Your Honor,
Excuse
You want me to read back the answer?
Yeah, you must. Would you? Yeah, read back.
So originally there was the statement that panels were going to be, the PV array would be 650 feet away from Ms. LaSalle's home. That was in reference to the PV array located to the southwest of her home, not to those located north of her home. And then I didn't get what you said.
I'll just pick up. Those located north of her home were originally proposed approximately 255 feet away. And then the revised application, 375 feet away. 375.
Okay.
Other than that, the answers to your direct, supplemental, direct, rebuttal, and rebuttal are true and correct as stated in files.
Correct.
Along with your testimony, did you also cause one exhibit and the application exhibit to be filed?
I did.
And are the exhibits, the application exhibit, along with all the documents that are referenced therein, true and complete?
They are.
So before we make you available for cross-examination, I'd like to address, ask you a few questions about the project modifications and layout, because that's obviously become the elephant in the room, and everyone's talking about that elephant, so let's clarify and describe the contours of that elephant. Together, we've prepared a document that describes and explains those changes, correct?
Correct.
And we circulated that document to the service list yesterday, right?
Correct.
Right. Your Honor, I don't know if you have that, I have printed copies for everyone as well.
Okay, yeah, to the extent people need them, go ahead. That's no doubt.
do I wanna tell you?
Yeah, you said you wanted to discuss one correction.
Oh, is now the moment to do that?
We can do that.
I think my concern was that there was,
Wait, I'm not sure.
We can be off the record.
We can do this off the record, just, let's just get on the record one for a second though. So the attorney, Cahill, you're distributing, a document that you shared with parties and myself previously. How did you mark that document? Just grab that, just tell us the marking number for that.
It would be proposed to be exhibit Whitewater Solar Haas 2.
Okay, Haas 2, okay, yes, we'll mark it Haas 2. Okay, so. I mean, we can, if it's conducive to the process, we can go off the record and. I was hoping we could do this during the break, but I guess the opportunity wasn't. Feasible. If the applicant wants to discuss and Ms. LaSalle wants to discuss. Issues about the document before we continue, let's go ahead and do that, so we'll do that off the record.
thank you, Your Honor, and
Make
thank
sure
you.
he's paying attention to you. You guys can discuss.
My objection to this is the lack of key. Or perhaps there's a key on here that I'm not aware of. But my concern is that this is being entered into evidence, but there's no key for these various things that are put on here. So, for example, the A's, the B's, the C's, we don't know what that means. There's giant yellow boxes, there's green boxes. And there's no key on this document, so my concern was that it shouldn't be entered into evidence without a key. That was my concern. And I would have done that in an email, but I didn't know if I should, so.
And Mr. Haas is that key.
So, I mean, Mr. Haas is the key.
Yes.
So I think.
But that doesn't,
He's using this as a demonstrative to explain the project changes.
Yes, okay, I see.
but it should have a key, right? If it's an exhibit, shouldn't people be able to look at it and know what it is?
I think that's fair. I think what we'll
he will walk through in a step-by-step fashion exactly what's going on. He can do it without a map. But I thought it would be easier to illustrate his testimony with.
No, I think I appreciate having the example in front of us. It just closed on me, I don't know why, but let me just get it. So,
My objection stands that it shouldn't go in unless there's a key that goes with it so that somebody could look at it. Is it
yeah, I
possible to
understand.
add
I
it?
think we can fix that without getting adversarial that is. So
Cool.
let's just. Yeah, get that. I don't know.
I don't know. My objection still stands to this change in testimony going in.
Yes. Is that just for something else?
Well, I don't know. I know.
Yes, yes.
Hopefully, this document will stay. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Let's get on the record. So we've heard the introduction of what the purpose of this document is intended for from Attorney Cahill, and we can hear from the witness testimony about an explanation about the document. We have a reasonable objection about a key missing from intervenor LaSalle with respect to various indicators on each page of the document, and I believe what we'll want to see is, so this has been preliminarily marked as Whitewater Solar Haas 2, although I guess it was not filed, so we still have an opportunity to file this and the final version before it gets on the earth, we can figure out what the final version is going to look like. And I think the objection can be overcome if once we get the explanation and description into the record from the witness, that a new version of this be filed with the other items, other elements indicated in this exhibit explained in the key. But from what how I'm looking at this now, we'll hear what this document is, but my assumption is this is going to clarify the record, so hopefully that will be useful. So I want to hear what this is all about, and we can fix any kind of problems that we need to fix so that it's complete and accurate. So, yes.
Your Honor, I'm just wondering, I still object to that testimony being changed at this time, and I don't know if I'm allowed to object to that or not. Can I make the argument?
I can note your objection, yeah. Go ahead.
My objection is that this rebuttal testimony was provided to us pertaining to the new project before my supplemental testimony was entered. And this is a huge change that directly impacts my home. And now it's being changed and altered when they had ample time to fix it, and now it's being done in the party hearing. And I object to that because it took away my chance to react to that change. When I had a verbal agreement, Mr. Hawes said that this was going to be in place. And now it's changed after I have a chance to react to it.
Okay, well,
300 feet's a lot, Your Honor.
so we've heard what the change is, and the witness is here to answer questions. We'll see if we can get complete answers that will address the issue while the witness is here on cross, and we can address any further process we'll need to take once we hear what we hear. So
Thank you.
so I'll note your objection. But I think we want to move forward with this as we sit here. And we'll see how we can evaluate evidence but at the end of that question and answer session and see what else needs to occur. But I do want to get this into the record and clarified so we have a complete record and we can deal with questions and criticism about it once we have the full view of the information. So yeah, objection noted. We're gonna proceed with the plan. So I'm gonna turn it over to you, Attorney Cahill, for questions about the cost two.
Mr. Ross, could you tell us what the first page shows? Don't worry about the letters at this point, but what is shown by the first page of exhibits?
The first page of exhibit 2 shows overall project layout and specifically the comparison between the original layout and the subsequent layout filed with the revised CPCF.
And can I just interrupt for a sec? Does this mimic another filing that you filed in the application regarding the original version, or is this completely new format of the document?
I can answer that. It's an exhibit to a data request response. It's attached to a data request response.
Yeah, so it's not a figure that was presented originally with the application, now revised.
Correct. It was in response to a staff data request.
Oh, okay.
Exclusive to the first page of this.
Correct.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. With that context of what first page is, there are also boxes with letters on that first page, A through F. Can you tell us what part of that?
A through G to be.
Oh, yeah, the wrong.
Oh, that's fine, yeah, that's.
Oh, right.
So there are letters A through F. Can you tell us what those letters represent?
Sure. They represent areas where I'm going to describe some of the changes from original to revised that occurred. It doesn't incorporate every single minor change. These are the primary major changes between the two layouts.
Okay. And so
Objection.
I think that's the question.
Okay.
Okay, overall, like.
Okay, so let's turn to the second page, where you see the letter A once again. And the second page is figure 4.1.7.2. You see that in the upper right hand corner? And that is part of the application.
Yes.
And this version shows the revised application. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell us then about the change in the area designated A.
Objection.
Okay, what's your objection?
The applicant already had the opportunity to present this testimony, Your Honor,
Okay.
so it seems like new testimony. You already had the opportunity to explain.
There is apparent and abundant confusion based on the supplemental direct about what the nature of the changes are. This clarifies that and explains it through images. It shows exactly what's shown.
Okay, so I just had a quick question, so this is figure 4.1.7.2. And page 15 of 53, so is this directly from the revised detailed project area map?
That is correct.
And you just add the A?
Correct.
Okay, maybe I should have the witness answer. Correct. Okay. So this has been offered for the record. Has there been any changes to this map compared to the revised project area filing?
No.
Besides the A. Besides the A, yeah, okay. So now you're describing these changes here today in order to clarify confusion on the record.
That's correct.
Your Honor, couldn't he then respond to our questions if we have confusion? It seems like it's new testimony.
He could, yes, but I think this would be a much more efficient way of handling that. I don't see anything, if the map is not changing, then the proposal's not changing, I'm gonna accept the witness's explanation about these. And like I said, we can then ask questions about it, we can figure out the Okay, I'm gonna make sure you're paying attention because.
Yes, I'm hearing.
Okay, we're gonna figure out the process once we hear the testimony. Okay. Okay, so proceed, Attorney Kane.
Okay, we're looking at page 2, the area where the A stands. Can you tell us about the change that was made to the layout?
Yes. So the primary change here is that immediately north of what's identified as P02 and kind of the southwest of the A, we removed EV array from that location where there are a number of MV cables that are routed through that location. And those have been relocated to the southeast. Then if you go to, I think, yeah, you go to page 3 of 13, you can see that relocation highlighted in yellow. And the approximate area is about 1.5 acres.
I'm sorry, it's about
1.5 acres.
Okay, so the yellow box on page 3, that's what you're.
So not the yellow cross hatch, but the solid yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And that's depicting what has changed? I don't.
So, in the original application, the solid yellow box was located north of the pink PV array, in the original application.
To clarify, there are to the northwest of that, you see where there's a number 810.
Yeah, there is a topographic contour label, 810. The PV array was previously located in that area.
And so on page 3 of exhibit 2, there is a yellow box with a peninsula in the northwest corner that juts up from it. What does that represent?
Sorry, Brett, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, the yellow box with the sort of peninsula that extends up, what does that represent?
That represents the location that the PV array was relocated to.
In the revised application.
In the revised application.
Filed in the beginning of June.
Yep.
Okay, like maybe so the page 2 of your exhibit is the original map or the?
No, sorry, they're both, so page 2, all of what you're seeing is the revised map, Your Honor. All we're doing is trying to identify what part of the revised map is changed, and that would be the yellow block. The removal isn't shown, the removed area located kind of directly to the left of the letter A is not shown on this map, because this only shows the revised layout. Not what was there before.
Oh, what's the yellow box?
The yellow box represents where the PV array that was removed from left of the A was then relocated. So we basically moved 1.5 acres from the north down to the southeast.
Yeah, but then if you look at the page 2, it doesn't show that. That yellow area is that page 2, does that show a PV array in that where that yellow box was?
It does. The pink is PV array.
The pink is kind of okay. So then what's the hatch lines?
The hatch is laid out.
No, that's the laid out.
Yeah.
All right, so you're just adding the yellow
That's all.
box.
Yep. Just, yep.
So the pink is the array. Okay, now that's, all right, thanks.
And so as you progress from page 1 to page 2 to page 3, essentially what you've done is zoomed in on the area of change, right?
Correct.
And you replicate that same process going from the larger view to a narrower, more zoomed in view with each example of each letter in the remainder of this exhibit 2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, you will see that on page 3, there's I know I used the PLC reference number, I apologize, and the page, but that is intended to tell you that is where it's sourced from.
Yes, I understand. And that's.
All right. Would you similarly explain page 4 of exhibit 2, the change in the area with the B in this way?
With the, what letter?
B as in boy.
So I'll start with the description of the change on page 4, and then similar to last time with page 5, and we'll look at it close up. So on page 4, the changes are primarily a shift of the PV array to the north for all of the PV array located north of Highway 59. So for all the PV array located north of Highway 59, all of it was moved north. Okay. The additional change was for the PV array located south of Highway 59, but in this instance, the PV array was shifted to the south. So then if
And then if we turn to page 5 of exhibit 2, there are strips of green to the north of Highway 59, as well as to the south of Highway 59. Can you explain what those are?
yeah. So what the strips of green show is the area that used to have PV array in the original layout. And then that area has now been removed. There's no more PV array in the revised CPCN layout filed on June 4th.
And do you recall the distance or amount the PV arrays were moved to the north of Highway 59?
So it's not a one single number, because in the original layout, it wasn't a straight east to west line. There was a jog. Generally, it's approximately 75 to 125 feet shift to the north. So in the revised CPCN layout, now we kind of have a straight east to west line of PV array. It's a similar shift for the PV array located south of 59, similar distance, but shifted to the south.
You just ballpark that distance?
I think it's about 110, Your Honor, but I would want to confirm on EIS exactly.
Okay, and just, I should have been more marked there, so the distance on, north of, Route 59, can just ballpark that.
North of 59 is between 75 and 125 feet, and I believe the one to the south is a shift. I think it's of 110, but
Subject to check.
yes.
Okay.
And so in both these instances, on what's shown on page 5, the revised layout pushes panels farther from homes in the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would turn to page 6 of exhibit 2 and explain the change associated with what's marked as C.
Okay, so again, we'll talk about it high level on page 6, and then we'll see a zoomed in version on page 7. But for page 6, the general changes were a push of the PV array, well, to the north, south, to the north, east, and west. It kind of pushed in all directions, north, east, and west. So that's on the northern part of P11. So if we, yeah. So P11 is, so you'll see, you see it, Your Honor?
Yes. So it's in the Robert J. Olson property?
That's correct. Okay. So if we move to page 7. So there's,
Can you go back to those? Yes.
sure.
Okay, can we just, let's go
Gotta
through
wait
the
in.
descriptions first, and then we'll take questions.
Oh, sorry, I
Yeah,
just
just-
wanted to repeat it, sorry.
Just put a pin in it, and we'll get back to you on it. So I just want to get through the description for the record. Go ahead.
Okay. So on page 7, what's shown in yellow is the location where the PV array shifted to the north and to the east of what was originally included in the original CPCN layout. Now, I will add that there are 2 areas that should be shown in yellow on here where PV array moved to the north.
I'm gonna hand you a guide marker, and could you draw in there and crosshatch what it would be, and when we do file this, we'll make sure that this gets handed.
With the caveat that I'm drawing this from memory and it will. GIS, but yes. So. I don't know what this your honor.
On the crosshatch.
That nobody's gonna be able to see.
Right.
Would you like to see it?
Get that, okay, let's just go off the record for a second, so. I guess maybe I'm not hearing you, I'm not paying close enough attention to this, so I don't think it's totally wrong, but I heard that you shifted this from the north. You shifted it north and east?
So so in the original,
Mhm.
in the original CPCN.
Yeah.
Like it basically went like this.
Yeah.
The revised CPCN now moved panels into the yellow, but it also moved panels where I've crosshatched it.
Okay, so you're moving panels, so this, I think it would be helpful, I thought we were gonna get like a key description first, so. So the yellow is where new panels are, and green is where panels were removed. So that's, I think that's a key thing we need to make sure we understand, like, just, so can we just. I didn't really get that to know, so let's just make sure we all understand that on this map, the yellow block is where panels are gonna be added from the original, and the green is where panels will be removed from the original. So what you're showing me here would be you're gonna be, these are gonna be green. These areas, these are gonna be yellow, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cause this is the new, okay,
Yeah.
and this is gonna be,
Your Honor.
all right,
Rather than doing a crosshatch and then scanning it in later, could the applicant just file something completely accurate, identify it what needs to be in there and then file it.
Yeah, I think
Create
that's their plan. I just don't know.
What I would propose is that we'll scan in the crosshatch and then do the yellow as the very next page, so that the record is as clear as it can be, that the crosshatch shows the changes.
I mean, all these changes are in the revised maps.
Yes, but they're hard to, they're not very legible unless you zoom in. So this attempts to make that more legible so everyone understands exactly what the changes are.
Okay. All right, well,
And I would invite the interveners to come see the cross hatching and, or Mr. Haas can stand up at the board and show.
yeah, we can try that. Yeah, okay, well, let's just do that off the record then for now. You wanna just explain that new addition to interveners?
Yeah. So there's an area right here. And right here that should both be yellow.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick, could you show that one more time, please?
You bet. Going from memory. Right here. And right here.
Thank you.
This spot, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, why don't we ask, we're off the record, but if you had something to clarify.
I'm just wondering if this is a moment that I could object. Because I'm wondering if this is the maps that were already submitted, how are they wrong already? Because didn't you say that these are the same maps that were submitted, you just printed them out so you could understand them?
They're not wrong. They just, when we created it, we omitted the yellow for purposes of explanation.
So the explanation is wrong.
No, the explanation is not wrong. It's just.
The map
We had
is
to submit it by 1:30 and we submitted it at 1:30 and then after we did, we realized they needed additional yellow.
They missed that spot, so.
So we're wanting to make sure that the record is absolutely accurate and transparent as to what the changes are.
Okay.
Your Honor, there is a GIS exercise where we could just show every single addition and every single subtraction.
Okay.
Very easily on GIS, if that would probably be the solution here, right?
And those GIS files have been filed. But I think the general public,
For everyone else.
you're not seeing it. So we're tasked with how do we make that explainable? And this is what we attempted to do.
Right, okay, I see that, so. So what I'm hearing is that. The revised map is the accurate. Description of the project at this point. All that they're trying to show is what changed between the original and the revised map. And they just forgot that spot, so, and they're gonna need to fix that in order to show, to demonstrate, so that people can see it as a. Demonstrative explanation of what's changing, they'll need to fix that piece, which is good to know now rather than later, so that's. That's actually a good thing that has come out now. So so as long as nothing is changing from the revised project map, I think this map can be, it's a demonstrative, it's something that people can use to better understand the changes, but it's not changing project. As long as that's true, we can proceed with this exhibit and having it, make sure we get it as accurate as possible. As we sit here today, it's not as accurate as it could be, but the applicant is explaining that to us and admitting to that now, so. That's how we're gonna, so we can continue on, and we'll need to, so let's just continue on with the description. And let's get back on the record. Anything further about the, exhibit 2?
I think that covers the explanation related to the change associated with C, but if you advance to page 8. Can you walk us through the change in panel location and associated with the letter D as in David?
Yes. Page 8, sorry. On page 8, what I'll be describing is, so if you go to P14, which is large, the very northern part of P14. So directly south of where you see Bluff Road on the top of the map and a home titled Aaron J. Tanis. We're gonna show on the following page a shift of the PV array to the north approximately 55 feet. So if we switch to page 9, you'll see the yellow depicting a shift of that PV array to the north. And it's approximately 55 feet.
But just for clarity's sake, when you can shift, it's an additional 50 feet to the north, and is it shifting, is it the whole array moving from north to south 50 feet, or is it just adding the 50 feet to the north?
It's just adding the 50 feet to the, about 55 actually, but yeah, just adding. Yes.
Oh, thanks.
And then similarly, if you go to page 10.
Okay, so on page 10. Where you see, this is E. Yes, okay. The primary change here is if you look, so if we orient ourselves to P12. So P12 is located immediately right of the letter E. Yes, okay. We added the array to the western portion of P12. P12 used to be kind of a north to south facing rectangle. And so the part that you see that jogs out and kind of makes a backwards L was added PV array for P12. And if we go to the next page, you'll see that added array highlighted in yellow.
Then the final change in page 12 of the exhibit 2 designated by the letter F, it tells us about that.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna call out a change that is located, so. It's where you see P17, which is located directly to the south of the letter F. So P17 is in the very lower left-hand corner of the map. Okay. I'm gonna call out that change, but then I'm gonna call out a change that isn't located, identified on the next page as well. So if we flip to page 13, you'll see the yellow, which identifies added EV array to P17. Not showing on here, which we will include in the updated, is that the PV array also, so the daycare, how do I reference where the daycare is? So if you go back to page 12, good. If you locate yourself on Parker Road, so that's P15, and you'll see a label Katzman Farms Inc. Directly north of there, you'll see a residence owned by James J. Aaron. Okay, so the PV array located directly south of James J. Aaron was, we subtracted PV array at that location. So push the PV array further from the daycare.
And is that so directly south from the Aaron residence, there's the array is a horizontal line going across the Katzman farm. So that line was moved south, and now it's shown where it's going to be.
That's correct. In the original, it was, we had PV array further to the north at that location.
Yes. All right, that's what it's supposed to be.
all the changes that you just explained are what's reflected in the revised applications, right?
That's correct.
And all of those changes are made to already existing participating landowners, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so none of the expanded panel locations affect or are located on new landowners who are already identified as participating. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And so when the revised application went in, the map showing the new panel locations was submitted, correct?
Correct.
There was also a new sound study done. Why was that?
So anytime that you either move a PV array, or if you have specifically a change in inverter, you'll want to redo the sound study, because the sound study is based off ambient noise, correct, but also what it's really doing is modeling the sound inputs that are given to you in the spec sheets on the inverters. So since we had a change, we had to rerun.
And then there was also a revised glare study that was done. Why was that?
That is because of, again, two reasons: a change in the PV array, but in this instance, it's not a change in the inverters, it's a change in the solar panels, the modules themselves, which occurred in the revised CPCN.
And so all of the application appendices that were updated and revised were done because of those changes to the PV array locations and the change in inverters and the panels, is that right?
Yes, yeah.
So you have documented and done all of the same studies and research on the revised layout that you did when you submitted the first application? To the extent things change?
Yes, sorry, so to the extent things changed, right? So you don't necessarily need to redo every single environmental study because the sandbox didn't change, right? So.
But to the extent that any of the appendices were affected by those three changes, you guys made all of those updates to the application and the application appendices.
That's correct.
The revised layout you mentioned relies on changes in the inverters and the panels. Why is that?
So what are you asking? Why are the panels changed and why the inverters changed?
So just a second, is this covered in the supplemental direct? The reason for the revisions?
They go into the changes in the panels and the effects of the sound study, so it's just explaining and responding to that.
Okay, just if to the extent we've already entered, the evidence that's in the records, we don't need to repeat it, but go ahead and answer the question. You gonna read that?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
The panels were changed in response to the loss of some leased real estate, and also in an effort to reduce the overall footprint of the project. We switched to a larger wattage module, but that switch to a larger wattage module did not equate to a likewise increase in the panel. So we were able to shrink the overall footprint by switching to that larger wattage module.
So the footprint of the project decreased from the original application to the revised application?
Correct.
If you would refer back to page 6 of exhibit 2.
It's off the record where that where town of Whitewater is in the middle.
Yeah, that's how we can see on it.
Okay, let's get back on the record.
The final change that was raised by the utilities principally relates to the collector circuits and how they cross Bluff Road. Can you explain what's the difference?
So there's from the beginning, in the original application, the project had leased land from what's identified on the map as JC AOW Farms LLC. That lease was no. That was a transmission facility easement. So that easement was no longer viable for the project. So I had was identified as a feeder study and was supplied as my.
That's your exhibit one.
Exhibit one, thank you. And the intent of that feeder study that was done by an engineering firm, KEG, was to identify the best routing for the MV cables along Bluff Road to take the MV from the PV array located south of Bluff Road and move the MV cables to the PV array located north of Bluff Road. I will note that on the revised applications mapping, including this one, there is an error on here. What's shown as 3 red lines located north of Bluff Road is incorrect. 2 of those red lines, which represent NV cables in the feeder study, are located south of Bluff Road.
To be clear, are the MV cables above ground or below?
I'm sorry, speak up.
To be clear, are the MV cables above or below ground?
The MV cables would be located below ground and installed by directional drilling.
And so the exhibit one to your testimony, does that correctly identify the location of those MV cables in road right of way?
Yeah, the exhibit one is the actual engineering study itself. We provided the entire.
And when those collector circuits or MV cables are installed, will that prevent the tillage from using their driveway or otherwise accessing their property?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, it would not.
Objection.
Overruled. Final topic I'd like to ask you about is in the supplemental direct testimony filed by both the Tillets and Ms. LaSalle, there are various statements attributed to you about conversations you had with each of those 3 individuals. To the extent they recount alleged statements that are inconsistent with the application for Whitewater Solar's data request responses, Public Service Commission, is their testimony accurate?
So
Objection. On grounds that how would Mr. Haas be able to speak about our testimony being accurate? Could he clarify? Is he talking about our testimony accurate or I don't wanna help him and rewrite it for him. I don't know that he can talk about my testimony being accurate of I'm speaking.
Okay, can we be more specific about what? No.
Sure. In her testimony and in the Tillot's testimony, they recount.
Objection, compound.
Okay. Overruled. Let's not delay this more than we can, all right? So we have some relaxed procedures here because you guys aren't represented by council. And I've really bent the rules to allow things to move forward on your behalf. But I don't want to derail this process on using tactics like that. So we're gonna get to the answers and we're going to create a record and move forward. So, you know, there's certainly valid times and places for objections, but at this point, we're just trying to get clarity here. My understanding of the situation is that interveners have claimed that certain things, witness house is stated in their presence or to them. It's a fair question whether he agrees that that's what the statement he made, and there may be dispute about that, and there may be different understanding of what was said. But that'll have to remain on the record. It'll just be two stories of the same situation. The commission will have to weigh the credibility and the weight of that. And that's just how records are sometimes. That's sometimes what decision makers are faced with, which is competing facts that counter each other, and they need to decide whether what's true and what's not. That's what a fact finder does. That's what the commissioners are tasked with every day. So it is valid for the witness to comment on statements that one party has claimed was made by that person. There's really no valid objection there. So I think it's fair that we be specific as to what the witness is going to be responding to. So I know that the interveners have quoted him making statements. So those are the things that we're going to hear about moving proceedings. So go ahead, Attorney Cat.
For example, the Tillot's note that you made statements to them about the topography on the property to the south of their house, you recall that?
I do.
And I can clarify that and whether the project will radically regrade the land to the south of their property.
I don't know if they use the word radically.
Well, hang on, let's get the testimony.
Okay.
That's exactly what we should.
I don't have
the exact, yeah, so let's start with Ann Tillett. I think you both had statements related to that, so I want did you, Mr. Wagner?
Sure, I talked about the hill, it might have just been late,
Okay,
but I will look.
so let's,
No, I didn't put in the hill on mine, I don't know, but my part about our meeting with him was on
Mr.
my
Tillot,
page
page
for
three.
that.
yeah, I'm gonna actually get my version out.
Maybe Your Honor, I could just ask one question that cuts right to the chase.
All right, let's try it.
Okay.
Go ahead. Another record.
There have been various statements about what the project may or may not look like, made in the supplemental direct testimony by the Tillot's and Ms. LaSalle. Is Whitewater Solar requesting the commission approve the project as described in the application and data request responses?
Yes.
And that request is irrespective of any statements allegedly made by you in conversations with the leaders, is that fair?
Yeah. The project that we're proposing is proposed in the revised application.
Understood. Mr. House is available for reasonable cross examination.
So you don't want to dispute the actual statements that the witness is in?
I mean, he disputes them to the extent that they are inconsistent with the application and the data request responses.
Okay,
But I don't think it's a useful exercise to go through everything.
okay, so it'll stand, all right, unmuted, so, okay, so, I was just curious, let's just go off the record for a second, so, I guess I have a little bit of a issue with we just go off the record, but what's the MV cable exactly, what's that mean?
Yeah, so when you do.
And what's it, just define it, what is,
So-
yeah, just
so-
what is it, what is the MV stand?
So after the panels send the direct current through the wires to the inverters, they get changed into alternating current.
Mhm.
And that's a much larger cable, that's a 34.5 kV cable. Those cables go from inverter, inverter, those are our feeders or our home runs that eventually make their way back to the substation.
Oh,
So those are our big cables.
what is MV?
Oh, sorry, medium voltage.
Medium voltage.
As opposed to after it leaves the substation,
Okay.
we call it high voltage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's good to know, I didn't know that. All right, so, so I guess just off the record, is the only change with the MV cables that's on the detailed project map, the one that you described in the engineering, your exhibit one, the engineering study.
So you,
Like, I know the change, I know what change you're talking about. I can see the 2 lines south of the highway and 1 line north. But that's the only changes in the, so, no, okay.
so that's the only mistake. So if you zoom.
No, I mean, yeah, exactly. So the project, the revised project map, other than that, is accurate in terms of the.
Oh, yeah.
It's good. Okay. There. So we need to. I think we're gonna need to get a revision of that map so that it's accurate. So that would be the pages. I guess it would be the figures 31 and 30. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there was just a mapping error. Those are across. It's okay.
So, is that something
We could submit a revised application. Exhibit for that page.
Yeah.
I mean, it is accurately shown in exhibit 1, his testimony.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It is accurately shown in exhibit 1 of his testimony.
Right, in exhibit 1, yeah. I just, you never know if some people, they may not know to look there, so, I think we probably should just have a new filing for that part of the application. So we have one version of the entire document. So which part of that, was it part 1 or 2 or 2? The revised map is on.
Oh,
Or,
So it's straight from section 2.
oh, you have that. Yeah, I think it's 3.
What exactly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Page 4.
No, that might be okay.
It's page 4 of PSC reference number 548 and 455.
Oh, we haven't done.
There you go. Yeah, 4.1.72. So it's down. Figure 4.1.7.2.
Yeah, and, right there. So it's.
Then it's the revised.
It was by 55. Oh. So we can have it, so let's get on the record then. So we're gonna need to see a second revised version of. Detailed land ownership figure. 4.1.7.2, part 4 of 8. And that'll depict the change to the MV line that we were discussing and is shown on Haas 1. And then we'll need a new application exhibit as well.
Your Honor, I don't want to leave those statements under review, so I have a few more questions.
So let's get, so on the record then, let's get those documents up, and I'm gonna use my version, these numbers will be different. Which witness do you want to start with?
And start with Mr. South.
Okay, so that one I don't have a new version. We'll have to live with the difference. Let me get. With the understanding that these page numbers are gonna change, and the line numbers will change, let's go ahead with, just give me what you got in terms of what you see on your page.
So there's referring to Mr. Sell's discussion about how far panels could be moved from her house to the north of Highway 59.
So what page in?
And then right at the next. I was gonna ask him about that topic. Page 10.
Okay, top of page 10 here, you know what the question is, just to orient else.
It's beginning on line 438.
38. Okay, so why is this concerned you? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So, Josh, you recall reading this portion of Ms. Losel's testimony?
I do.
And could you explain, for us how that conversation unfolded?
To the best that I recall, similar to what I described earlier, I can't remember if Yvette had called me or I had called her, but, I described that, there was a part of the survey rebuttal that showed a 650-foot cutout. But that was a mapping error, or whatever, a misstatement, and that it was intended to reflect the 650 that was a true setback to the southwest. And I said, if we, I think accurately, she says in here, I said that if we did that, it would look like a cutout, around your house. And I was just laying out the kind of the scenario that would play out if we were to have a 650-foot setback north, it would look like a cutout. In the PV array directly north of her house. She did express that, like that, she may not want that, that would, she doesn't, wanna have something that, helps her, doesn't help her neighbors. She was advocating for her neighbors at the time.
Was it ever, at any point has the revised application actually shown panels 650 feet north of her house?
No, and if it's okay, that addresses another part of both the Tillett's and Yvette's testimony, where there's reference to a new map or a new design that has been shown at the open house, the round table, at kitchen table meetings, so on and so forth. There is no new map, no new design that was not filed in the revised application. The only thing that's been shown is the exact same map layout, but in the Arc Pro software. So that's convenient to me when people say, hey, I live here or I live there, for me to quickly zoom in on my screen and show them where we're located. It's a expedited way to look at the project, right? But to be clear, there is no design, no layout that exists beyond the layout that was submitted with the revised CPCA.
Thank you. There are in Mr. Tillett's comments, there are statements about whether you could email him various plans showing the updated project. Do you recall that testimony?
What is that?
Page 3, line 100 to 102.
What's the question that it starts?
Is the design is revised the most current design? There you go.
This is on the Tillet. Okay, well, we're gonna see that in the final version at the revised version, page 4, just so you know. Go ahead.
And he mentions that you refuse to email plans, he was still in that.
Yeah, I don't recall exactly what I said, but I likely did say that I can't email the plans are on the docket. Because, like I said before, the revised application is the only set of plans that exist.
So it's not that you were refusing to be helpful or try to help them understand it, it's that the plans were already publicly available and you would add them?
Correct.
Objection.
I'm sorry, you can ask him questions.
Oh, no, okay,
No,
sorry.
not now, not now. Yeah, it's okay.
In response to that same question, Mr. Tillett made comments about Whitewater solar leasing versus buying land. Do you recall reading that?
Yeah, that occurred at the open house. Yeah. Yes.
So I have that on page 5 of the supplemental version.
What's your reaction to that?
The same reaction that I had then, which was typically Whitewater solar, and I think probably most developers would be actually interested in purchasing land. It's just simply the fact that most leaseholders won't sell land, so can't do that.
Right below that, in Mr. Tillett's supplemental direct, he makes comments, reporting what you said about the photography in the back of their house. Can you talk about that and respond to that and what could be done? Green panels towards the back of their house?
Yeah, I think that's a 2-part question. So first, I think I admit that the part about the grading was set. There's a likelihood that we may have to grade behind their house. And then in regards to screening, the Tillets have a large picture window in their kitchen or kind of living room there, and it faces south. And when you look out the window, there's, if I recall right, there's like a slight rise, and then there's a forested hill in the background. So the discussion was, in order to screen the PV array, the screening would need to be located at the Tillets property line. It doesn't work if you screen, if you have the trees way back by the fence, you know, with the setback, you're only gonna screen the fence. If we move it to the property line, or if we work with them and we move it on the property at their request, then you can get into a scenario where you have green canopy from the screen. The top of that green canopy then intersects the green in the far background.
Mr. Tillett also made statements regarding the laydown yard that's shown to the east of their property. Can you respond to those statements?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was accurate, with the exception that I believe he used the word pledge. I think throughout all my conversations with landowners, I have been and I am committed to trying to work with everybody in the community to try to alleviate, the impacts of the project to whatever extent I can. But I can't pledge to do that. All I can do is I can do my best and I can work. So in regards to a laydown yard by the Tillets, I can absolutely work to try to, not have a laydown yard right in their backyard, but I can't pledge anything right now. What is in the application is what is currently proposed, for the project. Moving forward, I can and I will try to work with the neighboring, non-participants, to address any of their concerns, but I just can't pledge.
I think that's all for now. So is the witness available for us? I just had a couple clarifying questions for you, and I can say, look at that, and so I think we'll have a similar situation with your direct. I can't remember what was wrong with the original. I mean, well, let's see, because this was. That's the legal black line, that didn't work at all, but I think you do have a red line for this one. This is what the legal black line looked like, and we can't really use that for the record, but
There is another version, I believe.
there should be a red line, what you're calling a red line version.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to find that, and replace the legal black line. Yeah. Right. But I did have another comment. Okay, I just wanted to confirm, it looked like we had a revised version of the Hawks rebuttal. And from what I could see, it looked like it revised the testimony in response to my corrective comments.
That is correct.
Okay, anything else?
It only changes the We Energies to Pepco or.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure. And then, okay, great. So with those changes, I can receive the testimony for the record, and then, House 1 has already was filed, and you can receive that one. House 2 will need to see, the new version with the changes that were indicated. Especially, I think having the key somewhere at the beginning would be useful, with the green and yellow key. And that will be part of the 3-day turnaround for revised testimony within 3 working days. So I just want to ask a couple questions because maybe that will help. With the cross, but. Yeah, I think it might be useful if you just see the laydown yard you were just talking about with the Tillet property. Do we have that available?
So,
Exhibit 2, page 6.
yeah. So if you get there and you open it, it's gonna be the yellow crosshatch.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, the yellow.
yellow crosshatch.
Thank you.
Are we on that right now? Yeah, okay.
So it's just below, is that Bluff?
It is Bluff Road.
Bluff Road, just south of Bluff Road on E11. One yellow crosshatch is the laydown yard that's near the Tillett property, so that's the one you're speaking about, when responding to the Tillett supplemental grant.
Correct.
Okay. And then. Tillett also had. Some pictures. Okay, so the Tillett exhibit 4 had some pictures of the property, and you said you were possibly trying to recall what it looked like, so I just wanted to, you do have the pictures here. Do you recognize this picture to be the backyard of the Tillett property?
Yeah, so the hill that I described, that's in the background where we would want to do screening close to the Tillett, so that we try to have the screening canopy intersect with the forested canopy in the background.
Intersect with the.
Sorry, I'm facing the wrong direction for you. So intersect with the forested canopy in the background. Is shown on that image.
And the arrays would be located around.
So in what you can see right now is corn or soybeans. The agricultural field.
Is it the darker? I think I light of it's the darker green, looks like there's a,
So the foreground.
Yeah.
Solar panels, background. Is the forest.
Okay.
Yeah. Right at the horizon, at the break of the horizon is forested. No panels. Then.
But what looks like crops, that's not the array area.
It is.
It is, okay, got it.
Yeah, so the goal here would be to have the screen located. Close to where the agricultural field intersects the Tillett's property. Because the closer you place a screen to the viewpoint, the greater benefit it provides, right? Well, in this situation.
But you're saying that there's no plan, there's no set plan to grade the PV array area.
Oh,
Think that,
well, so we don't have the grading plan fully developed yet. I can't say definitively that there won't be grading behind there. There very well could be. I can't answer that.
okay, and then Tillett had indicated, this is where he believes the project area would be. Can you confirm or deny that, the red that was depicted on the Tillett exhibit?
Well, so the red represents the leased property.
Okay.
The red would not represent the panels or the fence.
Okay,
So
so he calls it orange, I don't know, kind of looks red to me. So that's just the project area, okay.
that's the edge of their property.
Right.
So then if you go to, for instance, page 6, you'll see that the fence doesn't. So page 6, you'll see that the fence does not go to the property line.
Right.
Page 6 of exhibit 2.
And then, and I just wanted, from you were at the Tillett house and saw the image, similar to what we're seeing on the exhibit through the bay window in the Tillett house.
Briefly, I'm kind of allergic to cats, so I only stayed like in there for maybe less than a minute, but yeah,
Okay.
they have cats.
Okay, so your concern is that you need to get that screening up close to the house in order to block the entire area that's depicted in as an agricultural field where the PV arrays would.
Yeah, I mean, the way that this works is that we'll do a joint development agreement with the counties and the towns and the city. We'll provide options. So it's prairie, shrubs, or trees, and so then we work with the non-participants. My recommendation for this location would be that screen is placed closer to the property. Because it would provide a greater screen. If it was set way back where the fence is gonna be located, it's likely for them only gonna screen the fence, right? Not the mountains.
Yeah, and I guess they had a picture of their porch and see a agricultural field, visible from the porch, and that's the project area, but then the orange added color here, is that is that where the arrays would be, or the?
Again, that's the leased land, not the.
And will there be array visible from this vantage point?
There will be.
Okay, and it's just further back in the agricultural field?
That's correct.
For now, all right, so we'll have cross examination now, and we can start with. So let's see, number of people for this witness. Okay, but we have LaSalle listed first, so.
Oh, boy.
You can, if you're ready.
I can go first. Yeah, really matter if they go.
It doesn't matter to me.
Do you guys mind going first?
Yep. Cause we're talking about our.
I mean, that's just made more sense.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Page 7 of 13 of. The newest exhibit.
So that's the house 2 right now?
House 2 exhibit. I just got Discovery back and I'd like to read just a tiny snippet of it. Says, subject to and without waiving the objection, the mapping submitted with the revised application mistakenly included 2 MV cables north of Bluff Road rather than south. However, the feeder study submitted as exhibit 1 to Nicholas Haas's rebuttal testimony accurately depicts the location of the underground MV cables near W7695 Bluff Road. Are the cables correctly located on this newest document?
No.
No. Is it possible that when we looked at this document at our house, they were incorrectly shown to us?
They were.
They were. And at the round table and the open house, were they incorrectly shown to us?
They were incorrectly shown on the maps that I showed on the ARC Pro. We're used to develop these maps, so what I had on this.
Okay, one at a time, let him start. Fine.
So what I had on the screen, was incorrect, as I stated at, I think both the round table and open house and view that the feeders, 2 of them will be located south of Bluff Road.
Is it possible? Is it reasonable that we were confused?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
Yeah, I'll have to sustain that. I think it,
Okay, that's fine.
I think you laid out your case though, that you had the wrong information.
Yes, we have the wrong information. And the wrong information is not only here, but also in the revised application, according to the discovery I just received. So that's concerning to me. Okay, let me regroup for my next question. I said in my testimony that the grading plan maybe that the hill to behind our house may be flattened to some degree. I did not say radically regrade, as you mentioned, which I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Sorry, wait, is what correct?
That the hill behind my house may be flattened to some degree.
It may be.
Thank you. Is it true that the revised application is the application?
Correct.
We got some assurances about the laydown, well, I guess they weren't assurances, but you pledged to work with us about the laydown yard, which I appreciate. However, the application shows the laydown yard next to our house. Correct?
Correct.
Why would you not want the laydown yard next to someone's house?
Protection, elements.
Yeah, I guess I'm not clear as to the question. If you could rephrase.
Okay. When you were at our house, you told us that you would not want to put a laydown yard next to someone's house because it is a constant source of noise and lights and trucks coming in at night and not. Is that correct? Did you say that?
So what I said is the contractors that I've typically worked with would prefer that laydown yards are not located near non-participating neighbors. And that's true. They generally try to move those away. It's both disruptive to you and it could lead to disputes, right? And then that doesn't look favorable for the project, for the contractor, and it's not good for it. So there is.
And it's not good for.
And it's not good for the tenants. So there is an effort to try to keep laydown yard away from non-participants.
Sorry.
And to keep laydown yards away from non-participants.
Thank you.
And yet the laydown yard is located at next to our house.
So when you look at the design, there's a number of quote unquote laydown yards. When we build these projects, we have primary yards where job trailers are located, deliveries are located, where the craft park. And then there are things that are probably more accurately identified as staging areas. So these are areas where the semis could roll in or small deliveries could be dropped off for those particular fields. What you see on page 7 of exhibit 2 would be probably more accurately described as a staging area.
And what kind of activities would occur on stage?
So staging areas are where you might have some of the torque tubes, so those are the horizontal things that the modules are mounted to, the tubes dropped off, undelivered, module pallets could be dropped off and delivered there. It's a temporary staging ground for equipment. But it's not the location where you have, you know, the job trailers and all the parking and where the primary deliveries for the project come.
Is that stated in the application?
I don't recall.
My understanding is that the revised application is the application and it shows the laydown yard next to my house. I'm concerned, are you verbally assuring me that this will now be a staging area?
I don't think I said that, I said that. So I described to you what a staging area was and how that is different from a primary laydown area. And I described to you both a desire on the behalf of contractors and owner developers to try to alleviate non-participating landowner concerns, to try to shift some of those activities away from you.
Is that a no?
I know what
Question I asked?
you're gonna have to phrase the question in a way that can be answered yes or no.
Let's read that question. That was before the longer answer.
It should start with, are you verbally assuring me?
The last question I have is, my understanding is that of the revisions, the application and it's simultaneously laid on yard next to my house. I'm concerned, are you verbally assuring me that this will now be a staging area?
I can't verbally assure you that, I can say no.
Thank you. Continuing on with page 7 of 13 of the House 2 exhibit with the newly markered yellow additions. Why were the new yellow areas added closer to our house? They're not shown on that because. Sorry, they're not shown on the map. It's only the marker crosshatch that we just did.
Okay, off the record, I don't have the page numbers, so you say.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's page 7 of 13. Yeah, that's great.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh,
And then, okay, let's just review. Let's go back and review.
hang on, off the record, so I just wanna make sure we're on the right page.
That's the right page.
That's right. Oh, and let's get on the record. So which page are we on with exhibit?
Here on page 7 of 13 of House 2.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just because this was a little confusing, could you again tell us what other part of this project should be designated yellow on this page?
Okay, since I have to describe this verbally, I'll do my best. Where you see the yellow terminate at its western end. My best recollection, there should be an additional yellow square that extends into that corner. And that corner sort of directed, points towards your home. And then you go further to the southwest. There's another sort of right corner. And there's a square located at that location that is also an addition.
Approximately how much closer is that to our houses? I know there's no scale, but
I might have a note, wait just 1 second.
Thank you.
I can't. Okay. I do have a note, actually. This is approximate. I'll have to confirm. So the northern square is a 90-foot push to the north. Approximate. The southern square is a 122-foot push to the north.
And then how much to the west?
They're kind of squares, so, but.
Okay. Thank you. Why were these squares put closer to our house?
As stated in the revised application, the project, had a reduction in some of its leased acreage. And so we redesigned the project as best we could to fit in, the PV array necessary for the project. And the designers, utilized this area to complete a power block here.
Power block.
Power block, so that's fine.
Were the alternative areas considered instead?
No.
I just want to go back to my testimony at this point, that was, and maybe we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on the, mostly whether it would be advantageous to buy the land or not. I don't, my recollection, and again, this may have to be different, was that you did not answer that question during the open house. Did you answer the question during the open house? As to why it would not, let me give a little background. One of the people in attendance stated that it would be considerably cheaper to buy the land over the long term than to lease the land. And asked, why is it that you did not want to buy the land?
Okay, so if I recall the conversation, which there was a lot of conversation.
There was.
That night, including some colorful conversation. I believe that, intervenor Sean Dempsey may have brought this up, that might be wrong though. And brought up the, why don't you purchase the property? And I can't quite recall exactly what he said, but I believe my response was something to the effect of, Sean, it's quite the opposite. We would indeed prefer to buy some of these properties. However, if they're not for sale, they're not for sale or something of that nature.
Okay. If you were to buy the properties, would there be a different approval process by which would we be here?
Action foundation, legal conclusion, system.
Okay. My understanding is that the land is used for agriculture by the farmers. And that if this was bought by you, there would be a different process and different regulations which would come into effect. Is that the case?
Same objection. Sustained.
Okay, that concludes my question.
Oh, thanks. Who wants to go next?
Should I go next? Cause I have questions about the same.
Sure,
area.
that makes sense to me.
And tell it. Okay, I would just like to start with looking at the exhibit that you submitted today.
Us too.
Cost 2. Again, we are still on page 7 of 13. And on that page, you have stated that image of the map needs to be revised. Is that correct? In relationship to the location of the underground cables?
So that's already been answered.
Okay, I didn't know if I had like restated to ask my follow-up question, but okay. So then my follow-up question to that is, you did state that in the future that would not cause us any issues. And so my question is, how long will those cables stay in the ground?
So for the duration of the project, and then MV cables for the project are also not included in decommissioning, so the MV cables, medium voltage cables, just remain in the ground.
They are not part of the decommissioning process, correct?
That is correct.
So in the future, you are stating that those cables will not cause me or future owners of that property any issues.
Objection misleading. Oh, it's road right of way, I should know.
That's right.
It's road right of way. It's not her property.
Okay, but as. Okay, I'm gonna allow it, I think with the respect, so if you could rephrase just to say with respect to your property. That I understand that what the proposal is, but without having the map. I think that I'm gonna allow the witnesses, the interveners, investigate this to the best degree they can. And without having a map, so the plan is put in right away, I think that's probably where it has to go, as far as I know. But let's have you, if you wanna ask this question about impact to landowners, I'll let you, so could rephrase the question. Go ahead.
Your Honor, would it be helpful to put up exhibit 1 since that shows exactly where?
Sure, that's cool.
I do have a different way I could ask my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you were at our house, did we talk about the fiber optic cables that cross the right of way to bring internet service to our home?
We did, I acknowledge that there's fiber optic cable in the right of way, from your home.
So currently, we are using the right of way, and the public is using the right of way for a variety of uses.
Correct, that's what right of ways are for.
In the future, there may be unforeseen uses of the right of way. Is that correct?
I have no.
Okay, that's, I can sustain it.
When we talked about that fiber optic cable, did we talk about the need to install the MV cables in a way that they wouldn't interfere with the fiber optic cables?
Yeah, there's a process of this, and this is why, I hired an engineering firm to conduct a, feeder study for this. Part of that feeder study, are utility locates. For this, they were conducted by a company called GPRS, where they locate all of the existing utilities in the right of way. And then there are, so I'm gonna give an acronym, and if you guys ask me to define it, I'll do my words, but there's. I know, there's NES and NESC codes that then dictate the spacing and the setbacks from utilities from other utilities. You want the acronyms?
Sure, let's do it.
I believe it's the National Electric Codes and the National Electric Was it?
Safety goals. All right, sorry, I just messed that one up, that's good. I think, yeah, we understand.
So is it correct that installation of new services in the right of way must take into account existing uses in the right of way?
Yeah.
Thank you. My next question around that topic is when we had that discussion, did you state that the only way we could move the MV cables away from our property is to talk or pull waters into installing all the cables onto their property?
Yeah, you guys had continued to express concern about the cables being located in front of your property. And I mean, we said, is there anything else that can be done? And I said, not without moving the cables onto, Jereie's property.
Did you specifically ask Wade and I if we could talk to Jereie?
I don't recall asking or directing you to talk to Jereie, but I did say that the one way to prevent the cables from being located directly under your driveway would be to put the cables through Jereie's.
Did you mention to us that you would pay Jereie?
We probably would, right? That's what you do when you conduct a transmission facility easement.
But you do not remember suggesting that we be the ones as neighbors to talk to him?
So no, the transmission facility easement would be conducted between the project.
Between the
Project and, so Jereie is the JCKOW Farms.
Okay. So when we started this, after lunch, review of the maps, Attorney Cahill stated that there's abundant confusion about the changes. Is that correct?
So, wait, sorry, what?
When we started after lunch today and he passed out the maps, Attorney Cahill stated that there was abundant confusion about the changes.
Is that a question for me or the court recorder?
Do you remember that?
I don't remember even, but
Okay.
could be.
Okay,
Sounds like I heard that, so,
okay.
so anyway,
Because of that confusion, were you asked to host 2 meetings in the month of June?
I was asked to host 2 meetings in the month of June. I don't know.
Because of the confusion about the changes?
Speculation as to the ALJ's mindset.
yeah, I'll have to sustain the injunction, yeah. That's the. I don't think you can answer why, what drove a reason for having the meetings. This,
I honestly don't know.
yeah,
What was the objective to host those 2 meetings?
Same objection.
well, I think we can, if you would like to know what the applicant was. From their perspective, what the meetings were to accomplish, I think. We can ask that question of the witness, and. What did you think the meetings were set out to accomplish?
So there was 2 meetings. The first was the round table and the second was the open house. There were some specific requirements, I believe, with the open house. Possibly the round table too, but generally speaking, it was to make ourselves available to for the round table, to interveners, for the open house, the affected public. And to describe the changes to the project and also to hear any comments, questions, concerns that the interveners or the public may have about the project.
Did you prepare materials to present all changes at either or both of those meetings?
For the roundtable, I had the GIS software for the project prepared and then the interveners collectively asked a number of questions and I feel like we had a very productive conversation. For the open house, there was a presentation prepared, although a few members of the public derailed the presentation. They came in late, I think as some of you guys are aware, and we were not able to get through the complete presentation.
Did you meet your objective for either of those meetings?
I mean, my objective is to hear the comments, questions, and concerns from you guys and to try to describe the changes for the project. I feel that I have, and in addition to that, I've tried, as you know, to meet with people individually at their homes. And I will continue to do that. So the answer is yes, but in progress, right? As we go through the building and even as we build. I would like to keep the communication open, so if there's ever a comment, question, or concern, you know, say with the contractors on site, you guys feel comfortable coming to me and we can address that.
Were you able to address the changes in either of those meetings? Provide a summary of the changes to the application in either of those meetings?
So I can't remember at what point, the one individual from the public came in and basically stopped the presentation. But there was a slide that was gonna run through the revised changes, similar to what we did here today. We ended up basically doing kind of something similar, but really off the cuff, not as formal as I would have liked, or with the same language that I would have chosen, but we did it.
With the maps that you shared today and the question when you came to our house about the map that you shared there, were they the same map? The map you shared today, the one that you shared at our house?
So, there's been a lot of confusion about this, I guess. When we produce maps for the application, or if I was going to produce a map upon a PSC request, that the maps live as a set of GIS or CAD software shape files, line work, whatever you want to call it, right? So the map that I was showing you was a display of the GIS line work. That was the exact same GIS data line work used to produce the revised CN application. So there was no changes.
When we looked at the map with you, it had the MV cables in front of our house. And then this map, they're not. So how did that happen?
Is the web maps and not below.
Well, this map, the map here,
Us too.
and then the one cost one. How do we have two?
Did the GIS software that I provided, are you stating that these MV lines were located like on the road or closer to your home than showing on this? Because if that's the case, it might be what?
Yes, this one has all the MV cables north of the road.
Okay.
When you were at our house and we looked at the map on your computer. And when we had the discussion, right, about how you were gonna shoot the cables under our driveway. cables were on our side, on the south side of the road.
Okay. I think what we have going on right now is that there's a projection issue, and that's possibly why these are screwed up on here. So if you project the background, the satellite image, so like when I open up a GIS software program, you pick between a number of different projections. Depending on which projection you pick, these lines could shift a little bit. I don't know exactly what projection I grabbed, but it's possible that it showed, I think it did show on the south when I talked to you. Yeah. So to be clear, I think we need to resubmit this map page. But with that being said, the actual location of these feeders have been submitted in exhibit 1 of the revised CPCN application. I apologize for the confusion with the mapping, both on figure 417.2 and for whatever you might have seen at your house, but please reference exhibit 1 for the actual true locations of the medium voltage cables along Bluff Road.
Okay, thank you. When you talk about the revisions to the project, one thing that you have mentioned several times is the reduction in the footprint. And that in general sounds like a very good thing, right? Can you explain why, if there was a reduction in the footprint, why that resulted in the panels moving 90 and 120 feet closer to my home?
So when we talk about the reduction in the footprint and an increased setback overall, that's true. However, with the exception of, unfortunately, right by you guys, in order to try to move everything around and when we readjusted the PV, it did decrease by you guys. I acknowledge that. Yeah.
When you say you are eager to work with non-participating residents, is this a successful example of doing that?
Okay, so I am planning on working with you, so this is a revised application, right? This is the application. As you move forward towards construction, we engage the engineer of record and we move through the design, and there are opportunities to hear non-participants out and to try to accommodate the design. That's what I'm referring to. So, and that also refers to when I say that I can't pledge to you that I can do anything, right? This is the application as it stands right now. But I hear you guys and I hear your concerns and I see and acknowledge that it's closer to you here. So what I can do as we move through the future designs, iterative designs, I can see if there's some way that we can be accommodating here, right? I can't pledge to that right now, right?
I appreciate that. I'm not asking you to do that. When you made the revision between application 1 and application 2, was your intention to work collaboratively with me as a non-participating resident?
I don't believe I had met you at that time.
And did that fact that we had not met influence how you drew the map for your new application?
I don't know how to answer that. So first of all, I didn't draw the map. An engineering firm drew the map. But we have a project boundary that we work within to try to. I can see that you're a little emotional, so I've got to, but so we do our best to try to fit the community area that we have and the boundaries that we have, right? And we're doing our best to try to keep it away from everybody. Okay, there's no intent to try to do an PV array or anything like that.
Is intent different than your results?
Yeah, your elements.
Okay, yeah, yeah, sustain that objection. She's come prepared.
I just said scratching napkin from the car. I did bring it in because I figured I'd need it, so thank you. Excuse me. After the meeting with the interveners, was that the first time we met?
Yeah, so I think we first met, at the round table,
Yes, that was the intervener meeting, right? Was
Yep.
around the one.
and then so now I'm getting totally confused on dates and when the open house happened.
The open house was later.
Later, okay, so then I met you after the round table.
Yep, after the round table, and. Is it correct that I introduced myself to you
At the round table?
after the round table? Yes.
Yeah, I think you came up with me.
And did I ask you to come look at our property?
You did.
Had you been to our property before that?
Not on the premises.
Are your decisions, I know you didn't draw it, but are the decisions in the application made without looking at the lane being affected?
So there's a whole process on how we do this, right, and how we. Go through environmental reviews and setbacks from interveners. Or sorry, not participants, neighbors, it- So it is looked at,
Okay. Okay, so my next question is, when I initially met you after that intervener meeting, did you tell me that you were happy to come look at our property, but at this point, it was a situation of needing to rob Peter to pay Paul?
so. If we're gonna, so. I'm aware that you guys don't want, and you stated that you feel that the project is ugly or whatever words you've used, it's an eyesore. To remove the panels from here, we still have to have the same overall production PV array. So we have a project boundary. We move panels from one location, we are moving those somewhere else, we're gonna do our best to move those into a place where. And we have done our best to move them in a location where they don't impact anybody. A classic example of that is what we did on Highway 59. Shifted all the panels north. There's nobody north, it's just an agricultural field, so we are trying our best to do that.
Is that why panels move closer to my home?
No. I don't know what you're gonna have though.
I'm just trying to understand the thought process between the decision between application one and application two. Because the other things that you say don't align with that decision. So I'm just trying to understand what was behind your decision.
So for your home in particular, which I think is the only situation, that things got closer. There wasn't some sort of targeted. Like, let's put the panels closer to Ann's house, it just. The designers were trying to fit in the power glass, right? That was done following all the setbacks that we have to the best of our ability. At the time. So. I think we can try to. Look at what we have right now and see if there is something there. But as I said before, I can't. Guarantee that, right? Like, we have to actually look at it with an engineer of record and see what's possible.
Does that necessitate a third application?
They would be minor changes. Minor shifts.
In just a couple minutes ago, you mentioned the fact that in decision making, you use the EA statements?
So environmental studies,
Mhm.
so an EA is an actual document as part of the process, that's
Okay,
not generated by. Like I don't generate that.
yes, but my point is, do you use that document to help inform your decision making?
So as part of the process, there's a number of studies that have to be done, cultural, wetland. Quite a few of them, right? All of those studies collectively are used in the decision-making process on how the PV array and the project is situated itself. And typically we call those environmental constraints or constraints. And so, and there's buffer zones or setbacks around those constraints. Including non-participants.
Specifically, do you use the EA?
I don't, so the EA is kind of developed off of these studies. But I think the person to answer the question about the EA would probably be the so.
Well, you're asking, is the EA used for designing the project? Yeah, so, I mean, if I think we can stipulate that the EA comes after the project design, down to the revised revisions, I'm not sure about the timing of the EA, if that was kind of possible.
I mean, it's gonna be filed after this.
No, I mean, was the revised application, did that come after the EA was issued? Yes.
Yes, yes. Yeah, it was filed on June 4th, the revised application.
June 4th. So the revised application came after EA was
The
issued.
first EA.
Yes, so I mean, I guess the question, just to get a specific question out there, did the applicant use the EA when revising the application?
So we use the same source data studies that we all use to create the EA, right? It's the same stuff, right? So it's a little bit of a nuanced question, but so I think I could say yes. Because it is the same data,
I
right?
think that would be more of an appropriate question for, see witness Emily Thompson, she can speak to the EA.
I mean, just to make it simple, when you revise the application, you pick up the EA and say, hey, what does the EA say? Let me see. I'm just,
No, you don't do that.
That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With the new application coming in so soon, close to our hearing, we weren't able to get a new EA to review as interveners. Has that impeded your abilities to plan for the project?
No, because. But I think it's the same answer. So we do all of our studies that then the EA is built off, but the studies were still done and the project, the revised application was utilizing those studies. So that information was in hand.
Okay. Have a open house. The one not just with interveners, but the whole community. Did you take that opportunity to inform the public about other ways they could participate in this process?
I believe so on one of those meetings, I wrote my phone number, my personal cell phone number on the whiteboard. So I would say yes. to the extreme.
Were they informed of the public comments or the meeting that's upcoming? Isn't there another opportunity for the public to have a voice in the process?
Are you asking me or the?
I'm asking you, did you tell them that?
So I don't know if you're asking about the whole CPC and approval process or about like the interveners and the public working directly with me for a follow-up with something. Are you asking about the process or about
The process.
the process?
Did you inform the public that attended that meeting about the process and other opportunities for involvement?
Just yeah, I also say the objection to it.
This is directly related to ALJ order. Which says the commission CPC and review process and the public comment process that is relates to this proceeding should be introduced at the open house.
That was in the order.
That was in the order. Page 4.
Well, okay, well, I guess there's relevance to that, so if you could just answer whether the best you remember what happened.
Yeah, I believe that the intent was to try to get there and to discuss that among many other things. But I think it's everybody that was in attendance at the open house is aware things did not go the direction that we had intended. I think after 10 or 15 minutes, the one gentleman joined and was quite combative and then everything ended up in a free for all. Unfortunately, so I don't know if that Your Honor requires us to try to host another open house with maybe some security or something, or lay the ground rules a little bit more clearly. But that's what happened.
Did you answer the question?
So, no, we didn't have a discussion about CPCN processes.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to avoid my mess up earlier where I had an extra question. Thank you.
LaSalle, did you want to go next?
Your Honor. Could we just, I think for everybody's purposes, you know, the witness has been up there for 2.5 hours now. If we could just have a 5-minute break for everybody, I think that'd be helpful.
Sure, okay. I'm gonna recess for 5 minutes. It's just you up here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Right.
Sophia,
So far.
Sophia, you don't wanna go? Really? You don't wanna give me a break like?
I think, yeah, we're getting kind of low, so. They're charging.
Well, I think maybe a little white.
Oh, I think, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Your honor. That's, while we're off the record, what is your intention for summertime tomorrow?
Right.
9 AM. Or maybe 8, depending.
Today, we're gonna just keep going and likely have a break for dinner.
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah.
I don't want to keep over on to it.
I was just talking to a sheriff in Eau Claire County who works in the courtroom, and they said they were there for 1 AM one night, when the judge said, you guys.
Don't get any ideas.
So, yeah, I know, I was like, 1 AM, huh, so you're right there, folks. Yeah, all right back, yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, so let's get on the record, we'll try to move expeditiously. I did want to mention, because I don't think we had noted us to exhibit, we should have that, as well as the updates that we were talking about, also have the updated underlying maps. So once you revise the application with the MV lines, use those figures to make the HOS two with the.
I'll do it all on the same side, you mean?
Yeah, so that the sets are the most updated.
Your honor, should we try to accomplish that in that same three day?
If you can,
Yeah.
yeah, or give me another date to expect.
No, that's
good. Okay, and then
good, yeah, working days.
Did we have until like Wednesday of next week?
Three working days, right?
it is 3 working
Got
days,
it.
yes,
Wait,
but I can give you more. So let's just go off the record, so it would be, so you gotta take the last day of the party hearing session, which is gonna be tomorrow. Then add 3 working days, so not the 4th, not the weekend, so it's the 7th, 8th, and 9th, so it'll be due on the 9th in the afternoon, 1:30 on the 9th. Or you can. I mean, you can set another time to keep working. Okay. Just like that else I wanted to. Can't remember, I mean, go back to, all right, let's get back on the record then and have, Sal, what are the questions?
Sal? Hello? Yeah, right. So I want to say thank you for being here. My first question is, when the application materials were updated on or around June 4th of 2025, did that involve an update of every one of the documents that were submitted for the first application on October 14th, 2024?
I don't know the full extent of every single one. It did cost quite a few. I can't tell you if it was all or not. I guess I'd have to punt that to some of my team members. I don't know the answer to that question.
Do you know if appendix F was updated in the second round?
Can you give me the name of appendix F, please?
Sure. Your Honor does not want the PSC number in the
That's correct.
appendix F, visual simulations uploaded on 10/14/24.
I am not aware that it was, but that's not a guarantee that it wasn't.
So let me just interrupt a second. Do you tend to ask a number of questions about these, about application revisions, or is this the one that
No.
you're interested in?
No, Your Honor, I haven't had time to review any of the new app stuff. This is the one that I found that I don't know that we have a new one.
I see.
And I haven't had a chance to do a full inventory. I was wondering if he had.
So just so we're clear, maybe back to the chase a little bit, but far as I understand it, the revised application exhibit that was filed on June 10th represents the current state of the application. And so I had instructed the applicant to include the original versions and then indicate the new versions of each document as revised. So it says revised, whatever the title is. So I have it on the screen here. So like just the application in chief document says the first version is Whitewater Solar LLC application. The revised version says revised Whitewater Solar LLC application. So my understanding is that whatever has been revised because of the new project, the new design is indicated on this document as the revised version of that's listed here. So that's, and if it's not, we need to clarify what's missing. But as far as I know, that is all that's in the record as the revisions. They're all listed here. So that's your inventory. And is that, did I describe what you see here in the revised application exhibit? Is that you had sellers, right? Yeah. Okay, and as I sit here today, there's no additional revisions that were not included in this document.
With the exception of the one that we just discussed.
Except for yes, the changes that we're gonna make.
That's right.
Yes, okay, all right. Does that help?
I guess,
Okay,
can you direct me to the revised appendix F of the visual simulations?
well,
Estimates.
yeah, I do just explain that if it's not listed here, it doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's not being offered as a revision.
Were the panel sizes changed from the first application to the second application?
Yes, I can answer that. So that's both a wattage change and a slight change to the size format.
Is there a reason why appendix F visual simulations would not be updated as part of the revised application?
I'd have to dig into more about the potential change that would have occurred to the visual simulation. I can't answer your question. I don't know the answer.
Are you familiar with the non-participating landowner called John Sims?
No.
Your Honor, would you be so kind as to open appendix A 4.11 from the original application?
Is there,
I can get you the PSC number if it's helpful.
no, that's okay, I'm just interested, 4.11 general project area, is that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The original.
Your Honor, I can assist you as well, but if you zoom in on the alternative project area to the right, kind of belly middle of the document, then we'll get close to Mr. John's home. And if you could zoom in again, Your Honor, and sort of focus in on to the left of A5, Your Honor. Okay, that'll ought to do her. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Haas, if you could take a look at the screen there.
I can see it on.
Oh, you can? Okay, good. So I can go up there and point to it if you want. Do you know where the Walters live?
I do. It's the farm on the north side of Bluff Road, and I believe what you're getting at, Yvette, is the name of the elderly gentleman referenced during the open house. John Sims. Okay, so during the open house and the round table, I don't know if anybody ever called out his name, maybe they did. He was referenced as an elderly gentleman that was just getting some assisted care. That's so directly to the south of the farm, Walter's farm, was what was identified to me. It's the location of that. elderly gentleman.
Taking a look at that diagram, Mr. Foss. What's the closest array to Mr. Sims' home? In the original, application, I'm asking you to interpret the diagram behind you, so
To interpret that.
diagram that's on the screen.
Yeah, so it would be the little purple jog that comes southern portion of his property.
Would you agree that in this diagram, Mr. Sims' home is not surrounded by panels?
I don't, what do you mean by surrounded by panels?
Mr. Sims' home is not surrounded by panels. There's panels on one side of his home. He's not entombed.
So it looks like there's panels located both south and west of his home.
Okay, how far away would you say the panels are from his property line to where the arrays are to the west?
I'd have to grab my, like, a GIS software or have somebody tell me, like, I don't know.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if it's possible for you to keep that open and open up the current map side by side. Would that be possible? Your Honor?
Yeah, let's go off the record. On that. So you want me to open the revised
Yes, Your Honor.
figure 1.4.1.1? Okay, so let's get it back on the record. So it looks like the J. Correctly.
We can go. For 8.5. Again, look at that yellow, the yellow, like your target in the middle. That'll help.
I'm just checking the date. So that's, so we have on the screen then we have the original 4.1.1 page. Well, page 101 on the screen, and then side by side, so on the right of original page is the revised page.
Alternatively, this is shown on page 6 of exhibit 2.
Well,
it's a both.
Okay. So it's got both selected.
So you go to your page 6.
I think I'd like to stick with these now, if that's okay, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, do I have that on the screen? You're liking?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Huss, could you describe the differences in impact on Mr. Sims between the application from 10/14/24 and the revised application?
So there is a shift of the PV array south of the residence. So the PV array located south of the resident, that PV array has shifted north and closer to the residence. But at the same time, the little extension that sticks out immediately south of his home has been removed, and so what you see is a straight east-west line. So overall, the field has moved north, but the closest panels have moved further away. Is what's shown on the screen.
Mr. Huss, what about panels to the west of his property?
So the panels to the west of his property look like they moved a little bit closer to the his property line, but also squared. So that it's north to south instead of jog.
And how would you characterize the difference in fencing between them in terms of proximity to Mr. Sims' home?
So the maximum extent of the fencing, which is what this application provides, shows the fencing closer to the home.
On which sides of the property, Mr. House?
Both west and south.
That's right, the fencing is indicated by what, so pink, and white.
So I believe in testimony today, Mr. Haas, that you've stated that there were no landowners that were more negatively impacted other than the Tillotts. Would you agree that Mr. Sims is more negatively impacted?
Oh.
Could you explain?
More negatively impacted than the Tillotts? So.
No, more negatively impacted, sir, than he was in the previous application.
Oh, okay, we'd have to go back through the records to, I don't know exactly what I said, but when I was having the previous discussion with the Tillotts, I was referencing the Tillotts. I don't know, and I'd have to actually, so that's one of the things that we should show in this updated map, the green versus the yellow. And any additional, addition that would be closer, and all of these additions would still be within the allowed setbacks, but you're asking me to go on record and say, are the Tillotts the only ones and now this, non-participating landowner, St. John, if they're the only ones that have now panels closer to their homes, I wanna use that updated exhibit to show that.
I'm not sure that you answered my question, Mr. Hoff.
I can't answer your question.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Have you contacted Mr. Sims to alert him of the changes to the project in the application as it relates to his property?
No, and during the open house or the round table, it was made apparent to me that he was unwell and on assisted living or needing assistance, and I don't know if that is appropriate right now. I don't know, but the answer is no, I haven't contacted him.
Do you have any evidence to show that Mr. Sims would have any information that would allow him to even know that this change had been made adjacent to his property?
My knowledge of Mr. Sims comes from the round table and the open house. And I don't know whether or not the rest of the interveners have been in discussions with her or not. I have not.
Mr. Huss, part of the ALJ order, as far as I understood it, was to make sure, part of it was that people that are negatively affected by these new changes were alerted to that. Wouldn't you agree that this piece of evidence shows that that did not occur? And at least
This states the order.
You could point to where you're referring to.
Sure.
Nowhere in the order does it require you to contact every single person.
Right, so I want her to rephrase the question, intervenor of the cell.
Yep, this one, I'm on, Your Honor, thank you very much, I'm on. Thank you, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah. It says that Whitewater Solar shall issue an invitation to this open house to each person that meets the above described criteria. Did you invite Mr. Sims?
We sent out the flyers and notes to everybody on the list.
You sent the flyers?
Yes.
Can you direct me to the flyer that you sent in the record?
Talking about the paper.
Can you direct me to the document that you're referring to as a flyer that was sent to Mr. Sims?
Oh, I think that we probably still have to upload the flyer along with a, I forget what you call it, it needs to be updated to the data, so.
ALJ order runs until July 8th up. More than 1,000 postcards were sent out, including to Mr. Samantha.
Mr. Haas, would you grant that you did not send a flyer, but you sent postcards?
I honestly don't know the difference between a flyer and a postcard. What's the difference between a flyer and a postcard?
Should I answer that? Your Honor? A flyer generally would be like a sheet of paper, and a postcard is a postcard, so they're two different things.
Okay. So what was sent out was what you just showed, a postcard. Okay.
I received this postcard. And on the back of my postcard, it says current resident. My name was not on it. Would you agree that individuals' names were not on these postcards? It was just sent to current resident? Would you agree?
Objection Foundation.
It's Inverters.
I'm asking if Mr. Sims was sent information to let him know that these changes were occurring at his home.
Same objection, Whitens Foundation.
Well, to the extent you know, I think you've already answered, so let's move on.
On this postcard slash flyer, did this postcard inform the public that there were changes to the project?
Are you asking, you
Yes.
have the postcard, are you asking me to?
I'm asking you if the postcard indicated that there were changes to the project.
I don't recall exactly what the postcard says, but it invites people to the open house. It doesn't give the specific agenda topics.
I'll read into evidence what's on this postcard.
I think it's operative and it's in there, correct?
It is, Your Honor. I offered it.
We don't need to read it. Want to refer to.
Well, would you agree that the postcard does not state that there are any changes to this project? And in no way does it alert anyone who would reasonably read this that there are changes to the project?
I think I already answered.
It's asked and answered, yeah, he said there was no, doesn't say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So therefore, I think is it reasonable, Mr. Haas, to assume that as Mr. Sims is in his home, convalescing or whatever's going on over there, that he really has no idea that these changes are going on?
Next argument is that the state.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to Drew Gilbig's testimony, which I think he took responsibility for, is that correct?
Correct.
So would I be then allowed to ask questions about that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I ask you to bring up Drew Gilbig's direct testimony?
Doing that right now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
So, let me just ask you, witness, I'm sorry, interview install, do we need the maps on the screen anymore?
No, I think I made my point, Your Honor, thank you.
Cause I just,
Unless other interveners want them up, if they have follow-up questions.
I'm gonna. Close them out, so my computer can't handle it.
Yeah. I'm right there with you.
All right, no.
I'm looking for line 13, Your Honor. I don't have page numbers on this document as it was printed.
Okay, what question is connected to that?
Please describe the stakeholder and public outreach conducted for the project.
It looks like page 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I'd like to ask for some clarity on what is meant on line 13 when when the applicant states extensive outreach. What would be your understanding of that? If you were to use those words in this setting, like what would you consider to be extensive outreach?
Conducting open houses and communicating with the public.
Plural?
What?
Open house is plural,
Depending on the project.
okay. And you mentioned communicating with the public. Could you give me another example besides an open house of what that would look like?
Roundtables, filing up people's homes.
This testimony was from. It was received by the commission on 2/19, February 19th. Wouldn't you agree that on 2/19, Ranger Power had only conducted one open house in the summer of 2024?
I believe that's accurate, but I am not entirely sure that they didn't host another one.
Can you give any other example of the extensive outreach that was conducted before 2/19/25?
I believe there was efforts to contact, I don't know, the neighbors. I don't know about the actual full extent.
Would you agree that, if asked to present evidence that you actually don't have evidence of extensive outreach?
I don't.
Your Honor, can we actually also clarify what number the postcard or flyer exhibit is, just so we have that in the record? So there's so many to know which one it is.
Okay, just let's go off the record. So when we'll review, witness LaSalle's testimony when she takes the stand, and we can do it then, but. Yeah, at this point, we're already far afield from from that discussion, but yeah, I do appreciate you checking in on that, so. All right, let's get back on the record.
Line 17 and 16 says that there were meetings to address local concerns. Could you give an example of a local concern that was addressed in the referenced meetings? Before 2/19/25?
I'm thinking, just 1 second.
No, take your time, this is a rough day.
I can't recall right now. It's a while ago. But then there was this would be a discussion between Drew and I, right? I can't recall.
But you would agree that you took responsibility for his testimony?
I did.
In fact, is there any evidence to demonstrate that even one local concern was addressed before 2/19/25?
I don't know that there was a concern to address.
Okay. Moving on to line 22. It says that Whitewater Solar, yada, 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 advise them of the project and to understand potential concerns. Could you give me one example of a potential concern that was understood from these meetings?
No.
Moving on. Your Honor, I apologize. I'm looking, you're right where I wanted to be, actually. Thank you, right there, line 6. On the next page, there you go, line 6, thank you, man.
Page 9.
Page 9. Line 6, number 4, it says public. Whitewater Solar has made extensive efforts to share information. Is there evidence that before 2/19/25 of extensive effort?
I mean, there was the open house, and I do believe that there was efforts to contact some neighbors. I don't have a list, I have a record of conversations. That I can recall right now. I do believe that I have one that Drew provided reference to me for, but. You're asking for specific details. I can't emphasize that right now.
On line 6 and 7, it was also indicated that there was gathered feedback from the community. Do you have on file, evidence of this gathered feedback from members of the community?
On file, you mean in the docket?
I mean, anywhere that could be referenced by an intervenor to substantiate the question, the answer.
So I don't think that even if I gathered feedback right now between any of you, that I would write that down and file to the docket for the whole.
Can you give an example of one member of the community who offered feedback before 2/19/25?
Yeah.
Feedback in what way?
Gathered feedback from the community. I don't know what way you meant. This isn't my testimony. You tell me.
I think gathered feedback is gathering feedback, so meeting with the neighbor and hearing what they're saying.
Can you give an example of one such meeting before 2/19/25?
The open house.
Okay. I think we agreed earlier that one open house is not an extensive effort, correct?
No,
We didn't?
no.
Okay. Sometime this spring, you and I spoke on the phone. And you were kind enough to take a group of us on a tour of Crawfish Road. Correct?
Correct.
And that was great. Thank you for doing that. How many interveners attended that trip?
So I have a Ford Expedition, my personal vehicle I put you in, and okay. So I think every seat was full except for one. So that would mean 6.
Okay, can you recall who was on that trip?
Yourself, the Spokowskis. With Diane.
Okay,
But I didn't take a a log, no.
Would you agree that I tried to be helpful to get people to come to that tour that you were kind enough to give us?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, for sure.
In general, when we first started talking and you started interacting with the non-participating landowners, did you get a general sense of how our experience had been thus far with the previous project manager?
You did.
Could you describe it?
There was the expression that, the interveners were wanting more in terms of discussion.
Did the evidence that you gathered just from these conversations as you became more and more familiar with the non-participating landowners? In general, did you get the sense that they had experienced extensive outreach from Mr. Vielbeck?
They certainly didn't feel so.
Did you get the impression that they had felt heard by Mr. Vielbeck in terms of their concerns on this project?
The interveners expressed that they had not.
Which I think you would agree is why we appreciated you. Because you are a good listener. Thank you. Could you give an example of one potential concern that you have gathered from us in your interactions since you became involved with the project? Can I call you project manager? I'm not sure what I should call you.
I'm the project manager.
Okay, so that's appropriate. Thank you. Do you give an example of one concern that you've heard?
There's been concern about noise. There's been concern about setbacks. And then there's been concern about drain tile and hydrology issues. And there was a whole list of concerns that were written down on a whiteboard during the round table that we were, that we worked our way through. So the concerns stem from general concerns to local concern. So a general concern is something project-wide, and a local concern is, yeah, the tillets and they're late on yard acts or whatever.
Can you explain why, when you came on board, if I might say that, when you came on board, why did the attitude towards the non-participating landowners change so dramatically? Why, I guess what I'm saying is, why did we have a different experience when you took the helm than what we were experiencing up until that point?
I mean, I don't really.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain that objection. I think, we've established there's been a difference, so I think the record will show that, but.
I'll move on, Your Honor. I'd like to speak with you about the easement, on the Jereie land. I'm just gonna call it the Walter easement. Do you agree that we're both talking about the same thing if I call it the Walter easement?
Agreed.
Okay. Does this project rely on that easement at this time in order to be completed?
No.
Have you secured paperwork that will demonstrate that you're able to accomplish what you need to accomplish without that easement?
No, that would be the CPCS, so that's not secured.
Can you explain?
That we don't have the CPCN yet, this is the. We're in the process of getting it.
If you could clarify what you meant by paperwork.
I'll restate. You are replacing the JK cow or Walter easement with a drilling situation, boring on the right of way? Have you secured that paperwork for the right of way usage from the town of Whitewater or LaGrange? Whomever you have to speak with, I'm not sure.
So. To the best of my knowledge, that approval comes with, to utilize the right of way comes with the CPCN.
So you don't have it at this time?
Well, like I said before, we're sitting in the hearing for the CPCN, we do not have a CPCN.
Does the new revised project unreasonably interfere with orderly land use in the project area?
They orderly,
Mhm.
can you define orderly, is that a? I don't know, I guess I'm unaware of what you're referencing.
I'm reading a question right off of Drew's testimony, Your Honor,
Where are you?
and unfortunately, I don't have page numbers. I've got, does the project unreasonably interfere with the orderly land use?
Well, for that.
Page 11, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, now, all right.
Thank you.
Get back on the record.
So-
So we're on page 11, line 6, go ahead.
Thank you. Does the project unreasonably interfere with the orderly land use in the primary project area as designed, the new revised plan?
Yes, if you would, I'll read the full question.
Okay.
It says, does the project unreasonably interfere with orderly land use and development plans for the project area? No.
What evidence do you have to that? Like what you're saying no, could you explain why it's no?
Because we'll adhere to the applicable minimum setbacks.
Your Honor, I apologize, I don't have a page number for this. You have Drew's? Come on. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Page 13. Line 7. Based on extensive discussions with neighboring landowners. Would you agree we've established that as of 2/19/25? There really isn't any evidence to support that these extensive discussions with neighboring landowners occurred?
I would just reference our previous discussion.
Could you apprise me of the status of the proposed vegetative landscaping plan?
The proposed landscaping plan will, be included as a joint development agreement, requirement, and the joint development agreements with the 2 counties, 3 townships, and the city are currently in draft and being, worked out, but we will eventually propose landscape screening options for non-participating residents that would be in accordance with those joint development agreements.
It would be in accordance with.
Their joint development agreement.
Let me interrupt you, when do you expect that to be finalized?
Partially dependent on the counties and towns and cities, right? It has to go through the board approvals. I suspect sometime in the next 6 months we'll execute. Yeah.
Okay, and you have draft versions of
Oh, drafts have been sent to all of them, yes.
Do those include, in terms of the landscaping plans themselves, does that include? Figures as to what the applicant's proposing to do for vegetative landscaping?
It could, depends on the municipalities and what they choose. Typically, if we did include them that way, and these would also be, I mean, they're usually in order point two, right? So we provide them prior to construction, but they're typically like a selection between tall grass, prairie, shrub, or trees that we provide to the non. That there's other language here, don't get screwed up, but basically non-participants with a direct line of sight.
Yeah, so it's okay, I wasn't one of that, it's, I'm not gonna push up the time. Alright, I guess I was curious, when you provided the draft in this municipality, they had examples of what was being proposed in terms of the landscaping arrangements that are.
No, in the JDAs and JDAs, joint development agreement. In the JDAs, it describes the process that will be followed and who we would provide those plans to.
Okay, so. Did you mention it's an order point to file those when they're finalized? Is that currently being proposed in this case? As an order point? And I guess we should, if it's not, I'm not gonna ask you to file a draft, it's gonna be an order point.
Can you repeat the question? You said to file the JDA or?
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, obviously there's no order points yet, right? But like for the last projects that I've done, we're required to update our vegetation management plan and accompanying that is the screening options. So my expectation would be that we'd have a similar requirement here, but you know.
Okay, but you'd be willing to do that?
But yeah.
Okay, that's great. So if we could add that in to the order points, that would be useful. It's not already been proposed.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Huss, will each of the individual landowners be advised of the status of this vegetative landscaping plan?
You're gonna have to define individual landowners.
Will the non-participating landowners that are impacted? You mentioned that they, you know, if you're this far and you're visually what have you, you know, whatever the language is that you said you would misquote, and I agree, I would too. Are those folks gonna have voice and choice on the vegetative landscaping plan?
They would, yes. The ones that are identified in the language of those JDAs would be provided those options, yes.
Is there a list of those individuals?
So you. Not yet, because the JDAs are not executed yet. On execution of the JDAs, there would be a list, yes.
I get a little more clarity on it, but I don't know if we've really delved into this very much in the projects, so since we're on the topic, so the JDA will dictate that once the JDA is approved by a locality, that'll dictate the options that the applicant provides to the landowner in terms of screening. Is that your understanding of it?
Yeah, so what ends up happening is the JDA instructs us to go to this non-participant because they have a direct line of sight, right?
Yeah.
And then, so we literally go to that non-participant, we say, you know what, here's your screening options. Which do you prefer or none, right? One of the projects that I did, quite a few people chose none and for land to go back into agriculture. Outside of the fence, so that's, yeah.
Okay. Good. But in terms of the landowner perspective, is that what? Yes, I mean, is there any negotiation there in terms of just choosing from a menu, or is it? How does the JDA control what you then give in terms of options to the to the landowners. Do you have any understanding of that? It's just,
I think we proposed the language in the JDA that we would just provide these options, we do, I don't, to my knowledge, I don't remember any municipality getting more granular on exactly what the plans should look like or reviewing those plans. That might not be completely accurate though, especially for other projects that I haven't managed.
do you know of any projects where where Ranger Power has deviated from the JDA and provided different screening at the request of the landowner?
Yeah, so the Onion River and the Crawfish projects that I did, we deviated by doing agriculture. That was not one of the, that was not one of the options.
And that was at the request of the landowner?
It was.
Okay, all right, thanks.
The testimony states that there's extensive discussions with neighboring landowners. And that the plan will address the visual and aesthetic concerns that have been raised.
Oh,
You
okay.
agree?
Hold on, are you back? Wait, are you referencing Drew? I'm sorry, what are you referencing now?
Yeah, I'm just restating, just to get us back where I was. Although I think it was great what your honor did, because it was awesome, but I just want to get back on the list that where I was, just to reset us. So based on extensive discussions with neighboring landowners, the project is developing a proposed vegetative landscape plan to address the visual and aesthetic concerns that have been raised. You agree that's what it says?
I do.
And is that what you're planning to do?
Yeah.
Okay, when I read that statement. I'm inferring something and I'd like to see if you agree, but can I infer that the plan would then address the aesthetic concern that has been raised?
The aesthetic concern raised by an individual?
Correct.
So we can present a landscape screening plan as an option to try to help prevent some of the concerns. I think it's quite clear that for several folks, there's no preventing all of your concerns, and if you are just adamantly opposed to that project. So it's kind of a question.
No, I'm engaging with you on this and asking. Does the proposed vegetative landscape plan have to address the aesthetic concern that has been raised? Is that an effective plan?
Objection vague, I'm not sure what type of, I know we're talking about at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm asking, what I'm asking, if I could restate is. Will the vegetative landscaping plan that you settle on address the visual and aesthetic concerns that have been raised by non-participating landowners? Is that a requirement of the plan?
I say objection, I don't know who's concerned, what concern,
I mean,
it's gonna be varied by individual property. I don't know.
I think the testimony speaks for itself, that it's their intention. Are you looking for what, is there an enforcement mechanism or how things will pan out? I'm not sure.
I'm asking if the vegetative landscape plan, and I guess maybe I'm looking for a line item on it. If it will be held to a standard where it reasonably addresses concerns raised by non-participating landowners. Is that a standard that is set here?
I mean, Your Honor, there is a proposed order point related to vegetative screening and visual buffers in Emily Thompson's rebuttal.
Okay.
But this is another one we typically have.
Okay.
Mr. Haas, would you grant that given that my home is in the right of way, essentially right up against the right of way on 59, that using a vegetative landscape plan to address the aesthetic concerns that I've raised would be problematic?
You mean, could we have a vegetative landscape screening plan that completely blocked your view of all of the solar panels?
Sure.
that's not possible.
What level of visual and aesthetic concern would you be able to address at my home at West 2861? Given the location of the panels in relation to my domicile?
What are your concerns?
You don't know?
Well, I mean. You don't wanna see the modules? Or if you? I know, would you like to state what your concerns are?
I just wanna get on the record, so you don't know.
I think before you've stated that you. Visually don't. Like the project, right? The way that it will look. So. Is it just? To be clear, are we talking about trying to hide the entire project with a landscape screen?
Have you been to my property to see the impact of the project, proposed project on the aesthetic and visual concerns?
No, I've been, at the Stoichkowski's home and, Bill Salski's home. That has, not the same, I'll grant you that, you're closer to the road, but they're also elevated, south of 59. So I get a feel for what it would be like, which is why I state that we can't. In that elevated position. Use a vegetation screen to block the project.
Okay. Are there alternative areas where you could move the panels to relieve myself and my neighbors of the visual and aesthetic concerns that I believe they've addressed? Is there an option in the plan where you would be able to move those panels to relieve us of our aesthetic and visual concerns that you have demonstrated can't be remedied with a vegetative landscape plan?
Well, yes, and that's what the revised application in part did. We shifted the panels to the north to give you a larger green setback. And we will offer vegetation screening to try to interrupt that visual view, right? So prairie and possibly trees like arborvitae on the fence. So we have done that.
I think we just agreed that it would not be possible to address the visual and aesthetic concerns because of our elevation. Those of us that live right there were elevated above that project. Would you agree we're elevated above it?
Objection to the first part of the testimony, or question, really more testimony, it states the testimony.
Okay, no, you
Would you agree we're at elevation above the project across the street from my home?
Yes,
Me, meaning my 5 neighbors, there's a group of us.
I agree.
Okay. Would you agree that there's not really a vegetative landscape plan on the menu within 20 years that would grow to block the solar panels from our homes?
Yeah, I already stated that.
Okay, so can we agree that there's really not a vegetative management plan on the menu that would alleviate my visual and aesthetic concerns?
After that, objection asked and answered, he's explained what can be done already.
I'm just looking for a yes or no.
Okay, I'll have an answer, go ahead.
I don't believe that we can alleviate your concerns.
Okay. Is it possible to move those panels to an alternative area to alleviate my concerns and the concerns of my 4 neighbors on 59?
No,
Why not?
because we've maximized the panels in the preferred location that we want them, as shown in the revised application.
What is the purpose of it having an alternative area?
It would be an.
Objection, legal conclusion. He's asking for what the PSC's reason is for having the alternate 25% area.
Overruled. Go ahead. Yeah.
It would be an alternate to the preferred.
Isn't it true that that alternative area is there so the PSC has options to alleviate problems such as this?
Are you asking me or the PSC?
Yes, I'm asking you. As the project manager.
Foundation. I'm not sure when or why the PSC originally added the alternate and what their thought process was. I don't know how to answer the question.
When would you engage an alternative area into a project instead of your preferred?
If the alternate became preferred,
What would create a situation where the alternate became preferred?
cultural or environmental studies showed that the preferred area was unsuitable for the project and therefore was no longer preferred. For instance, we might have significant cultural findings in an area and we want to avoid that.
Are you saving this alternative area for anything like that right now?
Alternate area after a project is built is typically released.
Have you set aside all the cultural concerns that could possibly drive you to the alternative area?
We have at this point.
Have you set aside all of the historical points that could drive you to the alternative area at this point?
Have.
So it's theoretically possible in order to alleviate concerns of landowners that you could utilize the alternative area.
No, the preferred area is the preferred area.
So what you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly, is in the case of myself and my neighbors, because we're all kind of living the same dream there. We have a admittedly visual and aesthetic concern that you're not able to alleviate with a vegetative landscape plan. And you could alleviate by using an alternative area, but you are electing not to do that. Is that correct?
They're electing to use the preferred
Yes or no?
area. I don't know how to answer your question. I feel like. Say it again. Let's see.
No problem. I know it's.
Read it out.
I'll restate. No
Or
problem.
read it back.
Okay. I just said empathy for me. I'm a kind person.
So what you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly, is in the case of myself and my neighbors, because we're all kind of living the same dream here. We have an admittedly visual aesthetic concern that you're not able to alleviate with a vegetative landscape plan. And you could alleviate by using an alternative area, but you're electing not to do that. Is that correct?
It's not that's not, the problem is it's not a simple yes or no question because the alternate area is an alternate. Because there's additional factors in it, which is why it was an alternate area and not the preferred to begin with.
Yes or no? Not to be argumentative, just yes or no.
Not,
I don't know.
it is argumentative,
Yeah.
but it's not susceptible to a straight answer, no.
Let's have an answer to the best extent you can, so keep continuing.
So I don't think every answer, the way that you're phrasing them, is a yes or no. In this situation, it is not a yes or no. The alternate area is not one where I'm just choosing not to use it. You know. And putting the panels in front of you. In this situation, the alternate area is an alternate area because the alternate area has additional environmental concerns and geotechnical concerns. That does not make the alternate area unbuildable, nor suitable for an alternate area. It just is not the preferred area to build a project.
So you mentioned, just so I catch this, you said geotechnical concerns and environmental?
Yes.
All right, let's take those one at a time. So the environmental concerns preclude you from including that alternative area in your primary project?
Those are part of the reasons why they were identified as alternative areas, yes.
Okay. What would stop you from moving the panels from P1 in front of my neighbors and I house into one of those alternative areas. If the PSC were to ask you to do so, why would you choose, why would you not want to do that? What would hold you back from doing that?
It's an alternative area because there's additional environmental concerns, in particular wetlands. The potential of negative impacts to the environment, and also there's the potential for additional and more complicated geotechnical concerns that could have negative impacts to the local watershed on the alternate areas.
Could you explain those?
So if you review the application for the alternative area, you'll see that there's considerably more wetlands located on those locations.
Are those delineated wetlands?
They are.
In your alternative project design. And if you need to refer to it, if we need to pull it up, let me know. Did you position your panels 75 feet from those in your alternative design?
75, they're farmed wetlands, so they don't have setbacks. You can still put the panels over a farmed wetland in the state of Wisconsin.
All right, we'll come back to that. You mentioned geotechnical concerns. If you were to build on the alternative area, you don't want to, but if you were to build on that area, other than potentially running into trouble, would it cost you more money?
Usually potentially running into more trouble equals costing more money. It's like the same thing,
Okay.
but it's unforeseen, so.
If you were to build on those alternative areas that have been identified as alternative areas for the purposes of being an alternative area. And let's say you're avoiding it for an environmental concern, would that cost your company more money to build there? Due to an environmental concern?
Eventually.
Okay. Do you have the power in your position as a project manager to elect to engage an alternative area instead of the property across the street from my house?
Objection, I think calls for legal conclusion is what the CPCN will say in our overall.
Eventually, it would depend on the CPCN process and how the design was laid out, and I mean. Potentially, but right now, the preferred area is the preferred area, right? There'd be no reason to move from the preferred area to the alternate area.
No reason. So the alleviation of homeowners that you've identified you cannot solve the problem that you're creating for them isn't a reason?
We're doing our best to set the project back from you guys along Highway 59. Will you be able to see the project? Yes. Would you be able to see the project from the alternate areas as you're driving around? Yes. I don't know how to alleviate all of your potential concerns. I feel like we'd be chasing a rabbit, right?
Your Honor, without being argumentative, can I get an answer to the question?
I don't think I can answer the question yes or no.
Is there a draft vegetative management plan that has been shared with the interveners?
Not entirely sure it's been shared yet.
Is there a draft vegetative plan that we're gonna have access to before our brief is due?
If it's required, I'm not certain. I don't honestly don't know the answer to this question.
Your Honor. Who would know the answer to that? Would it be a PSC person that I could ask this question of?
Well, it's, so,
Just a sidebar, because I don't know.
joint development, agreements. There's no, application filing requirement at this point for that.
The VMP is, we share, you guys.
Yeah, sorry, the vegetation management.
The vegetation management plan that VMP is shared, we do have draft, I mean, I guess.
It's filed as an appendix J.
Yeah, so I just having trouble focusing. Who wants to address this issue? Attorney Kane?
There is a vegetation management plan that's filed as an appendix J.
Yes, okay, but that's different than the landscaping, right? Or is it?
It's a different plan.
Well, sort of. The landscape screening plan is typically an appendix that's added to the vegetation management plan. Some projects can have it standalone, but I think typically it's just an appendix that's added to the vegetation management plan.
Oh, so let's go off the record. Jay.
Off the record, these are almost always updated, which ends up being one of the order points to share the updated.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
I understood when I read this vegetative management plan to be more of like the land in the panels and the land around the panels versus alleviating the landowner. Do you think that's true?
If that's usually the case, right? At least in terms of what's filed, what's required as a application filing requirement, as far as I understand. Well, let's get on the record then. So I mean, the draft JDAs exist. It sounds like there's some willingness to share that. So we can mark that house 3 and have you file that as the exhibit.
What are we, what is it called?
The joint development agreement, the draft version.
So. Attorney Cahill answers, so I don't know if there's any like legal ramifications for sharing a legal document, I'm not touching that one.
Yeah, I mean, we've done it in the past. We've
Okay.
done it with other cases, so.
Do you want it for each of the towns, the county and the city? Show draft form?
Yep, yep. Put that in as house 3. And you get that in by the 3 days, or otherwise let me know.
Mr. Haas? You and I talked a little bit about the trees, right, that would be on the menu, as it were. Could you just, let me know in terms of where the status is right now about what's on the menu for, participating landowners in our area, given, you know, every area is probably different. So what is the menu option right now for the Tillets and me and everybody in terms of the landscape management plan? What would be, like, if you've got a draft together, like, what's on the menu?
So let's call it a landscape screening plan, first, because the vegetation management, so there's the vegetation management plan.
Yeah.
Landscape screening plan, so let's be clear, you're referencing the landscape. Screening.
Yeah, I'm just getting as tired as you. Thanks, Mr. Hart.
So, it doesn't exist at this time, but, on the tree option. It's typically arborvitaes, but with discussion, we can, there can be deviations to that, to the tree species, right?
Would oaks be an option?
Eventually, depending on location.
So if a landowner was hoping to maybe necessarily plan for the future and maybe a tree that would benefit someone 50 years from now instead of just us.
Well, okay, so the problem is, I think what you're getting at is. The landscape screening plans are implemented on the project property. To work outside of that, would kind of be a one-on-one sort of thing. Is there the potential for that? Yes, but it's very much a one-on-one discussion between the project and that particular landowner. You bet if you want an oak tree in your yard, we just need to discuss it.
I think where I was going with it, Mr. Haas. Was just to understand what was on the menu, so it's in the record for my fellow citizens. That I just wanted to kind of flesh it out because we don't have that information. Would you agree? We haven't seen anything in writing on that.
Agreed.
So I was just looking for the menu.
Yeah,
Would you agree that for those that screening might possibly be effective for, it might be more attractive to them to have native plants versus a wall of arborvitae?
Poof, I've talked to, you get all sorts of
Right.
ideas when it comes to landscape screening. I mean, I seriously am not gonna peg anybody
Okay.
as like what's normal when it comes to landscape screening.
Okay.
Like, cause stuff's all over the map. Like, one person told me they wanted a row of bamboo, so.
Okay, so you're dealing with
I
crazy.
don't know.
All right,
So before you go any further with that, if we do get the draft JDA, will that menu be included? Would we expect to see that, or is that something that would be part of the file?
No, I think like on, like Badger, for instance, we're adding it as it got tagged under the BMP as an appendix, so it doesn't actually get tied to the JDA. The JDA just forces us to present the a landscape screening plan to, what it really does is tell me who to present it to, right? Yep.
So it's gonna be unsatisfying at this point.
I hear that. So there is no landscape plan, vegetation landscape plan in draft form at this point.
For Whitewater, no, I mean, I can get it going, right? Yeah. The project's not gonna build until next year, right?
Right. I guess, I mean, you've worked on Crawfish River.
Crawfish, onion, badger.
Crawfish.
I'm the manager for those.
And I mean, do you see that the landscape plan will be much different between those? Just to get a sense of what would be in the plan. Well, and so I don't know if we have those plans on file, Badger and Onion.
I think for Badger, we just recently gave it to you guys, right?
I don't.
There should be a Badger docket. The Badger State vegetation management plan that was updated should have landscape screening as an appendix to it, and that should be on the docket.
Do you know what docket number that is? I don't know the docket number. I'd have to look
It's
it up.
9800, but I don't
Yeah.
feel like that has been filed.
No, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So, all right, so we'll just have to leave it at that. So yes, unsatisfying as it is, we will work with the process that we have. So I don't know if you can give us any other information about what landowners would have in terms of options.
I mean, we present tall grass prairie, row of shrubs.
Yeah.
And then trees, typically arborvitae, so that's the cedar trees. That's the typical menu, at least for Wisconsin.
Okay, and then when you present this, so the municipalities will approve the JDA. And so are they also approving the what's being presented in terms of the landscape plans? Do they look at those and evaluate them?
They could, but to the best of my knowledge, they've never required it.
Okay. Alright.
Mr. Haas, we spoke briefly on this, and I just want to get it into the record to make sure that my understanding is accurate. Let's say a non-participating landowner says, I want option B, which is the wall of arborvitae. Okay. Is there anything written in there that says if the arborvitae die, meaning you stick them in the ground and a year later they just keel over and croak? Is there anything written into that plan that you guys are gonna swing back around and address the dead tree?
Typically, no.
So the homeowner then would just look at a decaying dead tree as it rots away?
So it would depend on what the project specific, I think then you're talking about project specific vegetation management plan, if it's anything, but I mean, I don't think they're just gonna be looking at a dead rotten tree. The ops crew would probably come and replace it at some point. But there's not, I can't reference and tell you that there's any definitive language in the VMPs that I'm aware of, or the landscape screening plan, or the JDA, or a CPCN order point that has like the format standard tied to trees. The problem being there's quite a bit of external factors that play into the health of the tree.
I agree that a lot of external factors could play into the health of the tree. However, if it's being offered as a screening, and then it fails to screen. Wouldn't that be the responsibility of the manager of the land to tend to his vegetation? Just as I am responsible as a landowner to attend to the vegetation on mine, that becomes a problem for my neighbor?
Objection, cumulative, argumentative, lecture, and we're advancing anywhere towards where we need to be. Okay, overall.
Okay, I gotta remember what you said now, and I'm not gonna reread it, I'm just gonna think, so. To the best of my knowledge. That's not a requirement that. Any projects are. Held to performance standards right now. If your question is there like some kind of ethical or moral thing, like your commitment that you have to keep your yard nice for your neighbors? Probably, right? That would be for the owner operator of the project to satisfy that, but. To the best of my knowledge, it's not any kind of condition, that the project is obligated to.
If Ranger Power were to agree to that, like if we were to negotiate and or agree to it, would that then transfer over to your buyer of this project?
Objection, legal conclusion.
I'm not gonna say that. If in order to have this project approved, Ranger Power says they're gonna do screening, and that screening fails, there's no solution at this time for landowners?
So you're referencing Ranger Power, you mean Whitewater Solar?
Yes.
Okay, and so your question is. I guess you're asking for a hypothetical if,
I'm asking if you plant a wall, arborvitae in front of the tillets and 50% of them croak, do they have any recourse right now?
they would contact the owner operator, of the project and say 50% of the trees croak, can you do something about it?
Okay, so right now I'm gonna infer, and I hope I'll find out if you agree, that the landscape. The vegetative landscaping plan is really just an idea. It's not a commitment.
I'm gonna interrupt. I think he's answered that there's no condition that trees to maintain a certain performance standard.
Okay.
As far as he sits here today, his knowledge of the requirements of CPCNs at this point. And, you know, we've discussed what the JDA is to the extent we can know it today. Whether it has, and it doesn't appear to have any enforcement standards when it comes to individual landowners. So let's move on. I think he's been asked those questions and he's answered sufficiently for the record.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Last question from the Drew, oh, almost last. You have your Drew building, oh, yeah, I had it, it's all. I'll get the page down for Your Honor. Your Honor, page 14. I'm wondering, on line 1. Will the new project as designed have any undue adverse impact on the recreational activities in the area?
No.
Earlier in testimony, Ms. Tillett mentioned snowmobile trails. Are you aware of the snowmobile trails in the area or I'm not sure if it's an easement or whatever, that there's a group that they all ride around. It's super annoying, but I know they do, okay, and they ride on, they have, I don't know what the word is, but there's a whole gang of them. Rich,
Just ask your question.
okay.
It's so noisy.
They are. Okay. There's nothing we can do about it. All right, luckily we don't have any snow anymore, so. All right, so what I wanna know is, have you evaluated the new project with the changes that you made? I know you've added more project arrays, you've moved the panels. And have you addressed this question with the new plan?
So I'm aware that there's a snowmobile trail that goes through the target area. What I'm not aware of is whether or not the project originally or revised impacts that snowmobile trail. I did talk to the town of LaGrange, road commissioner and tried to get some sense of what it would take to try to reestablish the trail if we are. I mean, I'm from Rice Lake, northern Wisconsin. We actually like it, snowmobiling in fields. So right, that's one of the things that I will need to work with the local community on. That does absolutely take coordination with the local community because those trails are utilizing landowner agreements that are very tentative, and some of them will even remove their lands from those agreements if some of the snowmobiles deviate from those paths. So that is something that will have to occur in the future if we are indeed impacting the trail right now, which I can't tell you we are.
So as a, it sounds as if you're a seasoned snowmobiler.
Wow. I snowmobile.
Alright. What hazard would one of these fences in the project area present to a snowmobiler?
So the largest hazard that the snowmobilers encounter on the snowmobile trails are themselves.
Amen.
And what goes into their bodies. The second largest hazard that is presented are low burglar fences. That are buried in the snow when they may deviate from the trail or their ski gets caught in a groomer's that turned around or something, they come off. It's really those low barbed wire ones. We are not installing those with the project. The high game fence, like a 7-foot, 8-foot fence like this would not be one of the things that would cause, you know, a big safety concern for the snowmobilers. They're able to see that. We don't get that here.
Do you think at night, when a snowmobiler was drunk and they came home and haven't been home for even 2 or 3 years, and they got on their sled and they went out at night, because they often ride at night.
Mhm.
And they're on fenced fields that were not fenced when they were here maybe 2 years ago. You think that the fences will be visible at night?
So, if you've snowmobiled before, these
have.
trails, these trails,
That's why I'm asking.
One person talking at a time.
so. These trails do move, right? Because there are, oftentimes landowner issues. It is the responsibility of the snowmobiler to, snowmobile safely, including at night. That means you're driving by trees, homes, across streets, by fences. It's arguably probably one of the more dangerous recreational activities in the state of Wisconsin. Will the fence itself pose a hazard? Yeah, but no more than everything else you're driving by. And it certainly isn't the largest hazard that they face.
If it's found that the snowmobile trail is currently traditionally been used in any of those areas, is it feasible or possible to put some kind of reflective tape on the fence?
Absolutely.
Is that something that you'd be willing to have put into the record so that we can not have somebody get hurt?
I think that really takes working with the snowmobile club. They're clubs that run these things. And then the club working with the owner operator to see who then would, you know, be hanging flashing on. They always need to replace that type of stuff. Cause what you're talking about is something that's used, right? They'll put a little shiny dot on a shed or something like that. And they take down the signs, and a lot of the stuff is removed and put in the shed this summer. That has to be a coordination with the clubs. Adding it as an order point, I don't know, it's your honor's prerogative, I guess.
I'm staying silent.
Well, I will tell you, that, I have seen
Let's
people,
not, like, we're good. I think we have enough on this.
all right, we'll
Thanks
move on.
for raising it.
Any benefit? Page 20.
Of development.
Let's take that. I'm revisiting this, Mr. Haas, because I really haven't had the time to fully review all of the documents that came over, and so I'm asking these questions. On line 12, it says, what potential benefits will the project provide to the local community? Does the new revised plan change this answer in any way that we should be concerned about?
Give me a second to just refresh myself. I can. No.
Thank you. I sit with Mr. Veelvig. Mr. Haas, when did you become aware of the daycare center that is located on Parker Road?
I think I first became aware of it when I reviewed the sound study with Jennifer Miskin. But it was really called to my attention to try to pay some special attention to it when Ms. O'Brien called it out specifically in the roundtable that we had with the interveners. Yeah.
After having it brought to your attention that there was a daycare center and there was some concern, did you seek out that daycare?
I did.
Were the concerns addressed?
So I visited with Jim and Jody, sorry. Jim and Jody, I'm not good with dates and memory, but a couple days ago. And their concerns were, they had a weird drainage thing on their land, and they were concerned that the project might add additional water that could pool into their yard. They had concerns that the fence might, so when you're looking at their home, the daycare playground is on the west side of their home, which faces.
If I might, Your Honor, could we pull the map up? Would that be okay?
Let's not interrupt, witness who's trying to answer your question.
Which faces east, and so the children's direct line of sight is to the east. So they just wanted confirmation that the project, there's like a kind of a plateau, and then the project, the landscape dips down in the hill towards their property. They had expressed concerns that they didn't really want the project like on that side slope, or some massive regrading happening on that side slope. So I acknowledged their concern. I think I did go back and look at the design. I didn't follow up with them. It doesn't look like, I don't think we are doing anything on that hill slope. We're staying up on top, so there shouldn't be any grading there or impact. That would be outside of the fenced area at the end. And then their other concern was associated with way in the back of the property behind their home. And on the east side, there's a row of conifer trees of mixed species that kind of wrap around their yard. They were concerned that the project may be located adjacent to those, and as those grew up over the next 20 years. That they might shade and that the owner operator of the project might require some sort of a tree clearing, to not shade out the panels. I haven't followed up on that yet. It does look like the project is far enough setback, but that's, we, concerned, but that's one of the things we can go with.
I only asked for the map in case he wanted to use it to explain. I haven't done it myself.
Sounds like he knows exactly where.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
We're talking.
I love that. Thank you.
All right.
I'm not quite sure how to pronounce, the witness's name. It was the gentleman from the UW who did the Cashian. Cashian? Cashian. I'm gonna refer to his testimony, Mr. Ross, and ask you some questions.
So it's cash and direct
The testimony that he provided to us today, Your Honor.
at the.
At the hearing.
Okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Cashian suggested that when the applicant, Whitewater Solar, requested the financials. I don't know if we can call it a report, what he based his direct on, the investigation he did to report the dollars in his direct. He said he included in it the concept of buying heavy equipment in the state of Wisconsin. Does Whitewater Solar intend to buy heavy equipment in the state of Wisconsin?
Whitewater Solar isn't a contractor. We hire contractors to build the project.
Could you explain more?
Well, that's what or what you want to explain.
So Whitewater Solar themselves will not be buying any Caterpillars.
So Whitewater Solar is not a contractor. Contractors are the ones that do the construction. So the contractor, the people who do construction, are the ones that buy things like what we call yellow iron in the industry.
Yellow iron?
Yeah, big.
I gotta write that down because that's pretty cool. Another thing that Mr. Cashian said was that the workers would be taking lunch in Whitewater. When you've driven around and done all the tours and talking with folks in this area, have you gone to any of the diners or places to eat in the Whitewater area?
I have.
How long is the lunch break for your garden variety construction worker that's gonna be out there for those 2 years?
Oh, man, so you hire a contractor. And the contractor hires subcontractors. Sometimes the subcontractors do hire subcontractors. The lunch hours are, it's dependent upon those organizations. I can speak from my previous projects experience
That would
that
be great.
they will fill up some of the local restaurants. To make it to the point where it's hard to get served on time, right when you go in at noon, yeah. They definitely frequent the establishments.
Okay. Where do the workers live when they do this work?
I'm gonna, again, speak from experience. And so crawfish is probably the best one. Since in Jefferson County. For crawfish, a number of them pooled up in rented homes, Airbnbs, and then quite a few were lodged in the local hotels.
As part of your planning for this project, was part of it to ascertain the housing situation that would be available for your workers?
So we just built a project of similar size in Jefferson County and there's adequate houses in.
Is there any sort of, setback that you are, beholden to for my neighbors across the street? From me at West 2861, Highway 59, is there any setback that you're beholden to? I think. I call him Joe Vitaggio,
I'm sorry?
Joe Vitaggio. I'm not sure of the spelling.
Joe is bad, and I don't understand the question.
Is there, do you have it appears that some land was in the project at the beginning. Behind Joe Vitaggio's house. Across the street from mine. And now that land is. Shaded, but now it's no longer under panels. I'm wondering, is there any setback? That has been determined for Mr. Vitaggio. As part of any. Discussions that you have.
So. I don't wanna get into the actual specifics of a lease because those are between the project and the individual. Landowners, but there was an exclusion zone. In one of the leases. For I believe the area that you're discussing.
And that exclusion zone is with the landowner, not with Mr. Vitaggio.
That's correct.
Thank you. Not done. I'm just thinking about it.
So let's go off the record for a second. So we do have two witnesses we need to take today. DNR witnesses, they're not available tomorrow.
Correct.
So how much cross do you think we have for this witness? Okay,
He's sort of the main event for most of us.
right. However, need to excuse this witness soon and call him tomorrow. Plus we do want a break at some point. So, what do you foresee? Do you have, so the other topics that you're looking to delve into, like what are you, well, give us some parameters. How much time do you think you're gonna need for the rest of your process?
I can't say, Your Honor, because I've never done this before.
Well, so how far did you get on your batch of cross? Maybe a third.
I can't say, Your Honor, because I just,
Maybe a third.
I didn't really quantify it in my head. I wrote a bunch of questions down throughout the day and I had some coming in and I don't know how long they'll take.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So, no, I mean, that's fine, we just plan.
I bet he could probably use a break, though, look at him.
Yeah, well, he's the project manager, like we said. See today.
I haven't been.
So. I guess what I'm saying is we're gonna have to speed up the process, that's one thing, and we may have to skip something. We just might not be able to get through it all, because we do have time constraints, but. Let's go, so are we on a new topic now, or where are you at? We're talking about,
I was gonna move on to his rebuttal testimony and ask the question as it relates to the new project.
okay, so why don't we break now, let's take a half an hour. And then we'll take the DNR witnesses, we'll probably have to recall. The project manager tomorrow.
Okay.
Unless we can stay late, I don't know how long DNR is gonna take.
Okay, so I can pick up here tomorrow. Is this fair enough?
So far at this point, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
how many questions do we have for DNR?
A few. I mean, I don't think, Your Honor, I don't think DNR's. I think they'll be like the other witnesses. I don't think, do you have a lot for DNR?
Statement 3.
Yeah, I think, maybe a handful, from each.
Okay, and you, interview with yourself?
I'm not really sure who's PSC and who's DNR. Is Emily Thompson
So
DNR?
we're gonna be calling, that's a good question, so, Ruddermacker and Whitens, we need to call today.
I have a few, just an example.
With the handful, okay.
Yeah, Emily Thompson is PSC.
Okay, thank you.
She doesn't have time constraints for today.
Okay,
It's just good today.
so let's break now, we're back at 10 after, and we'll. The DNR. And you guys just attack them.
And ballot.
Every day. No.
Gonna get organized here.
Okay, we're gonna be starting soon, and I wanted to make sure we have Jereie Ruddermacker available. We'll be hearing from you first.
Who did he say they're gonna hear from first?
Jereie Ruddermacker.
Yep. I'm available.
Oh, there you go. Okay, and I don't see you yet. Do you have a camera turn on?
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to actually call me before I turn it on.
Just trying to get people motivated here. There's like 4 people.
The door's open.
They all imagine it.
Or, we didn't know if you wanted it.
I want to keep it, I'll bring it, I'll. Yeah.
I know, you can. Actually, I didn't actually say the time to do that.
Yes, you did. I think you said.
I said
You
half
said
an hour.
6:10. You said 6:10.
Yeah, let's come back at 10 after and deal with DNR.
All right, okay.
Deal with DNR? Ooh.
Not reading the transcript, are you? Definitely. No.
Is the transcript live?
Jereie.
Well, we have closed captions, but that's.
Well, I
unofficial.
have, yeah,
We're
I have it on my computer.
Yeah.
Magic.
It is magic. She's magic.
Yeah, she
She's
is.
what does the work here, so.
I don't know how she does it.
Drugs.
You got any extra?
So,
The irony of that is I have to take something, but not because of that.
okay, yeah, well, it is 6:10, so we have no time to wait. I don't know that takes some time. 11, oh, yeah, so I'm gonna swear you in. So we're calling, so at the PSC, call their first witness.
PSC would like to call Jereie Ruddermacker.
Okay, I see you there. I'm gonna swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Are you gonna see her? Yes, you are. Hang on. Sorry. Gotta get oriented here. So I got you on our screen and.
Is my face really big in your room?
Really
Is it
big.
like?
Oh my God. Crazy.
That's great.
Okay.
That's great.
So,
I can take a picture for you and send it to.
I guess
right,
that's what
so
happens when I can't be in person, right?
That's the my to be paid. Okay, so did you say you will affirm? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep,
okay.
I
So you're
did.
sworn. So go ahead with the witness.
Good evening, Ms. Ruddermacker. Please state your name for the record.
Jereie Ruddermacker.
What is your position at the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources?
I am a water management specialist.
Did you file or cause to be filed written testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed in this case true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
Your Honor, the witness is available for a cross-examination.
All right, so I just wanted to check on the comments that I had here. Do you think there's anything to?
I do have a question on the comment that you had. One of the
Sure.
comments. I think it was, are we gonna go off the record?
Yeah. Okay. And what did you have to ask?
I think, can you scroll over to your comment? Yeah, so on the line, page 3, line 22, you asked to add that citation. I reference compliance with stormwater pond general permit. And that reference or that citation that you suggested is actually to the stormwater management plan. But I think a more appropriate citation would be actually to the application narrative.
Okay.
So I wanted to change that to reference the application itself, the narrative, instead of the stormwater management plan.
So you said that was the page 3, line 22.
Yeah, and yeah, correct. And I can give you the section number of the application if that helps.
Yeah, go ahead.
Page 112. Section 8.1.4.5.
I believe that,
correct?
yeah, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. Any other questions about the comments?
No,
So-
thank you.
Like I have two comments for the same, that, you know, I was. Oh, great. Thanks for. Checking that. Okay, so let's get back on the record. With that, I can accept the Ruddermacker direct and rebuttal. And do you have, anything else from this witness from?
I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Great, okay, so I know we have LaSalle and I guess Alan may have questions, I'm sorry.
Did you want to go first?
Wagner.
Let me go.
Oh, wait, so actually, just let me get a hand, show of hands who has questions.
I'd like to go last.
The Tillets and
I could get a break.
Roger. Yeah, I'm not letting you go next.
Thank you.
All right, so why don't we? So who wants to go first? I'll go first. Go ahead. All right, just introduce yourself to the witness.
Hi, Alan Wood. Have you been into, when you did these studies, were you actually present in the town of Cold Spring and in the surrounding area?
What studies are you referring to?
Well, do you know? Are you familiar with the report? Are you familiar with what county and town that you did this on?
Can you clarify which report you're referring to?
Okay, when you did the studies pertaining to the water system, were you? Were you physically there, or are you going off of mapping systems?
I didn't conduct any studies. I reviewed reports provided by the applicant. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I apologize. When you,
Okay.
so when you read the report, so the main question is, have you actually physically been into the county and the towns that are affected by this?
I have been in the county and the towns, but not for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take Tillets next. You guys some questions?
Okay, my name is Ann Tillett. My first question is, about the, groundwater and, springs that are in this area. It's a unique geological formation, I guess. And my question is, in your professional opinion, will this make driving the pylons into the ground more challenging?
So that would be outside of my area of expertise.
Okay, sorry. My next question is, in the first EA, it did mention the fact that there was bedrock in this area. And in some recent documents we've received, the applicant has said that when they encounter bedrock, they will bore into the bedrock before they pound the pylons in. And so my question is, from your professional opinion, what would you anticipate there to be vibrations in the bedrock to this process?
Once again, that would be outside of my area of expertise.
Maybe it would be helpful if we review. So Jereie's, can you just without getting too much into what we already have on the record, just give us a brief explanation of your position, Jereie, and what specialty you have?
Yep, my specialty deals with regulations related to waterways and wetlands, surface waters and surface wetlands.
And what expertise do you have or qualifications?
Well, I've been a water management specialist with the DNR since 2001. I've attended, I'd have to look, countless trainings over the past 24 years related to wetland identification, including classes at UW La Crosse, continuing education classes with the department, and just 24 years of experience reviewing things like wetland delineation reports.
Okay, but focused on waterways and impacts to wetlands and water, surface water in a sense.
Correct.
Okay. So water issues would be what's this would be.
Okay, thank you. So I apologize for that misunderstanding I had.
That's okay.
I will only have one main question then, and it is, based on the revision of the application and the timeline, has that made it challenging to prepare or submit a revised EA?
I guess, what do you mean by challenging?
In a typical application, how many weeks do you usually have to prepare an EA?
We would have most likely months to prepare the EA.
Okay, in this situation, since the new application submitted in June, how many weeks or months have you had or will you have to prepare this one?
Less than 1 month.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Wade, do you have questions?
Yes, do you have concerns about the,
Just introduce yourself.
oh, I'm sorry, Wade Tillett. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes, do you have concerns about the 30 acres of floodplain that is in the revised application?
Once again, if you look at my surrebuttal testimony, that's outside of DNR purview. Floodplain is actually regulated by the local ordinance, the county. And I addressed that in my surrebuttal testimony.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Richard Wagner?
I have not yet at this point.
Oh, okay. Oh, it is Alan, but I'm getting my initials wrong. Alan, do you have a question?
Oh, no, I already went, you're on, I went first.
Okay.
It's been a long day, a long day.
All right. Okay, let's have LaSalle.
Hello,
Hello.
thank you for being here. It's Yvette LaSalle. I'd like to pick up where Ms. Tillett left off. I believe you testified that you had a month to work on the EA document for the second application or the revised application for this project?
Around that, yeah, approximately.
Okay. What sort of challenges did that present you with?
From a review perspective for this project, not considerable challenge, in part because the project area remained the same. So reviewing new wetland information, for example, a new wetland delineation report, a new evaluation of additional, I guess, project area that wasn't included before, that was not required. So what I reviewed and what would be included in the supplemental EA would be the modified impacts to those resources. The challenge was just trying to fit that additional review into my work schedule that's already has a lot of work within it.
Do you feel that that extra pressure or presented a challenge where there might be something that you may have possibly overlooked?
I do not believe so, no.
Your Honor, would you be so kind as to open up Appendix A, figure number 8.3.1?
Yes, go up the record. Figure 8.3.1. And the revised or the original?
The revised.
It's a little tricky here. I can't make this as image as big as you've been in the past, because we have you on the screen as well. But let me know if you that okay. And I'll have to share it first, so. I think I'm too crazy here.
Is it Ruddermacker? Ruddermacker? Is that correct? Is it Ruddermacker?
It's Ruddermacker. I can't tell if you're talking to me because I can't see you very well. So I just hear
Sorry, I
voices.
just want to make sure I was pronouncing your name right. Miss Ruddermacker?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay. I love your name. Your Honor, would you mind going to slide 6 or page 6 in that document?
This one?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Rademacher, would you agree that it's really small? Would you agree that the alternative areas A1 and A2 are on the screen right now?
I see A1 and I see an area labeled A2.
Yeah. And there's a little cap that isn't on there above it, but we can look at that next. Is there anything from an environmental standpoint that would prevent the applicant from using this area as an alternative site?
I can speak of regulatory related to waterways and wetlands. Your question says from an environmental perspective, and I guess I'd like to limit my response to waterway and wetland regulations.
Well, waterways and wetlands, you would agree, are environmental.
Correct, but environmental is more broad. So I guess I'm not going to speak of all environmental considerations, but just limited to my scope, which is regulatory actions related to waterways and wetlands.
Okay. So
does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does. Thank you for clarifying. Is there anything from your specialty and what you contributed that would preclude the applicant from putting solar panels as planned on A1 and A2?
Yep, as stated in my direct testimony, the matting proposed should qualify for wetland permit, general permit coverage through WDNR GP3 2023. The roads that are proposed in this area, I believe there's 2 or maybe 3, I'd have to confirm with my direct testimony. The permanent wetland impact, the applicant would still have to demonstrate that there's not an avoid alternative. So when they do their final design, they would have to potentially realign the roads, shift the roads to potentially avoid permanent wetland fill if possible, in order to make the permanent driveway fill permittable from a wetland perspective.
From your perspective of what you just shared, I have no expertise in whatsoever, so I'm gonna rely on you. From your perspective, is the way that the panels are laid out right now a possibility based on what you just said?
From a wetland regulatory perspective, the panels themselves, we don't have regulatory authority over the installation of those panels because they're driven posts and they're elevated panels. So from the layout, if you're speaking directly to the arrays themselves and the actual panels, it would be, I guess, a moot point because we don't have regulatory authority over the installation of those panels.
I think what I was getting at is from the expertise that you bring to the table, given the new plan, is there any reason why if the applicant were to try and execute the plan that's here, there's nothing from your expertise that would stop them from doing it? I just wanted to confirm that.
From the array perspective, yes, but remember the permanent driveways, they still would have to demonstrate that they can't shift them, reconfigure them, realign them, whatever term you want to use, For example, what's on the screen right now, I see wetland 34 and I see a driveway going through it. From my perspective, they could shift that driveway to the east and avoid wetland impact, and therefore it would not be a regulated activity. So I think there's ways to potentially reconfigure, relay out the driveways to make them permittable, yes.
Thank you so much. That's exactly what I was looking for. Could we take a look, Your Honor, at slide or page 12?
It's on 6 right now. I can't correct it. Yeah, we're there.
Well, and I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure which array this is. I think it's array
I think it's array
4.
4. Yep, I believe that's A4.
All right, so we're on A4.
Hang on just a second. The computer issues.
I have to look away while you scroll.
Yeah, right.
We talked about vertigo in the last case, hopefully it'll cause anything. That the correct page now?
Yeah.
So just tell me I need to zoom in.
Miss Ruddermacker, can you
Yeah,
see
you
that
need
okay?
to zoom in. I can't see wetland numbers. I can see the general. So if you want to zoom in a certain area, if you want to direct him to a certain area, you might need to. I can't.
Well, I
can't see.
think, I think based on the testimony you just provided, I'd be interested in the green line down the center of the area. Based on the testimony you just provided me, would you agree that there are some opportunities here to possibly move some driveways to avoid a wetland impact? Based on what your testimony?
Correct. Well, I'm not an engineer and I don't design projects, but there would be some alternatives they would have to evaluate in order for us to determine whether or not wetland fill would be permittable if their final design did include driveways and wetlands. So similar to the other arrays, maybe shifting slightly to the east to go between wetland W04 and wetland 100. Similarly to wetland 102, it might end up being not a straight road. Maybe they have to zigzag around a wetland. Maybe it could be a straight road, depending if they lay out the panels in a different manner.
From your perspective, is there anything that would preclude them from executing the plan, other than what we just discussed? Is there anything that would preclude them from executing the plan and placing panels? Same question. Is this basically a bona fide alternative site from your perspective or of your expertise that you contributed?
From a waterway and wetland regulatory perspective, I believe that this proposed array A4 would be permittable.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, if you would be so kind as to scroll to slide 15.
That one.
Where should I zoom in? I'm assuming the alternate area.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ruddermacker, I believe I see arrays A6, A3, and A4. I think the judge is working on that right now.
Yeah,
for you.
I don't see the same thing. There we go.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you the same question, and that is, I don't see any wetlands being hampered on these roads. I'm learning from you here. Would you agree?
Correct, I agree.
Okay, so is there anything from your perspective that you contribute from the DNR that would preclude the applicant from using this land as they have planned and laid out here?
Similar to the other alternate arrays, the installation of the piles in wetland would not require or would not need a wetland fill permit. The applicant does propose matting in all of these array areas within wetland that would require a wetland fill permit. And that matting is necessary to help protect the surface of the wetland during the installation of the piles. Similar to the other array areas we just looked at, that wetland matting would meet the requirements or meet the standards for general permit coverage found in WDNR GP3 2023.
And this is a wild card question, but are you at all familiar with what the cost would be associated with that matting?
I do not know.
I thought I'd check because you mentioned you had some experience.
I have experience reviewing, but not in construction, like not actually in reviewing dollars related to construction.
Yeah, I thank you for that testimony. We have one more to look at, and that would be slide 9, if your honor would be so kind, just to zoom into the alternative area on slide 9. And the same question, Ms. Ruddermacker. I see A4, and I'm not sure if the array on the left is also part of A4. It's not labeled, so I'm gonna assume. But I see a couple of wetlands delineated on here, but I don't see any roads. So the same question, is there any reason why the alternative area seen here could not be utilized by the applicant as modeled?
From a waterway and wetland regulation perspective, the impact to wetland W91 would qualify for coverage under WDNR GP3 2023.
And I do have a question. I know you're probably qualifying that with each of your answers because that is your area of expertise. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Will there be other DNR that we can speak with that might be able to speak to other issues on these pieces of land? Like, or do you each have like a different specialty that you're bringing to the table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that concludes my questions and I thank you.
Any other thoughts? Good evening. Sorry you're here so late. One clarifying question, in regards to.
May I ask who's speaking to me?
Sorry, Brian Cahill for
Okay.
Whitewater Solar.
Thank you.
Regarding the questions about moving the roads and whether that would be feasible or not, I just want to confirm, you don't have an opinion and your expertise doesn't lend itself to knowing whether that would be feasible from the engineering and the electrical engineering and the solar array configurations, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other cross? Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks very much, your excuse.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, who do we have next?
PSC would like to call DNR witness Samantha Whitens.
All right, see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Sure, Samantha Whitens.
And what is your position at the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources?
I am a stormwater engineer in the Office of Energy.
And did you file or cause to be filed direct in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed in this case true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony this time?
I do not.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
All right, let's check with the filings for a second here. Look at that, nothing, no comment. Hey, congratulations. All right, So I just have the, maybe I just wasn't paying attention, so hopefully you can. I can accept the direct and 2 Whitens exhibits. Do we have cross? Anyone but LaSalle? Oh, you're on. No. Oh, we have Tillett cross? Okay. So just introduce yourself to the witness.
Hi, this is Wade Tillett. I'm an intervenor, nearby adjacent landowner. My question is, as a stormwater engineer, is it difficult to review these projects without a grading plan completed?
Yes, but at this stage in the review, my review is very preliminary.
So are you aware that there is no grading plan completed yet?
Yes, I'm aware.
If there was a grading plan, would that make you more confident in your estimations?
Objection.
I'm gonna overrule that. You could answer, please.
Could you repeat the question, please?
We'll read it back.
Question. Excuse me. Question, if there was a grading plan, would that make you more confident in your estimation?
My response is no, because as a DNR stormwater, I review the final permit package that is submitted to DNR. So at this point, I can provide suggestions on the very preliminary plans, but my review will come in later on further throughout the design. Usually by the time I get a permit application, I'm usually the last permit that has to be obtained prior to breaking ground from DNR. So by that time, the plans are very much finalized.
Thank you.
Okay, all set. Angela, you have a question?
Hi, my name is Ann Tillett. I'm also an intervenor. And my question is, how long do you typically have to review an application?
Are you talking about when it comes in for DNR permitting?
Yes.
So through our statute, we have 14 working days to review that. Or 14 business days to review that.
And so with the revised application, did you have the full 14 days?
This is not part of the DNR review yet. This is only for the CPCN process. When I get my review, it'll probably be much closer to the start of construction. So when DNR gets their permit submittal, that is when the 14 days starts.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Go ahead.
Ms. Whitten?
Yes.
Is that right? Ms. Whitten.
It's
Hi,
Whiten.
Isabel LaSalle. Whiten?
Whitens, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Whiten. It's Isabel LaSalle. Picking up where intervenor Tillett left off, how long do you usually have to do your review on a CPCN for an application before the PA?
Sure. About a month, I would say. My answers are similar to witness Ruddermackers.
Did the second review of this application present any challenges for you?
No.
Do you have any concerns? I noticed that I don't see a surrebuttal or any testimony, and forgive me if I missed it. But I don't see any testimony from you on this revised plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
can you confirm you reviewed the new plan?
Yes.
Okay. Could you direct me to which appendix is in your purview for your review?
What do you mean by appendix?
Can you clarify which appendix? Are you talking about the application or?
I'm talking about, in the application, I was able to identify what Miss Ruddermacker would look at, but I'm not really sure what Miss Whitens would have looked at. So I'm asking which one of these appendices would have been in your wheelhouse to review?
Sure. Well, it's not specifically one appendix, because as I had mentioned, because this is so preliminary in regard to what I look at. Like I said, stormwater is generally the very last piece of the puzzle when we go through DNR permitting. So at this stage, my review is very preliminary and I just look at things generally.
I see. Is there an appendix that you would, if I use the appendix that I just used with Miss Rademacher to ask you similar questions, would that fall into your purview?
I can answer questions as it relates to stormwater.
Okay, fantastic. Your Honor, do you still have that same document on? That's, thank you.
At page 9 on the screen.
I guess we can just go back right through that and ask the similar question. So, Ms. Whitens, when you examine this, can you see the screen right now?
I want to confirm that it's what you're seeing. I'm looking at A4.
I agree.
Okay.
So my question would be,
just a sec, just so we need to kind of just orient ourselves. It's been a while since we talked about this document. So maybe you can just tell us, with intervenor cell, what was the number again of the document?
I believe it was figure number 8.3.1, wetland and waterway crossings and topography.
Okay.
Revised.
Great. And I just lost the page. What was it? Here we go. Page 9 is the one that we're looking at with the top of A4 array, alternate A4.
I wonder if we should start at 6 just so we can walk through it.
Want to do it the same way? That's
yeah, fine. Maybe it would be easier for
page 6. You see that, witness Whitens?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Whiten, examining this, I see alternative area 1 and I see alternative area 2. Do you agree?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I see roads, I see wetlands, I see solar panel projected or proposed to be here. Is there anything on here that would preclude the applicant from using this as designed to put panels on and roads and everything that we see here? Is there anything from your expertise that you would flag and say that it wouldn't be a good idea?
So where my opinion comes in is based off of what's in their final submittal package, which includes things like modeling. And we use things like modeling to make sure that as proposed, the project meets the performance standards that we have outlined in NR 151. So without having those modeling results, a response that I would give would just be speculative at this point.
Interesting.
So just in terms of looking at these maps, you could answer questions about whether the alternate arrays would be permissible in your opinion.
So from a stormwater perspective, we need to make sure that things like total suspended solids are being managed for. And that is determined by many factors, including how much area is graded, what type of soils do we have, slopes. So without having that information and having the modeling, it is speculative at this point.
Okay. Any other questions?
Will that answer be the same answer if we were to walk through this document as I just did with Miss Ruddermacker?
Yes.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right. So, all cross is done, any redirect?
I do have one redirect question. This is Kara Coates from PSC. Did the revised application exhibit that was filed by the applicant, did it change anything in regards to stormwater permittability from your perspective?
No, my answers would remain the same.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have DNR witnesses. Anyone else we need to take today that we haven't started with yet? No, we've got all our witnesses for today. So let's recall witness costs. And oh, I couldn't see. Here we go. Okay, witness costs, recall you're under oath. Recall. All right, and I did have just a couple of follow-up questions from what I heard before we get into the rest of the cross-examination and yeah, it's the one that I was interesting. So you had, we went through your exhibit 2. You did have additional portions of the array that was added close to the Tillett property. And you recall those 2 squares that you were going to add yellow, it has the color yellow, indicating color yellow. Remember that? I recall. Okay, so I was just curious, what is the capacity, the PV capacity of those squares that you added in?
So to do that, I would have to actually go to the PV system model that we used to do it. I can't answer this.
Not by the size, no.
No, I'm
okay.
sorry.
All right, so, and then, that's fine. I guess that's it. It's really remember. All right, so more questions from LaSalle? Go ahead.
That LaSalle? Mr. Haas, I'm looking at your rebuttal. Page 2.
So just want to check off the record for yeah. So just so we know, we have a revised rebuttal. Is that who we'll be referencing? And
I have reference 546392 printed in front of me. Is there a different one I should look at now?
I think there's a different one. So yeah, the later version, oh, that's the 552292. Yeah, and this was revised, with the we entered.
Yes.
Okay, so
Nothing's
really changed. All right, so I'm gonna display the revised version, but I think we'll be
Should
on
be
the same
okay.
page. I don't think it's gonna change the budget.
Literally and figuratively?
Well, yes, I suppose. It's too late to debate. Literal. So let's get back on the record. So we have the rebuttal for Hudson. Go ahead.
Okay. Page 2, please, Your Honor. Line 2. Earlier in your testimony, I think when you were speaking with Ms. Tillett, although I don't know that it's relevant to my question, you discussed having lost some of the project area from HJG properties, and that caused a situation where you needed to reconfigure the panels. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's described.
Yeah.
In the application.
In your testimony, you stated that because that primary project area was no longer used, you needed to reconfigure the primary project area in order to maintain the contiguity of the project offered by the primary project area. My question is, would you be able to maintain the contiguity of the project by using the alternative areas?
The word contiguous means next to something else, so the alternative areas are not contiguous to the primary area question.
The alternative areas are not contiguous to the primary project area?
No, not to the location that we are. So we have a primary project area that we're reconfiguring modules, right? There is no contiguous alternative area immediately adjacent to those modules that were reconfigured. Meaning there's a break in space.
Are the alternative areas contiguous to the current project?
They are not contiguous to the PV array that we were reconfiguring.
I'm asking if they're contiguous to the current project map.
It's late in the day. I'm trying to remember if we have an alternate array area right now that is contiguous to any of the primary PV array.
Would it be helpful, Mr. Haas, for us to pull
Do I
up
have
the
my
map?
other, can I grab the map again, please?
Which map would be helpful?
He's getting this.
But I know that it might be good for all of us.
Yeah, off the record.
Should we use that one, the giant one you gave us? Oh. They're on here.
Oh, sorry, which one?
What was that?
Okay, have a map in front.
Okay, what are we looking at? I know, I didn't get it too. Wrong.
Are we in the application, Mr. Haas?
So we are in the application and we are on figure 4.1.1, general project area.
Okay, revised version.
Yeah.
Six fold. Mr. Haas, does this map? Does this map?
It's not on the record yet.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we're looking, is that correct? I'm looking at the right one.
That's correct.
Okay, it's on the record, go ahead.
We're looking at appendix A, figure number 4.1.1, general project area revised, that was uploaded on 6/4.
Correct.
Does this map reflect the changes? And is this an accurate map to your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And why don't we start with Your Honor, if we could start with A1 and A2. Mr. Haas, would you consider A1 to be contiguous to the project?
A1 is not contiguous to any of the primary array.
Would you consider A2 to be contiguous?
A2 does not appear to be contiguous to any of the primary array.
Is it possible for these to become contiguous to the primary array?
I don't know. not without further design. And I'd have to check the actual leases. I'm just reviewing or answering your questions to what I see right here.
If these are alternatives, that would mean that they would be options to be built on, correct?
Correct.
So that would mean that they should be able to be made contiguous if they're truly alternatives, correct?
No. So, okay, I think there's some confusion here, so. We have to reconfigure modules in the primary array, right? So if there's a stream in between or a road in between, even though they look like they're close to it, or there's some break in space. It's not like you can easily just take the PV power block and just send half of it across the stream or the other half over there. It's possible, but you're having to do things like bore under the stream with the DC collection with additional losses. So now you're building more too, right? Because there's losses of electricity through your lines. So when I say that the alternate array is not contiguous, I mean that there is not literally like an alternate array immediately adjacent to where we are reconfiguring the primary array.
What I'm hearing is that currently it's not possible for you to utilize A1 as an alternative site, is that correct?
A1 would be possible to be used as an alternative site.
So is being contiguous not a requirement for you to be able to use it?
There's several reasons why an alternative site is considered an alternative site. Continuity would be one, environmental factors, as you questioned Jereie, Ruddermacker about, would be one. Stormwater concerns with modeling would be one. There's quite a few things that would push a site to be alternate rather than preferred.
Since you brought it up, do you have stormwater concerns with A1 if you were forced to build on it?
So my answer is going to be similar to Ms. Whitens. I do have a background in soils, but I am not a stormwater engineer. I rely upon the stormwater engineers that we engage for projects to design and model the project. I couldn't tell you right now without that modeling being done if I would or wouldn't have concerns with A1.
If I were to ask the same questions for all the alternative sites, would I receive the same answer from you, sir?
You would.
From a project management standpoint, what I'm hearing is that the contiguity is not necessarily a factor here then.
That's the opposite of what I just said.
Okay, could you restate?
I said that there are several factors that lead to an alternative area being considered alternative. One of them being continuity. I'm gonna repeat myself here.
Yeah, we don't need.
Is it okay?
No.
No, I mean, it's okay then. I did not register that he answered the same,
Okay.
so I'll accept that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm tired. On page 2, line 14 and 15. In your testimony, you say. But the installation in the alternative project area. Would have increased effects on wetlands and specialty crop agriculture land. What do you mean by specialty crop agriculture land?
Sod production.
When you're just making these decisions on these types of projects, in one hand, it seems, I know I'm being a bit reductive, but it sounds like what you're prioritizing here is the effect on wetlands and specialty crop ag land. Is it also important to consider the impact on humans and sensitive receptors in the area?
I think we take all of those factors into consideration when we design a project.
I'd like to speak with you about the easement one more time on this page. Same document.
Yeah, but easement on what page?
We're on your testimony rebuttal, page 2.
Okay,
The statement says it learned after the application was filed that the grantor of the easement did not have legal authority to grant Whitewater Solar the easement.
And where is that on page 2?
Page 18 and 19.
Or we're no line.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
You're good.
18 and 19. The application was filed on 10/14/24. Do you agree?
sounds right.
Okay. I guess I'm questioning this statement that the grantor did not have legal authority to grant Whitewater Solar the easement. At some point, it sounds like these conversations started based on testimony earlier. In 2018 is when the land started being acquired based on the testimony that we went over earlier. Drew's testimony, Mr. Bielbig's testimony, would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. So at that time, we know that that easement was granted by Mark Hoffman. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay, and it would appear that Mark Hoffman or possibly Whitewater Solar did not file the easement. So therefore it was not legal. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates law, the legal conclusion, but.
I guess. If to the extent you know the history of that easement, if you just explain that, if you don't know what happened, you can say.
I might get it wrong. There's a significant chance that I might get it wrong. I am not a real estate attorney.
But just in terms of what the history was, any idea of what the timeline or what the actions that people took with respect to the easement? Can you jog your memory about that?
Something didn't translate from landowner to landowner. It became aware to us after the application was filed that the easement no longer applied to the new landowner, JC KOW Farms Inc. And we reached out to JC KOW Farms and to see if there was the opportunity for leasing his land for the project in the same by the same terms or close to it as were previously attached to the Hoffman property. He was unwilling, and that's that.
And what was the timing when you learned of the defect?
So I'm super not good with dates and stuff.
You mentioned that.
I'm doing, I got 4 kids and I do a lot of stuff, so I'm not great with calendar stuff, but I believe it was. I think it was like February. It was like sometime over the winter period. Yeah.
And then how did you learn that the easement wasn't valid? Well, how did Whitewater Solar come to know that the easement wasn't valid?
If I recall, it was brought to the project's attention from legal representation on behalf of JC KOW Farms. Sent us a note.
Okay, and
so they or their attorney saw the application, saw that it was being proposed on land that, in their legal opinion, didn't have a true easement.
Okay.
Would you agree that that happened in November of 2024?
Objection against what it is.
Okay, I agree.
Would you agree that Mr. Colwelter's attorney contacted Ranger Power, Whitewater Solar, I'm not sure what to call it, Whitewater Solar. Contacted Whitewater Solar and brought this to their attention. In November of 2024.
It was possibly November, I think we could probably get an accurate date on that, but I can't give you the date right now, exactly like that.
It's in Mr. Holder's testimony.
If it's in his testimony.
It's in Mr. Holder's testimony, so I believe it's accurate. So we can certainly check. My question is, let's assume that I'm correct for this discussion here and that Whitewater Solar knew about this in November of 2024. My question is, why didn't Whitewater Solar bring this to the attention of the PSC before the application was signed, sealed, and delivered in December? The application was
No
still.
objectives to vague, misstating what the status of the application was.
So.
I believe you already testified and answered exactly the series of events, what happened once they learned of it and their attempts to negotiate with them.
It's sort of important in my argument, Your Honor. The application was still being reviewed by the PSC, and the applicant was aware that they had an incomplete application, and they did not bring it to the attention of the PSC, in which case they wouldn't have had a complete application. And I'd like to be able to have a witness who can answer the question.
I don't know if we have a witness, I can answer the question, but,
Well,
I've also
Mr.
noted
Wheelbait's
that
in the
the
house.
completeness determination was November 13th.
I'm sorry, Mr. Downey, say that again.
I was just noting that the completeness determination was November 13th.
okay. So let's try to nail some of this down while we have our witness here. Intervenor LaSalle, you said that Walter testimony gives us a date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Where are we going to find it? I have a new version of that. I'm gonna. Yeah.
I guess, Your Honor.
Yeah,
My-
off
my-
the record.
Sorry.
Do you have it?
I'm working on it, yeah.
Promo. So it looks like.
Your Honor, I would like to be heard on this, because this reflects aspersions on me.
We're off the record.
Got it, got it.
I'm sorry.
This reflects aspersions on me as well, so I would like to comment.
Okay, I don't know where we're headed here. I just wanted to get the date that from Walter.
Page 5, November 21st is when he notified Whitewater Solar. 8 days after the application was deemed complete. So to suggest that there was any foul play or misleading of the commission is.
Your Honor. Your Honor, when the Whitewater Solar went to the land office and submitted the easement. Mr. Colwelter was not on, he was not on that paper, Mark Hoffman was. And Mr. Colwelter was already the landowner. So I'm struggling to understand how if you went to a land office and submitted an easement to go on the record, it wouldn't be brought to someone's attention at that time. And it had to have been because somebody changed the landowner name on the paperwork from Mr. Mark Hoffman to Mr. Colwelter. And they indicated he was a participating landowner when the man didn't even know. So the easement that you guys had did not say Mr. Colwelter on it, it said Mark Hoffman. Yet in the documentation, it shows Mr. Colwelter as a participating landowner. And that's the part I'm struggling to square with. How would you not know when somebody took the participating landowner and changed it from Mark Hoffman to Mr. Colwelter?
So who's changing what here?
In the application, Your Honor, the original application, it stated that Mr. Colwalter was a participating landowner. Mr. Colwalter never even had a conversation. Per his testimony, had no idea. So how did he end up in their document as a participating landowner?
Okay.
And I'm struggling to understand. I want to reveal that in the party hearing. Because they had an easement that wasn't valid, that they used to obtain kind of an untouchable status as a complete application. And I'm just trying to understand how that could accidentally happen.
What accident is there? I don't understand.
The accident that
Whitewater
happened,
Solar paid Hoffman for an easement. It wasn't recorded. Unbeknownst to us, the property was transferred and Mr. Colwalter didn't have knowledge of the easement.
but someone from Whitewater Solar had to have taken the easement to the land office and submitted it after Mr. Colwalter purchased it.
Why is that?
Well, it got submitted after Mr. Colwalter,
Do you have evidence that the easement was recorded in the Register of Deeds office?
Mr. Colwalter showed that to me, and hopefully he'll bring that to testimony tomorrow.
Okay, maybe it was, but I don't understand what any of this has to do with the application and the standards of whether the CPCN can or cannot be approved.
My argument is that this is a very necessary, or it was at the time, a very necessary portion of the application, and at the time, you would not have had a complete application. And you were aware of it. And put forth the application with a person that wasn't even a participating landowner, and you never even had a conversation with.
Because we had an easement, and easements are valid as they run with the land. The only issue was this one wasn't recorded.
It was recorded after he bought it.
Your Honor, I think we might be way, too late in the day to have an argument between two parties. If we could, move along, staff would appreciate it.
Well, life is not that easy.
We certainly can revisit tomorrow with Mr. Colwalter.
What did you have to
Oh,
say?
excuse me, you're part of the PSC? You're part of this process to make sure it flows in an orderly process, right?
We have a witness on the stand who hasn't spoken in several minutes.
That's because these two are having a disagreement on what they're asking him to answer. Isn't it in the PSC's behalf, as far as being a public service commission, to understand the entire process so that you can make an honest judgment on the application? Or is the application already a foregone conclusion?
I'm not gonna respond to that question. I'm just asking the judge if we can move this along.
Yeah, I think, Your Honor, we move it along in a professional manner that we get to the bottom of this.
Okay,
Your Honor, my associate here just said that the easement with the dates on it will be here tomorrow. And I believe Mr. Colwalter entered it into evidence. It might already be in evidence.
okay, well, that would help. I'm not aware of what else Ian, so we do have one exhibit. That you file.
It's supposed to be on the issue.
Easy biscuit.
I don't see the easement from the file back home the third biggest point. Okay. So when was the application filed? It was October
14th.
So. And that's, we can all agree on that date, right? For 14th, the application was filed. And as far as we know from the witness, Crowelter, JC, Cal Farms sent notice to Whitewater Solar on November 21st, that year. Right? What is this? So I don't see really where we're headed with these questions, and the timeline is clear in terms of what the, when Whitewater Solar became aware of, or when the landowner gave notice to the applicant about situation, if the timing was different and the landowner had contacted Whitewater Solar before the application went in, then I would say, well, the application was incorrect when it was filed. But I don't have evidence here that Whitewater Solar knew of a defect in the easement when the application was filed.
Your Honor, I brought it up in the pre-hearing conference that I thought that this was an issue, and you had said, I hope that that's not the case, and the applicant did not respond at that time in January, and at that time they did know.
I didn't know anything, I couldn't respond.
Okay,
Well, you know. but we
I
have
don't want to
dates-
accuse
We
you of
have the
anything,
dates here.
Brian.
You've already said you're reporting me to OLR, so.
We have the dates in front of us here. Dates pan out where the application came before the witness gave Whitewater Solar notice of the defect. So I don't really see an issue at this point. Let's move on.
Okay,
All right. So
page
on the
three,
record.
page 3 of Mr. Haas's testimony.
Oh, hang on, just a second, a little bit there. I'm all this.
I think she's on my rebuttal page.
So I may have slightly different pages. Oh.
Your Honor, I have the easement here. Would you like to deal with it tomorrow?
I don't have the easement. And I know we have had opportunities to file documents and it's too late now. I don't see an issue when the timing that the witness had provided matches that came to Whitewater Solar was informed by the landowner that the easement was not valid after the application was filed. So that's my decision. I'm not investigating that issue anymore. If Crowelter wants to add testimony, well, we have his testimony. And the facts pan out, so we didn't get an easement before, it's too late now.
Fair enough.
So what's the question we're on?
We're on page 3 and page 3 of Mr. Haas. And my question is, what is the current status? I'm looking at lines 7 and 8. At various points throughout the different documents that we've seen, Mr. Haas, there's been comments about this MISO application. And I'm just wondering, I've seen some documents that say that we're gonna be applying for the MISO in Q1. And this document says that we're gonna be applying for the MISO in the second quarter of 2025. I'm not really sure what quarters are. Can you tell me, when does Q2 end?
A quarter is 3 months.
Okay, so when was the end of Q2?
That would be at the 6-month mark of the year.
So like May 30th or 31st would be so June 1st would be Q3?
June 30th.
June 30th is Q3?
No, June 30th is the end of Q2, July 1st, the beginning of Q3.
So we are in Q3 right now, currently?
It's July, yeah, it's almost 4th of July.
Right, this is just a sanity check. Thank you, Mr. Ross. So could you update us as to the status of the MISO application?
Sure, it's not filed right now. We are on the last revisions of its draft to file into the MISO system. But you're saying MISO, we say MISO, whatever, it's MISO, okay. So we're undergoing the last revisions of the draft for submittal. It's pretty common in the industry that we have lofty goals. We set a target in Q2. We might miss it by a couple weeks. We do our best to try to maintain those goals, right?
Thank you. You've said that, on the same page, you've said that the project could not be built if for some reason the point of interconnection could not be the university substation. Why is that?
The project's interconnection point, the system studies was found to be deemed to be sufficient at that, to that interconnection point at the university substation.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to the surbuttal, Your Honor, for Mr. Haas. And back to my objection of having that testimony changed at this late date.
You have to refresh my memory about.
Yes,
this.
sir. I'm on page 3, Your Honor, of Mr. Haas's rebuttal.
Okay.
And I'd like to read that in context. Because I think the context matters, Your Honor.
What lines are we?
7 to 19. The question was.
Just stop the record, just a minute. Okay, so before we get on the record, what had changed? With the testimony? Anyone, yeah, we're off record, can you explain? I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this was in the very beginning of the direct where I restated that line 17 through 19 were intended to reflect the setback from the southwest.
Oh, this thing,
That's all, and not to reflect those located to the north of Highway 59.
Okay.
I mean, Your Honor, I think you can see when you read that, that is not a reasonable. He clearly was stating here that there's a problem in front of my house. The setback, 2 houses away over a hill and through the woods is completely irrelevant, Your Honor. I think he's trying to walk back the commitment that he made here to give me this 650-foot setback to clearly address the aesthetic concerns. I don't have aesthetic concerns through 2 of my neighbors in a set of woods, Your Honor. So for him to now point and say, oh, I meant through the woods, makes no sense. And if we need to pull the map up, I can show you, Your Honor. He clearly is saying here, I'm trying to mitigate the concerns. My whole front yard, the entire front yard, I'm right in the road, Your Honor. My entire front yard is a view of these solar panels. And he was kindly offering to help out by giving me this generous setback. And I immediately called him and talked to him about it. And that was before we even had the intervenor thing. I called him immediately when the surbuttal came out, and I'm not sure if it has the date on it. It came out on 6/12, Your Honor. I immediately called Mr. Haas and I said to him, hey, 650, wow, how are we gonna do that? Can I have a map? And that's what I've continually been asking for is, because you put it in your surbuttal, where's the map? And I've been asking him for that. And now, Your Honor, they're trying to walk that back. I don't think it's ethical. I don't think it's right. I think if they made a mistake in here and someone made an error, it should have been discussed because I've talked to him about it 2 or 3 times and said, hey, how about this map? And now on the last hour of the last day, we're gonna change it and pretend we're talking about through the river and through the woods. Oh, we mean over here, 2 neighbors away across a hill you can't see? No reasonable person would read that and believe him. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. When I talked to Mr. Haas about it, I was standing at a gas pump because I was so shocked. I was reading it on my phone because we've had an amiable, very good relationship. And I said to him, hey, I said, what? And you said that. And I got the impression that maybe one of his staffers did it or something. And I said to him, can you check into this for me? And he never got back to me and said, oh, that's a mistake, Your Honor.
So the setback is now, what proposed?
So if I may,
We're off the record, so we don't need to go, toe to toe here. I just want to understand, instead of 650, it's, what was the number now? It's on
Okay,
the
so-
front yard, is the.
So,
Okay.
so everything she said is basically accurate, right? The
Okay.
number 650 in here is exactly the line drawn from her home to the southwest panels. So it was indeed intended to be from, that's why the number is exactly 650, right? So it was indeed a mistake. What I previously said was also accurate in that we discussed it and she made reference to her other neighbors and she wasn't sure if she wanted that. So in terms of all of a sudden immediately accepting it or doing whatever, it was unclear that that's what Yvette wanted.
What's the current proposal for the setback? And we're talking about the front yard, right?
So in the revised, so just in the revised, right, it's 375, so this is approximate.
Yeah.
375 feet from her, the wall of her home.
So, and that's the proposal that's what the applicant's willing to do for the setback in that spot.
So right now, the revised layout has a direct east-west line, right, running all along Highway 59. If we were to do this and apply it directly in front of Yvette, what that would mean is a cutout in front of Yvette. And instead of 375 feet from her neighbors, the modules would be pushed closer to Highway 59. So they would be less than 375 for her neighbors and 650 for her.
Okay, so let me just, so you're talking about the panels across the street.
I am.
Okay. So let's see. So, all right. So the current map and what in us to reflects what size easement along 59 across from the
Oh, I thought, so I pulled it off of her house, right? So that's my in reference and I'm fine.
Okay.
That's 375. I might have. I can't tell you exactly what, like, so if we measured it off of road right away to where the panels are now, I'd have to grab like a mapping program or something to do it.
Oh, but the amount of space you're talking about now, the 375. I mean, that's in relation to what is that space?
I believe I measured that from Yvette's house to the southern limit of the panels north of Highway 59,
Okay.
as depicted in the revised CPCN.
And, okay. All right. So whatever was stated and whatever, people thought was being said or was heard, it's what's in the application and what they're applying for. And if there's arguments for or against that, that can be argued. But the state of the record, the revised application is what they've applied for. And to the extent that there's misunderstanding about that, it's not relevant to what the commission has to do. But to the extent that you don't like that setback or you think it should be changed, you could present reasons for that to the commission. But at this point, they have their proposal, it's been on the record, it's been filed in the maps. That's what we have to go on.
I think my argument, Your Honor, that I feel strongly on is just that this record should not be changed. That the fact is that this was put into the record. This rebuttal testimony, I'm not arguing about the project map, I'm just arguing that I don't think that it's okay for this to be changed.
As a correction.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
my issue right now. I'm not arguing for the 650 setback. I'm arguing that I want this in the record. Because it's establishing what I've been trying to establish, which is a mess. And that this was put in here, it could have been handled and it didn't. He had ample time. I brought it right to his attention the same day I saw it and asked, is this a mistake? So I don't think it's fair for him to fix it now after I've done my supplemental testimony. I think he should have to live with this in the record, Your Honor.
Well, it's a little confusing because it's in the record. If it stays in, it's in, but it's not, right? Because the maps say one thing.
Well, exactly, but I think that needs to be in the record, Your Honor. That needs to stay. I mean, I'm arguing in your
Yes,
perspective.
Okay, so
His mistake is his mistake.
So I can, all right, so we do, I mean, we have, usually do correct the, record to, affect the, reality, what's really being, proposed, what we want to make the record clear and consistent. There is, process for, filing for RADA, when it comes to looking to correct what's been filed in testimony. And that deadline has passed to do that informally in writing, which would have then given people an opportunity to respond. But we do have the corrections to this testimony on the record, as the witness sat here today to make those changes. So, if we have this written testimony saying one thing, we have the subsequent correction on the record. I mean, obviously, it's the subsequent correction that's going to be in play when the commission makes its decision. In terms of what's been stated in the surrebuttal, I can hear what the applicant has to say about that. And if you have an opinion, whether we keep that the written surrebuttal as it's stated or not.
The written survey can say, right, it's talking about an increase from 610 to 650 feet, it can only mean that. And he's clarified, and you can look at the maps, the distance on the maps is what it is, it's 375. The extent it's a mess, but the reality is it's 375 setback to the house, the panels across the way, it's 650 on the other side.
Okay. So with that, I think we have the decision then, we'll let the. Yeah, okay, let's, yeah.
Sure.
No, so we've been discussing the inconsistency with the revised surrebuttal from Haas, lines 17 through 19, page 3. So we'll leave the testimony as written in the written surrebuttal. It has been clarified on the record here today by the witness, but to have both not be confusing. However, it does show the inconsistency that and also just maintains the integrity of when the filings were filed and the process of seeking errata through a written request. So we'll maintain the original writing, but we will have the clarification on the record. So hope that we move on that point.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anyone else for cross? No, we have, yes, okay. Oh, we have two. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering if it was known that there was no easement in November. Why it wasn't until June 4th, or I think it was a little bit before that, I think it might have been the 20th. No, I think it was June 4th when you documents that showed the new cables going past our house. But I'm just wondering about that time frame, because that's considerable time frame that before the revisions were made. So why was there from June 4th until I'm sorry, from November until June 4th before the revisions were made?
Yeah, that's unfortunately the time it takes to do revisions, so we were revising for that, which included an engineering study from KDG. And we're also revising for the other changes that we've discussed in the revised application. That is some of the timeline that it is involved to design solar facilities.
Was any notice given that a large change was coming forward?
Objection bag, that's what change we're talking about.
And what, okay, it's revised to the June 4 documents. Was there any notice given that many changes were going to be issued soon or later?
So I guess one way to handle, so when did you let the commission know that there'd be revisions?
So Your Honor, I don't know if it's appropriate if I could add that to my legal team, because they kind of handle the communications with ACW.
Okay.
Is that all right?
As early as February 19th, in the direct testimony, it was noted that this is the problem to the commission.
Okay.
And to interveners, when was that notice?
February 19th.
Yeah. If within testimony, then with interveners have received it.
I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but for your supplemental testimony, describing the history of the project, direct cost supplemental, page 9. You talk about the receptiveness of the community. How is the receptiveness of the community measured?
Okay, off the record, where are we at?
Sorry, cost supplemental, page 9.
That one line where we are.
I'll have to bring it up on my, okay, here, I can make a big. Thank you.
It starts with, well, at the beginning, land use development, stage 8.
Yeah, I did get further down.
There's design and the public interest.
Sorry, this is the survey model, and I'm looking at supplemental.
This the rebuttal supplemental. I don't think we
No, not survey rebuttal, supplemental. I'm looking at this supplemental testimony, direct WS Hoss, WSS Hoss SS. Yeah.
Oh, we have
I see that has S.
we have a different version here. Okay, so what's can you read the question? That just like if there's the question answer, which question are you dealing with?
I'm sorry, I don't have that right in front of me.
Was public, what was the term that you just said, public?
Receptiveness of the community.
Doors.
Maybe I have the wrong document.
I think it's direct house or direct WS house S9, it's earth number have that one. Group number 548477.
477.
477. Bottom of page 9.
Okay, so I can refile this to add the line numbers. So you don't have, do you have line numbers on your version? Wait,
You had us remove.
No, I do not.
I'm sorry.
You had us remove this portion from Mr. House's.
Okay. So this is no longer being offered this state, so. That's probably the confusion here. Because it goes back to the direct, this leaves it, yeah, so. I don't know if you can find. So let me have you ask that question again, when I just want to be able to see if I can find it on the document. Public receptors.
Yes, receptiveness. What was the process by which the receptiveness of the community was measured?
Okay, well. And I don't see it in this file either. Here we go, seven. Okay, well. We've already reviewed this, didn't we see this testimony through before with LaSalle? Maybe-
She was asking about Drew's testimony.
Oh, is it
Talked
Drew's
about-
testimony?
Yeah, it's talk about like communicating the community.
Okay. So I mean, the question's fine, the reference isn't in the current version of the supplemental direct, but if you want to ask, we can just have you we'll read the question back and just have you answer this without reference to the testimony. We did report that, right? The last question from
Well, not
intervenor house.
what he said.
I'm
was
sorry,
before
intervenor.
Before you went off the record. right?
Before you went
Yeah.
out, yeah.
Not sure if you can answer this question, but per your supplemental testimony describing the history of the project, direct supplemental page 9, you talked about the receptiveness of the community. How is the receptiveness of the community measured?
Okay, so so let's get on the record. Without reference to that particular page number, can you answer that question first, the measurement of the receptiveness?
I can tell.
Okay, please.
Through community engagement such as open houses, direct communication with neighbors and, means such as that.
So similar to the answer you gave to Attorney LaSalle regarding your building testimony.
You've been promoted.
You colored it.
Attorney, yeah, okay, yeah.
Hey, I need a job, you guys want me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. You're just gonna have to raise your rates.
If we could scroll down a little bit, then in that same document, he later refers to that as. That receptiveness as willing landowner participation.
Your Honor, this is still the evidence that isn't in the record. If you want to talk about the testimony, talking about acceptance, it would be the prior project manager. I have that up if you want it.
So it's, okay, so it's not in the direct for house, so. But I don't have a version of that, so it's not.
It's in Mr. Field's.
It's all in building. It is.
So I have it if you want it.
Okay, yeah, let's refer to that then. Yeah, I have it here.
I got confused by the change.
Yeah, no, I there. So, all right, so we're on building. The term of art then was, what was it? And
Receptiveness of the community.
that was the first one. Then you had, your next question had,
Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit, he says, he seemed to define receptiveness of the community as willing landowner participation.
really landowner participation. Okay, and you wanted the answer of,
Was there any measure of receptiveness of the community beyond willing landowner participation?
okay.
If you want, I can give the same answer again.
Well, I think you're asking for something different, right? Maybe you should just restate that. You're asking for, how do you measure willingness of the community of other than participation? Is that?
Other than participation, you said open houses.
Oh.
Is that right?
Yeah, and neighbor outreach.
And outreach, okay.
No, go ahead. If that's what you wanted to ask, then that's fine with me. Go ahead.
Is receptiveness of the community the same as willing landowner participation?
Part of it. Right?
Could you answer the question?
Yes, is a part of it.
I've got Discovery back today at about 1:30. Which said that, Whitewater Solar had secured land rights for a majority of the project area before its representative first communicated with them and waited till it. Can you tell me were this land rights secured for the majority of the project before its representatives contacted most non-participating landowners?
That would be typical.
That would be typical. So at least in the beginning, from 2018 until 2024, so 6 years, non-participating landowners were not contacted. Is that correct?
I couldn't answer for the exact time frame that you gave.
Okay, approximately.
I couldn't answer even approximately.
Okay. This concerns me as a non-participating nearby landowner that for 6 years this was going on in the background.
Okay, we'll make sure you have this question.
Mhm. Is non-participating nearby landowners part of the receptiveness of the community?
Yes, and you would also be a neighbor, as I described before.
Then why were not they contacted starting at the beginning of the project?
That's just not typical of the process. You start engaging to see if you have a project first before you would go and engage a neighbor to tell them of the potential for a project.
It seems to me that, could you have notified nearby neighbors earlier than 2024?
Again, I don't know the timeframes that you're referencing, and if they're accurate,
Would someone else know the timeframe?
simply.
Who?
Possibly Drew.
I believe that Drew is here for this exact reason. That's why he ALJ order asked that Drew come here is to answer questions that Mr. Haas can't answer. I don't know how that works, but I did, I know that that's why he's here. So, is there a chance for me to ask these questions to Drew?
Well, I really said that? I can't imagine it was that, or had that much foresight, huh? I don't remember it. Yes, well, so is Drew here?
He is here, yeah.
Okay, great, okay, well, let's finish with this witness and then we can call through. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I'll switch gears then. Will the power be supplemental to existing sources or replace?
I'm sorry, hold that, actually.
Sorry, that's rather quickly.
I started at the beginning.
Will this power be supplemental to existing sources or replace current production?
Objection, very confusing. Okay, you can rephrase. And.
At what point are we using solar power?
Okay, I object, I don't understand the question.
Okay, yeah, it's unclear. I think I know what you're trying to ask, but it's very complicated, so.
I guess when we, yeah, okay, when we were talking to you, I thought you explained to us that, this was kind of supplemental power that would be added on the existing grid, and that, you know, when all the air conditioners started kicking in and all that, then we need this power.
So
But that doesn't.
Is that correct? Is that a correct statement? You can answer.
Yeah, is that a correct statement?
If you understand, you can answer it. So what I was referencing was a surplus interconnection agreement. The word was surplus.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain what a surplus interconnection agreement is?
So it's surplus power provided to an existing interconnection agreement.
I'm sorry.
Surplus power provided to an existing interconnection agreement. Ish.
So is it, I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around what surplus means, so, to me, it doesn't make any sense, I'll admit, so I'm just saying, like, to me, like, it seems like the solar panels are there and would be used if they could be. But, the surplus seems to indicate that maybe they wouldn't be used unless something was triggered and then they were starting to be used.
Okay, so I apologize, but I am not a energy market expert. There are people far more qualified than me to answer when in a generation facility would or would not inject power into the grid, and what the purpose of that injection would be.
Thank you. I had another question. Why is We Energies not an applicant if they control the interconnection test?
Yeah, Sean, go conclude. He can answer to the extent he knows, but yeah, not the legal parameters, but I guess, well, I don't know what else. Right. Okay, let's hear what you have.
Whitewater Solar is the Whitewater Solar LLC is the owner of Whitewater Solar. Whitewater Solar LLC is applying for a CPCN. I think as stated in the application, there is the intent that the project would at some point be sold to Wetco. So that's a different permitting process. So the sale of Webco is a different PSCW process. Underneath the certificate of authority.
Dirty Hoss. They're giving up the titles.
Okay, I have no, further questions for Mr. Moss.
So we had, Intervenor Wagner questions? Yes.
Richard Wagner. I just have a couple questions. Why didn't Whitewater Solar include the Ice Age Trail in the UWW economic study?
Whitewater Solar didn't conduct the UWW study. Sorry, I think I added a W.
But I believe it was, said that they didn't request it.
I don't have an answer to that.
Okay. I'm assuming since you're a manager, you've done more than one project like this. In all the projects you've done, have you ever done one that's had this much effect on residential homes?
So I would say that that is a kind of a loaded question. So when you say effect, there are a lot of opinions. Some can be positive and some are negative. So
I've actually, I just got back from a 5,000-mile trip across the country to Washington State and back, and I've passed several solar farms, and they all seem to be sort of remote. Our Whitewater solar farm seems to be this intermingled with residential homes. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like.
Let's ask him a question about that.
So is that something that you see a lot of where it affects several hundred homes on a solar farm?
the projects that I've done in Wisconsin have all been located by residential areas.
But how many? Because from what I can see, I've driven by a couple of them in the area, and they're all seem to be kind of remote on farmland with very little effect on homes.
The one that I had in Sheboygan, Onion River didn't. I can't remember exactly, it didn't have as many as Whitewater, but there were adjacent non-participating landowners for that project.
It would just make sense to me to put it out in a remote area. Wouldn't that make more sense than trying to, bring it into a residential area?
I can't answer that question, I don't. That's kind of speculative, I don't know what you want me to say.
You don't know what you can say.
All right. I have no more questions.
Other cross?
Yes.
I like it.
Well, I'll just ask a question I asked a little bit earlier, sorry. Alan Wood, I'll just ask a question I asked a little earlier. Is it a foregone conclusion that the SC is going to approve this application?
Objection. Totally inappropriate question.
I've never heard an objection like that.
What's appropriate?
He can give us an answer, I mean, I can see how it's. Not an appropriate.
I'm the manager of Whitewater Solar, I don't work for the ESDW. No ability.
You receive, if you know of any emails, texts, or communications between Whitewater Solar and the PSC that suggests or leads to this application as a foregone conclusion to be approved?
Absolutely.
Okay. There's a lot of people that have been talking about the alternative sites, so now the board goes through those a lot. The DNR said that theoretically, some of them could be used. I understand that the fact that you have an issue will probably cost more money to use the alternative sites, is that correct?
There's a number of reasons not to use why an alternative site is identified as alternative. We've already discussed that at length.
Right, but that's what I'm asking. Is money a major objective to using an alternative site?
If there's a number of factors that lead to a site being considered alternative, oftentimes those external factors can and do result in an increased cost to build.
What would be, if we took, the group of homes that are on Highway 59 and across the street there to the north, you were to remove those solar panels and put them in an alternative site? You would take care of 5 homes that are greatly affected by that. If we were only looking at cost, just cost, what is a number that would be acceptable in order to do that from the company's perspective? Since you're being the project manager, do you have a number that you have to stick with?
No, we're not considering doing it.
No, I understand that, but if there's, is it? You came up with the alternative sites and you put those in because they could be used. But you seem to be fighting very hard not to use the alternative sites. Why is that?
Because they're alternative sites, they're not preferred primary sites.
I get that they're not preferred. If you were to ask the 5 people that lived on that highway, it's not preferred that there's a solar array being put across the street and is gonna be in your front lawn. What I'm asking is it a financial issue or is it a property issue?
I think I've answered this question multiple times, but it's a combination of several factors. I can run through them again, but
No,
it's getting kind of
no,
repetitive.
no, you don't, no. Do you know how long the generation timeline? Do you know how long the generation timeline?
It's about 800 feet.
Does Whitewater Solar currently have all easements secured for the project?
They do.
You did make some changes to the equipment. And on your response on June 12th, the date, response on June 17th, the question was asked, state that the panels must be shifted to other portion arrays, and it goes through quite a few things. The response was the changes reflected the update to larger watt CSI modules and sun grow inverters, which allow the project to reduce the total land footprint. Did it reduce the total footprint?
Yes.
Your Honor, would you be able to open up, part of the application?
Okay, I can try out scope the record. Find that.
It's a red line version of the application. I can give you the number.
Okay, so I don't have the red lines not in the record. Is the red line important to have, or can we use the revised exhibit?
That's, I believe the red line is important because of the chart that's on there with the numbers.
Off the record, give me the yes. So one in the corner.
548509.
Okay, so it's just the revised application. That's not the red line.
The red line would be, I'm sorry, the red,
Is it this one?
yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's great.
548557.
Last two numbers. 57.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can avoid needing to get this into the record. We do have both the original and the revised version in the record, but it would be helpful, I think, if we're gonna compare the changes, look at it now. So let me know what page we're looking for.
Most likely page 15 of that PDF gathered.
So if you look at, page 12, table 1.
Yeah, we're up. Okay,
Good thing.
this is the page that's loose.
Yeah, you can ask that.
I think it's page 24 of the PDF.
That's page 12 of the PDF.
No.
Well, it's either have a different red line.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's page 12, yes, there's a different. They're trying
This
to
is
get-
page 12, and
Temporary back to you.
page 24 of the PDF, page 12 of the document.
Page 12 of the PDF. Which is, little Roman numeral 4.
Oh, so we're going back to, okay. Didn't know we were going that far back, okay. Is that what we're talking about, the paid project terminology?
But we should also make sure that Mr. Sees, PDF page 15. Leah had a chance to properly answer your question.
Okay.
That's. Okay.
So
Yeah.
start at the
I
first,
wanted to read.
start at 12 and it's.
Yes, sir.
You guys tell me what to do, sounds like you have this all worked out, so.
If we could start at the table 1. You have to scroll up just a little bit.
Yeah, right, there we go. Yeah.
So
So, hang on, the witness is just refreshing their memory on this.
Yeah, look.
Zach, what is the question? Oh, so I've got on the record, we're looking at the revised application in chief, the red line version. And we are starting with page, V. So 4 in Roman numerals. And it's table 1.0-1. Are we in the right place? Intervenor Tillett? Wood. Intervenor Wood.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so go ahead with your question.
The response actually was that the changes updated because of the larger CSI modulars and the SunGrow inverters would allow for the project to reduce the total footprint. According to this, I know we're splitting hairs, but according to this, the actual primary project area increased.
Yeah. So when I talk about the project area decreasing the footprint, what I'm referencing is the PV array area. What is shown on here is maximum extent of the security fence. And I want to emphasize the maximum extent of this fence. As we move through design iterations, the fence will be tucked into the PV array in most of the locations. So the PV array is what I'm referencing when I say the footprint is decreased.
So currently what you're saying is if this is the arrays, your fence could be out here. And you're gonna move the fence in, and this is what you're talking about right here.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. You answered that question. Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Off the record, yes.
It is kind of an off the record request. When we did our new revised map pack, I was wondering if we could include in the legend where the alternative areas are. Because with all the additional maps, I'm just not sure anymore. What all the lines mean. We have the project road with the black line, but we have it labeled where the alternative areas are on this new official
Cost too.
costume.
No. That won't change.
You will add those?
Wait a minute, let's see. You have something to add?
That is that document is that first page of that is a response to the data request.
Okay,
That won't change.
okay.
Oh, okay. I thought since you were making the updates and corrections in it, I thought maybe that could be a clarification on there as well. Or maybe you can just tell me, maybe it's just not in the legend. Are the alternative areas indicated in this
Yeah.
map pack?
What are we looking at?
Yeah,
This is only the primary.
only the primary.
Yeah, this is only intended to show the changes in the primary area. That's the only thing that changed.
So before and then after,
Yes.
right? So then the alternate, but there's the revised map has the alternate and the primary.
And that's in 4.1.
Okay.
All those figures.
So I think that should suffice. So if you want to look at where the alternate is, you look at the what do they call it, this property description?
Attachment A?
The detailed maps, right? So that's where you're gonna see the alternate rates.
Is that attachment A? Or no?
Yes, appendix A.
Oh, yes. Oh, no. mine
Revised
says
detail.
attachment.
It's not on there. It's not,
That's different too.
so it's gonna be in the
Okay,
application.
sorry.
Revised detailed project area. Figure 4.1.2. Will show you the new proposed primary and the alternates. Okay, do we have any more questions?
Just a couple more.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were. I'm really sorry.
Get on the record.
So just so I know, is the current fence line is kind of the worst case scenario fence line?
That's another way to say it.
If the fence line could come in, or it might stay where it's at, but it could come in.
Correct.
And then if it comes in, will you know when it's coming in before you fill out your plan for vegetation and all of that?
A good reference point is when we would submit an application to Samantha Whitens. As she described it, that process, we're fairly far along. Usually what we call issue for permit level design sets. It's at that point that the fence would kind of be locked in.
So there could, you know, hopefully in essence, there could be more green space.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There could be more green space.
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
All right. Other cross? Redirect a little bit.
Tell Rob.
Big towers.
Yeah.
No, we got plenty more to do, don't worry. Yes. The application states that the minimum setbacks to non-participating residents are 175 feet. For all of the revised changes to the project layout, is that 175 feet maintained?
Yeah. Or that or greater, yes.
You were asking questions about the receptiveness of the community. As part of engaging the community, did you have outreach to local governments?
No. Local government?
Yeah. Did you meet with town officials?
I gave a presentation to the Jefferson County Board for a JDA. So it was in preparation for them discussing the JDA. They invited the project to give a presentation on what the project is, so the board members become familiar as then they started to review the JDA in the future. It's late.
That's your one outreach.
Yeah.
There were a number of questions related to the open house. That's the wider public meeting. You understand?
Sorry,
Say
the
that,
wider-
the wider public meeting. You understand? That's what I mean, this is open house.
I understand.
Okay. And you created a slideshow or PowerPoint for that, is that correct?
That's correct.
And because of certain members of the public intervention, you didn't get through presenting every slide in that slideshow, is that right?
That's right.
Did you cover all the topics that you wanted to address nonetheless?
I did.
Turning to the intervenor roundtable. Can you talk about that meeting, approximately how long it went? Did it stay within the bounds? Did it go longer?
Oh, so, okay, two-part question. Hounding me, Attorney Cato, I know.
I was gonna say it, but I thought the judge would scold me.
All right, so, that one I wanted to be much more freeform. It was more of a discussion, a roundtable. So we all introduced ourselves and then I gave the interveners the opportunity to present their issues, which, amounted to Yvette, the whiteboard as like the teacher writing down general and specific or local issues that we wanted to talk through. And we got through quite a few of them, not all of them. The scheduled time was, I believe it was 5:30 to 7:30, but we went over that time to, I don't know when we quit. It was maybe a half hour, 45 minutes after.
Did you answer all the questions that were proposed at that time?
A lot of questions. I believe I answered as many as I possibly could.
And did discussions continue, with the interveners after that meeting through individual discussions and meetings at interveners' houses and such.
Yep. And continue, and will continue.
And have you pretty much been in constant contact with one intervener or another for weeks?
As much as I can.
Anything further? Okay, thank you very much. You're excused. You paid for the word. All right, so let's, we have questions for, witness Veldy then?
May I use the rest?
Yes, okay, so let's take 5 minutes. Get back at, 8:30.
My leg, it feels like pre-op. I have like pre-op pain right
I didn't really like
now. Yeah, oh my God. You have first, it's box, I got it. Rich needs the hookup drug over here.
So they're look a little soft.
On my. Time's over there. It says 10. Yeah. She likes my settings. She goes, oh, you like things this way. It's okay. I mean.
Okay.
She made the time really tiny. But it was.
Brian.
All right, well, it's 8:30, so I gave you your 5 minutes. Let's get our people back. Yes. You're done. So we're calling Drew Velvig. Come on up here. Thanks, I do recognize you. So, swear you in, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? All right, speaking to the mic, and let's get started.
Please introduce yourself, Drew.
Hello, my name is Drew Gildick,
And where are you from?
with the Ranger Power.
And
There you go. Yeah, better.
what was your role on the Whitewater Solar project?
I was the former project manager of Whitewater Solar.
And the reason that you've been called is because Mr. Haas wasn't able to answer all the questions about community outreach and the development history of this project. So can you give us a snapshot of the project history beginning with 2018, talking about what happened with approaching land owners and engaging with settlements?
Sure. So we first began work, my company, the Whitewater Solar Project in 2018. The main focus of the work at that time was to establish real estate interests with interested property owners in our target project area. So the first portion of our community outreach work was focused on securing our target project area.
And but how long did that take to resolve? Understanding this was now.
So I would maybe just caveat that much of that work took place before my involvement on the project, which began in 2023.
Okay. And what's your understanding of what happened as to after land rights were acquired with the project history and progressing forward?
So once we had established land rights adequate to host the Whitewater project, we began conducting environmental studies on the project area to identify constraints and determine which portions of the project area were suitable for the project to be developed on. Those studies occurred beginning in 2023, continued on in 2024. Once we identified the preliminary environmental constraints for the project, we then began working on developing a project layout.
Once, and can I just stop right there? Between 2018, when first started acquiring
I'm
rights.
sorry, can you step over? What's your mic?
Sorry, a little closer. Between 2018 when the Procedural Recording land rights and 2023 with the environmental work. Heard what was going on in the intervening 5 years.
So, the Whitewater Solar Project had a original point of interconnection that, is different than the one currently proposed for the project. This is the original point of interconnection, in a location, south. We received feedback, that basically that point of interconnection was no longer viable. For us to be able to inject the power from our project into that point. When we received that feedback, our work on the project, was generally paused. Once we identified a new suitable point of interconnection at our current POI, we re-engaged the development process, let's say in a more extensive effort.
Sure. So then that brings us to 2024 when your outreach efforts began. Can you describe the community outreach that you guys did?
So at the time, our environmental constraints were basically established. We began outreach to the community, specifically neighboring project neighbors were not participating, local government officials and community stakeholders. The most intensive community outreach effort occurred in the summer of 2024, when myself and a couple of my colleagues spent roughly 2 months attempting to meet with non-participating neighbors of the project. The purpose of this outreach to neighbors was to introduce ourselves and introduce the project and to invite neighbors to the open house. This would be the first open house that we held, which occurred in August of 2024.
And in addition to that open house, did you make presentations to local governments?
We made introductions with the chief elected officials of each of the towns and the counties and a representative from the city of Whitewater to introduce the project and start discussions about a joint development agreement.
And what was the general reaction of those officials?
I would say generally.
Objection. Can you really?
I'm sorry. It's what he heard. I think he can testify to what he heard. I would say that generally, the reaction from the elected officials was receptive.
The application notes in section 7.2 that as part of the outreach, you met with or had more than 100 meetings with local landowners. Is that accurate?
It is.
And as a result of those types of meetings, were there modifications that were made to project design?
There were.
What kind of changes?
One change was the increase in setbacks from 150 feet to 175 feet from non-participating residences.
And the meetings that occurred with individual landowners, was that limited to participating landowners?
No.
If they did include non-participating landowners,
Correct.
who are some of those folks, if you can recall?
I believe during that time frame, I met with the Tillets in the summer. I think I met at your home just following the open house, and I think you met with one of my colleagues before the open house as well.
They stopped by.
I believe also Ms. Loisel, I think you met with a couple of my colleagues in some of that preliminary outreach as well.
Can you tell us about the open house and what that experience was like?
We took a similar approach where we sent out postcards to all of the neighboring non-participating residences within the project area. We invited local officials. We invited a handful of community stakeholders as well. I believe we had maybe a little shy of 100 people total attend the open house. It was a similar kind of open style format where we rented out at the University of Whitewater Innovation Center. We set up, I believe, around a couple dozen poster boards in the perimeter of a large meeting room, so that people could kind of make their way around the room on their own time. And I had several of my colleagues join to have one-on-one conversations with the attendees of the open house as they reviewed our materials and had snacks.
It's also noted in the application that there was a meeting with the Whitewater Chamber of Commerce in September of 2024. You recall that meeting?
So my colleague gave a presentation to the Chamber of Commerce to introduce the project.
And are you familiar with sort of the attendance at that or any of the comments or feedback received as a result of that meeting?
The feedback was generally supportive, that this was more of an introductory style meeting.
Your Honor, Sir Building is available for reasonable cost. I think it ought to be limited to the topics for which he just addressed.
Okay, yeah, so that's fair. I'm gonna. Done this before, okay, but so we had set a parameter, I believe, for witness Velvig's appearance.
Did you agree with your order?
Yeah, I got it. So I did order, that we had, yeah, on the record. So I accepted the, substitution of, Velvig for Haas, under the condition that, Whitewater Solar shall be prepared to call upon through Velvig, why I can't put Velvig to answer any question with respect to the direct WS Velvig that witness Haas cannot. So with that limited of a condition, I can hear cross-examination from the interveners. I think there was a pending question. I can't remember. Was it intervener Pellet, Wade Pellet? So I'm gonna start with you with that pending question.
I think my pending question was, at what point could non-participating landowners have been contacted?
At what point they could?
Yeah, what was the earliest point that you could have contacted non-participating landowners?
Which is vague as to what you mean by could. I mean,
Yes, that so let me ask, so do you recall the timeline as to when non-participating landowners were identified as opposed to participating landowners? I would say that delineation between participating and non-participating occurred at the time that we had determined we had achieved enough site control to locate our project. So once we had secured real estate agreements adequate to host the project, at that time, we were able to determine who was participating and who was not participating. So that's the time frame when non-participating landowners were identified. And those, if we want to get an answer to intervenor Tillett's question, I would say, well, at one point, when did you make the first contact with non-participating landowners as they were considered as non-participating landowners? I would say that this occurred in 2024. Any more specific time frame? In early 2024, I would say. Right.
So work on this project occurred for 6 years before the non-participating landowners were contacted, correct?
Objection to state's testimony. Okay, sustained.
Okay. You began work on this project in 2018. You didn't, but someone did. You began work on 2023, is what I understand.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. And you your first step was basically, one of your first steps was contacting participating to find real estate interests, participating landowners, willing landowner participation to quote your testimony.
Yes, yes, so we do have the testimony already in the record, and we do have a very detailed statement right now about what the process was. So we don't need to review that. If you have a question that witness Haas couldn't answer, go ahead.
Yes, I do have a couple other questions.
Okay.
You stated that the original interconnection to the south was no longer viable. Why?
Due to the results of an interconnection study in the MISO queue.
What do those results say?
That the point of interconnection was no longer viable at that location for the Whitewater solar project.
And then you just happened to notice that there was another interconnection possibility that was close enough that you could use the same real estate.
Yes.
You stated that local government and elected officials were generally receptive. Would you say that non-participating landowners have been generally receptive?
I would say that we have received many different reactions from the various non-participating neighbors related to their reaction to the project.
Just approximately what percentage of non-participating landowners would you say have reacted positively to this?
I'm struggling to put a percentage on it out of all the conversations that we've had.
More than 50?
I would, and your question was, sorry, could you restate it?
My question was, what percentage of non-participating landowners have reacted positively to this, receptively to the Whitewater solar project proposal?
I would say less than half.
Less than half. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Other questions, Ross?
I have one.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Richard Wagner. True. Going back to the August 2024 meeting, the public meeting, could you repeat how you thought the crowd reacted to that meeting? Were they happy for the project? Were they?
There were, I think as I mentioned, around 100 people that attended the meeting. I would say the reactions from the attendees varied quite a bit across the board.
I do recall that you didn't want to have a group meeting, that you wanted to have just an individual meeting with people at that point. But we didn't let that happen. Did we not have a group meeting at the end of the meeting to display how much we were disappointed in that project?
So the meeting was organized in the format that I described previously. I think what you're referring to was a conversation that I had with Ms. Losell that occurred during the open house.
I remember we had at the end of the open house, we ended up going into a different room and having a conversation on the project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I think at that point, the only people in the meeting that were for the project were pretty much the landowners, if I remember correctly. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Well, I have no further questions.
Right. Anyone else?
Hi, Ellen Wood. So you were the project manager? Would you say would you say that some of your primary objective was to go around and in essence sell to acquire participating landowners?
Well, this one, sorry, I guess I'm not understanding.
Not a problem. So as you're going out there, you're trying to acquire participating landowners or landowners to participate in the solar project, correct?
Objection vague would be if you mean this project in particular or general, because but by the time he was involved, that was done.
So when he came to this project, he was no longer going after. So the landowners were done, okay, then I stand corrected on that. After that, your job then was to go to do the community outreach, get with the local governments, participating landowners and get with non-participating landowners, is that correct?
That was one of my responsibilities.
Sure, and I'm sure, and I'm not trying to make light, I'm sure you had a lot of responsibilities, so. When you did that, did you have a spreadsheet that you could use to identify who you went to and when you went to them?
I did develop a tracker to organize meeting notes.
So you have a list of who you talked to, when you talked to them?
Referring specifically to participating neighbor outreach.
Yes, what about local government officials and city officials and town officials? You have that list also?
So I believe that information is included in the testimony, as well as the application that's already been submitted.
Okay. Do you know if that first interconnection, was that with We Energies also?
Not to my recollection, but I would like to say this was well before my involvement in the project.
Okay. Are you, and I just want clarification on this. When you met with you said that when you met with the non-participating landowners, that out of that, you came up with moving the setbacks from 150 to 175 foot? Okay.
Yes.
I apologize, I saw him shake his head, so.
Okay.
That'll be it for me.
I have one question. I'm not sure. My name is Ann Tillett. And you might not know the answer to this because it would have happened probably in the very beginning, back in 2018. But today we have heard a lot about neighboring land use concerns, wetlands, topography, non-contiguous parcels, a lot of challenges to this area. And I'm just wondering, do you know, way back in 2018, how did they pick this area that they thought would be good for this project?
So I believe. Let me know if I'm correct. Your question is around the site selection criteria that we used to choose this location. So I believe this is already covered in the application materials that we've submitted.
Oh, okay, sorry, I read it a while ago. I forgot, sorry.
We have, interviewer O'Brien has her hand up, so I do want to check in with her. I did say that she could ask questions over Zoom, so I'm gonna unmute her. Okay, there we go. Interviewer O'Brien, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can you put your screen on, or is that not possible?
Oh, yeah, I can. Cannot
Okay, great.
detect your camera. Please check the device. I'm on my laptop. I had to switch because my phone was dying. Restart video. I'm not sure.
Well, that's okay.
Okay.
We'll just take you on audio only at this point. That's fine.
And I can. Okay.
So right now we have you on the speakerphone. We have Bill Big on the witness stand. You can probably see that.
Oh, I can see you. I can see you.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So I'm just hearing a little bit of noise along with your voice. Is there any way to cut that out?
Let me move. I'm outside right now. Is this better?
That's better. Yes. Okay. So did you have a question for the witness?
Yes.
Okay. So if hang on. So if you can introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Intervenor Michelle O'Brien. And I have a question about the postcards that you mailed about the open house in August of 2024. If you have a list of who they were mailed to and when they were mailed.
Yes.
I just want to know if I was on that list because I don't remember receiving one.
I would need to double check the list. I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question as well. You said you made a presentation to the Whitewater Chamber. When was that and how was that advertised? I quickly did a search in my email. I'm a member of the chamber and I don't have any notification of that event.
So the introductory meeting with the Whitewater Chamber was primarily with the executive board of the chamber.
Okay.
All right. Is that it?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. I'm going to mute you now. And other cross. So you had questions already? Anyone else? Okay, yeah, taking it.
Intervenor LaSalle. Picking up where Intervenor O'Brien left off, would you be able to provide us a copy of your list of people that got the postcards for that event?
The mailing list for the postcards?
For the open house in August?
Yes.
Okay, is that a reasonable ask? Fantastic.
Yeah, so that'll just be in, just treat that as discovery and, I'm not gonna put that in the record, but applicant has that document willing to share.
Similarly-
Is that okay to file under? Contact
Well-
information and names.
We have other. Well, we have other documents on Earth, but they're their current resident, right? The name for the address is we use current resident. I suppose, we just need to file that confidentially and then, or redact it in a public version. Just to keep people's personal information, under wraps.
Your Honor, would we as interveners be able to see the unredacted version of that?
If you have well, let's see, I don't know exactly.
I don't think so.
If there's a confidentiality agreement between you and the applicant,
Well,
that's the way. But what about a list that,
So let me just interrupt. So I think the applicant can send you a full copy just to to the interviewers. That's the thing. I mean, we're not talking about competitive information. So it's just, yeah, you can share the full document with interveners, but we'll keep it in on Earth and like, version will be redacted for the public.
Why would we redact it then if it can be shared without any confidentiality agreement?
Cause it's late. Well, yes, okay, if you wanna do it that way, we can. I guess the reason was, I still want it on Earth. Because that's really the main concern, to have it on search volume, that people's personal information. Yeah.
And I would say it exists, but I'll object to in terms of burdensomeness and relevance and probative values to this entire process as to who did or did not receive postcard they don't see.
Your Honor, may I speak to that?
Sure.
So I believe, as I was probing Mr. Haas earlier, I was probing because some strong words were used, extensive outreach, extensive efforts, gathering feedback, and I asked for substantiation for that. And so, Mr. Haas was not able to provide it. It sounds like Mr. Fieldbig is able to provide it. And I will also tell you that we had feedback from many of our neighbors that they had no idea this was going on. So, and when we asked Mr. Fieldbig about it in that meeting, he said it was only sent to a select few and that others would be told at a later date. That's what he said. So I guess I'd like to see the select few and I won't share it. I just would like to see the select few.
Your Honor?
I'll sign a confidentiality.
Your Honor, I think there is relevance to this, giving all the attention on this particular topic, it would be interesting for the commission to have this piece of information. I'm just gonna suggest maybe filing it without the names, just in the version that we can actually accept without you having to do redactions.
Okay.
So just providing the addresses.
So it would be redactions, though.
Well, redactions of what there's no original document, just a list of the addresses.
Omitting names.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, I have no idea, I'm assuming there's multiple columns and spreadsheets and the address to be provided. I don't know.
If that's agreeable with the interveners.
Is it on an Excel?
Okay, here's what we'll do, just file it confidentially. So sign an NDA if you wanna see it,
Absolutely.
just do it the way we always do it, okay, and we won't, but it'll be considered a data request.
Okay,
I'm sorry, this won't come in currently, or you said it would be considered?
It's a data request response, so it will not part of the record once it's offered. Did you want it offered?
I think we do.
Okay.
I mean. Yeah, I think we would want it on record.
Okay.
So we can just incorporate that into the lead DRR revision.
Oh, okay, you want it to be a staff data request, okay, sure.
Oh, I meant to, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine, that works.
Okay.
So, okay, so if we file as staff data request response, it will go into the staff data request response exhibit. So that we'll have the confidential and the public version in the
Thank you.
Proceed.
Questions, yes.
I'd like to speak with you about the city of Whitewater and the easement that you negotiated with them. Could you, do you recollect when that negotiation began with the city of Whitewater for the easement on that city property?
Your Honor, I'll object is outside the scope of what this witness has testified to and your order.
Okay, and a response?
My response is I think it's probative because of where I'm going with it. If you want me, I could come at it a different way, Your Honor.
Well, this is not a question you could have asked in this house.
He couldn't answer those questions.
Did you ask this question before?
He wasn't able to answer any of those questions, so I stopped that line of questioning because I felt like I was beating a dead horse, Your Honor, and you had mentioned that Mr. Bilby was available. So I stopped. I can move on.
Please.
Okay. When you presented to the city of Whitewater, did you offer them a map? When you negotiated the easement, did you offer them a map of the project area?
I don't recall off the top of my head whether I offered him a map of the project at that time.
Is it possible that the city of Whitewater signed off on an easement with you without knowing what the map of this project looked like?
Objection, speculation, sustained.
Did you include the map of the primary project area that you said you had secured the land for? Was that included in the packet to the city of Whitewater when you approached them for the easement for the land?
It's possible, but I don't recall.
Is it possible that it's not?
I'm sorry?
Is it possible that it is not in the packet? Is it possible the map is not in the packet?
And the packet, where is there an objection? You need to speak up for.
Sorry, my voice is like getting tired.
I understand. So there's an objection asked and answered. I'll agree with that, sustained.
Okay. Can you give an example of one person from the open house that was not a participating landowner that you feel was receptive to this project?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to provide any specific names.
Do you remember meeting Mr. Hoffman's brother at the open house? Mr. Mark Hoffman's brother?
Could you remind me of his name, please?
I believe it's Steve Hoffman.
Yes.
He's the town supervisor chairperson of Cold Spring. Do you agree?
Yes.
He seemed quite eager about the project. Do you agree?
In what regard?
He just seemed like he was eager. You said that people were receptive. Would you agree he was receptive?
I had many meetings with Mr. Hoffman over the course of several months. Is your question specific to my conversations with him that occurred during the open house?
Yes, sir.
I would say those conversations were generally friendly. It wasn't the first conversation we had at that point.
When you first started speaking with Mr. Hoffman, had he already put his land into Mr. Hoffman's brother, Mark Hoffman, had he already put his land into the project?
So I believe, and I apologize, I'm not gonna have exact dates here, but the real estate agreement signed with the Hoffmans was entered into prior to my engagement on the project. And my engagement with Steve Hoffman, the chairman, would have occurred, I would speculate, in mid-2024.
Was Mr. Mark Hoffman still the town of Cold Spring chairperson when you made his acquaintance?
Mark Hoffman was not the chairman when I made his acquaintance.
So his brother had succeeded him already at that time, is that correct?
I'm not sure the exact dates for when Steve Hoffman succeeded Mark Hoffman.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true that Mr. Hagan and Mr. Hoffman were both leaders, meaning town supervisors in the area? And also participating landowners?
Yes, they were both members of the local government. Yes, I agree.
And that they were both participating landowners?
Yes.
We're gonna jump into the questions that I can't see Mr. Gilday. I've got a thing and I've, okay, there we go. Thank you. I'm gonna jump into the questions that Mr. Class was struggling with, and perhaps you can help us. There was mention of I am moving to your testimony, and if we need to go and look at it, I can just read it to you. But it was stated earlier, and I'm hoping you'll recall, so we don't have to pull the document up, but so we can just do this quickly and be done with it. It was stated that when you talked about public outreach, that you had been meeting with prospective landowners nearby residents since 2018 to determine local interest in the project, address local concerns, and answer questions. Could you give me an example of one of those local concerns?
A common concern that we hear is around the decommissioning of these projects. I would say that is a fairly common one that occurred at that time.
Can you give me an example of a landowner in this area that brought that concern to you?
I would say this concern was raised by multiple participating landowners.
What about non-participating landowners?
Non-participating landowners as well.
You referenced earlier in your testimony that you had a spreadsheet that indicated all of the people, landowners, that non-participating landowners that you had reached out to. Is that also something that you would be willing to share as a data request to support your claims of extensive efforts in gathering feedback?
So I believe in our application, we included pretty extensive level of detail on the outreach that's already been conducted. I think that the spreadsheet that you're referring to is more internal notes that my team used to compile details on the conversations that we were all having with non-participating neighbors.
If the document exists, would you be willing to share it just in terms of the quantity or the number of people? If you're not willing to share the notes, which I totally understand, would you be willing to share a demonstration of how many of these people who, I don't even have to know who, but how many residents to support your claims here?
Accept this as an oral, verbal data request, object is not relevant, the internal workings of the record keeping for keeping track of these conversations is not probative of the 196.491.
I'll sustain your objection. I just, I mean, if you're really interested in the number of people, let's just ask if he recalls the number. Which we'll have that or not. Is there, did you ask that then? Is that what you're doing this?
Mr. Billy, do you have a number? Do you have a number of people that you would have reached out to that were in the primary project area for this project?
I would estimate that number to be around 55.
And just to clarify, those were individuals that were in the primary project area?
No. This is the number of non-participating neighboring residences located adjacent to the project area.
Were they within the 1 mile buffer around the project area?
They were within that buffer, but these were specifically the non-participating neighboring residential parcels that are adjacent to participating property.
I understand. Mr. Beal, would those individuals have been, would they have had homes within 1,000 feet of a project fence?
If they are directly adjacent to the project area, then yes.
I'm struggling with the number of 55, and maybe it's true, but what I'm holding in my hand right now is a data request that I requested from you guys. Where I asked for what the names of all the landowners organized by PV that were within 1,000 feet of the project area.
Okay.
I don't think this is anywhere near 55 people. So perhaps we could investigate that, or maybe that's a question that the PSC might want to investigate. Because this is on record, and I don't think there's 55 people here. Unless we're including pets. Okay, thank you for that. When did you become aware of the easement issue?
Objection outside the scope.
Who was the project manager?
The easement was in place before the witness started working on the project, because that's. No, we're limited to the conversations and discussions related to outreach. That is what Mr. Haas couldn't answer. Okay.
Mr. Haas couldn't answer the easement agreement either.
We addressed this and you said this issue was done. Yes, we've already decided it's not going in the record, so.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any more questions related to the outreach?
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any other cross? So you already asked questions. What do you got?
I've got one question because it came up while he was talking.
All right, go
To
ahead.
the other one. When you were being, cross-examined by, Mr. Intervenor Wood, you said that there was a spreadsheet of who you talked to and who you talked to when. And, my data request number 1 says, please provide a table indicating landowner participating or non-participating. First date of contact with each and all participating and non-participating nearby landowners. Response was the requested table does not exist. Can you explain that?
So. The table that I have is a log of our internal notes. Based on the conversations that myself and other representatives from my company had with non-participating neighbors to the project. From the description that you just provided, I believe that is different.
How so?
Would you mind restating your question?
Reading the description again,
No, please. Sure. Table indicating landowner name, participating or non-participating. First date of contact with each.
So the table that you're requesting includes information related to both participating and non-participating individuals. The table that I'm describing includes limited to non-participating individuals.
I think that would be a relevant combination. Would you be willing to provide that data?
We already responded in objections and.
yeah, this issue already just came up with questions that we heard, so that request was denied.
I have no further questions.
All right,
Your Honor,
yes.
I just got a text message from Mr. Colwetter, who's going to be here tomorrow. And he asked if it was possible for him to be able to cross-examine Mr. Haas and Mr. Vilbig. I'm just asking because he's going to be here tomorrow. Is it one of those things where he wasn't here, so he missed the window?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll let him know. Thanks.
All right, any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
And let's vacate the premises. Be back here at 9 AM. Well, we'll start at 9 AM, get here at least by 30, so we can get all set up, ready to go. Or you can get it a little later than today. You may need my help to get into the parking garage. You may need this to get into the garage, so just let me know.
Are we going as a group?
We may have to, yeah, so,
Right. Oh, this is like
Just
school. No, this is like school. I don't know.